Hello, guys, and welcome. We're here with a panel, getting ready for the South American DPC, the Winter Tour, to kick off. We're here in Div 1, of course. Very excited to watch this matchup. We're going to get Hokori versus Noping. Certainly a bit more of a, I don't know if fair is the right word, but more closer matchup than we saw yesterday, because Thunder Predator would... People are expecting them to be top two. They're one of the best teams. Certainly, them and Beastcoast probably stand above the rest. But Hokori and Noping are two very interesting teams for this season, particularly Noping, as they completely revamped their squad. We'll talk about this. Of course, I have two panelists with me. It's Bowie.
Hello.
And Kips.
Hello.
All right.
Yeah, so I mean...
I'm going to pour... Wait, no. I want to do this first. I want to pour water on the fire pour fuel on the fire, because I know, Bowie, that you are very heavily set on your Brazilian brethren, right? For this
It is not about them being Brazilian, all right? It's about...
yes.
It is not about them being Brazilian. I think when you look at what Noping and Hokori did recently, right? Noping, they just won the Fallen Cup a couple of days ago. I think they've been playing for longer. Like, this roster has been made a little bit earlier than Hokori has. So I just feel like they might have more synergy right now. Hokori, the only player left from the old Hokori is El Misho, if I'm not mistaken. So I think they... No? I mean, Mr. Jeans played for Hokori.
El Misho, Gareth, and Vitali are the three guys left from the old roster.
But that was not the roster that played for the qualifiers of TI, though, right? Because they had Analog in... maybe Lumiere? Okay, yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, they changed the mid and the carry. You're completely right about that. But like the other three are staying, which to me is the strength of Hokori. But I'll talk about this in a second. Kips, you were saying the stats also favored Noping before I make my passionate speech.
They do. I mean, not just if you look at the experience of the players, but also at who they've played recently. I do want to say, though, that there is a snag here for... the side of Noping, where they did really struggle to get past our way, which is definitely a tier 2 team for now. I have to see if they'll make their way up, of course. But in general, for Hokori, I'm especially worried about their confidence. I do want to know, they have the wild card matchup, right? Because they have Mr. Jeans on board, and I have been told about this man.
I mean,
Mr. Jeans is a meme. I don't know what else to say about him. The guy, probably one of the nicest people you'll meet, to be honest. Like, every interview with him, he comes off super humble, but he is a bit crazy as like a person, as a player. I remember there was one interview where we had, it was with you guys, Bowie, the Sayori podcast, remember? And Mr. Jeans had just kicked off his team. And I can share this now. I asked him about this. And he just kicked off his team. And Zyori was like, wow, we should really get him to interview, And Mr. James was cool with it. But, Zyori wanted me to ask him if he was okay with asking him about these things. And Mr. James goes, of course it's okay. I'm terrible. They kicked me because I'm the worst player on that team. That's why I'm not there. I deserve to not be on that team. I'm like, okay, Mr. James, like, calm down, dude. Like, it's okay. Like, don't worry about it. But he had this rant. It was... crazy.
Yeah, he said something like he was unstable, and I thought it was so like thoughtful in a way, because I think like as a pro player, especially when you reach like higher MMR and you start playing for these teams, people can get very like they need to be very confident about themselves, and sometimes I think that kind of makes them harder to improve as they go forward. So I think looking forward for Mr. Jeans, I think he has the right mentality. Like, sometimes saying stuff like that, even though it might hurt or it might feel like self-deprecating, I think it helps you improve at the end of the day, Yeah. Not saying he was terrible. I'm just saying that, like, you have to be very, I think, prone to looking at your own performance and always never think that you're perfect,
It's a very forward mentality. I know you saw a lot of that, Kips, with EU players. They're very much like this as well. Some of the more like blunt, they'll just admit, like, no, I played badly. And they're pretty okay with admitting that even in interviews.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's this weird dynamic that you have to hold within yourself, right? You're honest enough to look at yourself to see where you can improve. But on the other hand, you need to have this certain sense of almost ego in a way that says, all right, but I will be good enough next time. And some players can't. And if they can't hold that, and I've worked with a bunch of those people, it gets very hard to drive them to actually, for example, shot call for their teams and take initiative for their teams, because you still inherently believe that what you're doing right now is the best thing you could be doing.
Yep. It's so rough. Go on, sorry.
Go ahead, Bowie, please. You were going to say something.
No, I think it's such a weird balance, especially in Dota. I mean, as a player by yourself, it's already really hard. But if you're shot calling, as Kip said, as a captain, it becomes really hard. Obviously, Mr. Jeans was not the captain of his team, and I do think he is a very talented player. So I hope we can see him, grow a lot in this season of the DPC.
I would like to say about Hokori in general. They picked up Mr. Jeans. I actually had played with him before, and they actually had played with another mid laner who's I'm also a big fan of, which is Analog, which is now a no ping. Actually, I think Analog, if you allow me, before I will destroy his team and tear them apart, I want to say that I think he's super talented. I think he's like actually one of the top rising mid laners in Brazil and the kind of new blood that Brazil needs. He's very high skilled, but he also has that mentality that you describe of Mr. Jeans. Like he really is thoughtful about himself. He tries to improve himself a lot, and he is very hungry, which is something that I've noticed from a lot of the new Brazilian players like Hiko as well. And I think that's very good. Like that's the mentality I want.
I've been saying that about him for a couple of years, just kind of laid out there. This guy,
that's true.
This guy's really good, and I think him and RDO, even though I mean they played for the Hokkori, that transition time between TI and now, they also played together for a while. They're very good friends. So when you look at the Noping team, yes, they actually revamped their whole squad, but most of those players, I guess with the exception of Monster, were friends or have played together in the past. So I do feel like they have a lot of synergy between themselves, even though this is a new team, I guess you could say.
And I want to vouch for you, Bowie, because I remember watching Bowie on panels when he was casting Motoka, which is what the team that Analog kind of started with, and like that iteration. Yeah. It was a team that was a motorcycle, and they had a lot of iterations of just meme names. It was very weird. And Analog, like Bowie went, and I remember him casting goes, "This is the one standout player from this team." There was more, right? But like he really, really concentrated on Analog, so he is not lying when he said he vouched for him from the very get go. And I also was listening to Bowie as a Hispanic. I'm like, he just a Brazilian. This is why he likes him. That's not true. But he was right. He was right. And I watched Analog further, and I yield the ground there, Bowie. You were completely right. You actually saw his raw talent from the get-go. So a very good call there, Bowie.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I was actually like looking at some old logs. I was watching an old stream, and apparently Analog was 3K MMR 4 years ago, and he actually bought this like super weird how to get more MMR course from Baga, which is kind of like an old school Dota player. Yeah. And I was like looking at that, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this guy got more MMR in 3 years than I have in my life. And like, how is this possible? He's a super driven guy. He's awesome. But I mean, enough of Analog. This is, Noping versus Hokori. I think these guys are super talented. As you said, they have 3 players that were already together in the past. I do feel like the core matchup though is gonna be rough for it's gonna be rough for them. Did my camera just die, by the way?
Yes, it did. Oh, so if you can fix that, Bowie,
I will.
Well, we'll continue. Meanwhile, since Bowie left, I get to bash his players. No. The reality is that let me give you some feedback about Hokori or some ideas. Because I know Kip's like you're starting to learn about the region, right? You look at Hokori, and like, okay, Red Dragon, cool guys, but here was a storyline that was set up about them last DPC, right? Which even if you studied them, you might have not watched. Which is they had an incredible carry. Their carry is now an infamous. You watched him yesterday. Was Lumiere. Not that impressive, to be honest. Yesterday, I think we would both agree that it was okay, but not like wow, But Hokori was playing with him the whole last season. Hey, Bowie, back for the insults. Hokori was playing with him the whole last season, and everyone's didn't know where these guys were coming from. Like they actually came from like a couple of these like joke stacks that they made for back when the close qualifiers were up. I forgot the name. There was one with a devil logo. I forgot the name, but like it was. Okay, Bowie is struggling. There was a couple of joke stacks here, like that didn't really matter, and they started taking Dota seriously because DPC gave an opportunity. And everyone's just calling Hokori and being like, "Yeah, it's a team, but like, what are they going to accomplish?" Well, a lot actually. And Lumiere seemed to be unstoppable. He was like the carry of the season. Like he's the new guy. He's going to be the new Hector. He's looking incredible. Season ends and they poach him. And you go and look at Hokori and you look, okay, they're dead. Like they lost their best player. This is gone. But see, I have had the pleasure of casting these guys, and I'm not saying this only because their supporter pack has my voice lines, but also because I've been casting these guys a lot in a lot of amateur leagues. Because I will volunteer and I'll cast a bunch of amateur leagues in Spanish for free to help with the scene. And Hokori participates in all these leagues, which I think is illegal, by the way, because they just steal from amateur teams and they should not be there. But anyway. And I watch them, and I keep looking at, and being amazed by how good of a team they are. Like Gareth, Vitali, and El Misho are so good that I don't think it matters who their carry is. I look at old replays with a different perspective, and I'm realizing it's not Lumiere. It's these guys making the space, making the calls, and drafting like really well. They're actually one of the best teams I've seen in terms of drafting in the SATPC. They have a really high understanding of the game, and I'm always so impressed by these three guys. I actually thought they were best with Analog, if I'm honest with you. I think he's a bit above Mr. James. But I still believe that this three core, it might be some of the best new talent you get in the SATPC. And I'm such a big fan. The only reason why I'm happy casting any sort of amateur tournaments is when I get these guys. And I get to watch like the best Dota against a tier 5 team, which is abuse, but still.
No, I kind of have to agree, because that is one storyline that, I mean, we were talking about Lumiere, how he came from Division 2 and now he's playing in one of the best teams of Division 1. Gardic is the same thing. And even when he was in Division 2, I think he was probably one of the best fives in South America, definitely from Peru. And this guy is really good. Like, I think if, obviously, KJ, he's a TI player. He was there. But I think Gardic is at his level, if not even better. He's really good. Not only play-wise, but as you said, draft-wise and I guess macro-wise.
Mm-hmm. Because, like, I agree. KJ is amazing. I'm a big fan of King Jungles, but I actually always saw King Jungles more of a player. And I saw his drafts, and I saw his shot calling, and it's good. And then you can see him improve as he goes to more international event like TI, right? You can actually see a drastic improvement in the recent leagues he's been playing because he learned so much at TI. But Gardic, I just don't understand where he gets his knowledge from. He can't speak English, so he's not talking to anyone outside of SA. He doesn't get to go to an international tournaments yet, and he's drafting, like, some of his drafts are like tier 1 level drafts. It's very impressive. Even though he then loses the game, he doesn't play that well, but it doesn't matter. That's something that I always like seeing about Hokori. And something that always impresses me about them is particularly that a lot of Div 2 teams, even though their drafts might be good, where they fail is at drafting theory, right? Like some basic things, what do you pick up as your 4th pick, right? Like, do you pick up your win condition as 4th pick if your 1st pick, or do you pick up as like 8th pick if your 2nd pick? That kind of stuff. Basic stuff like that anyone who watches a lot of Pro Dota understands, but a lot of Div 2 teams don't really execute. And he does all of them. Like, he does every single one of them. It's actually impressive watching him draft. I don't know where he gets that knowledge from. So that's what I always vouch for Hokori for. I think it's really great to see a player do this at this level.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the way he gets the knowledge is how all of Peruvian players, because like I might be wrong, but I just get the feeling that Peruvian players pub way more than Brazilian players, or
they
maybe
do.
Like any other country, I say. So I think, I mean, in a way, it's feeling, but drafting is also theory. So things kind of grow when you start. Okay, when I do this, we do very well and we win. So all right, I'll do this again. And I think just by feel end up learning a lot of these nuances of drafting. Because it is a very secretive art, I guess. No one kind of teaches that. And if you're not speaking with the European players, Chinese players, how do you, actually get an understanding of it? It's really hard.
And even then, they often don't share.
Our region. Sorry, Gibbs.
Yeah, Gibbs.
Even then, they often don't share, right? It's interesting the way I'm hearing this right now. This parallel would have looked a lot better before TI, but now Team Spirit has won. It's kind of improbable, but they sound a lot like Team Spirit was in the previous 2 years, where they grab a bunch of people together who just have this really nice chemistry, and they just build a base, and they get their own ideas, and they do this according to pubs and not according to like the lore that has dribbled down from the high tiers of captaincy throughout the years. They're reinventing the wheel, you could say, or maybe they're leaving a bunch of unneeded parts off. And that might lead to a very slick result. And what I'm hearing here sounds like a very healthy, constructive team environment.
Yeah, I mean, when you were trying to, because I know you concentrate on these concepts a lot, right? Like teaching pros the basics, which might seem crazy, but it's something that keeps. I know you talked to me about it. Like a lot of them have holes in their knowledge that you were trying to fix for them, right? So, how was it did you ever teach draft theory to them and stuff like that? Like, did you ever try to teach them how like pro teams, like top teams draft? Or was that not something you dealt with?
Yeah, I did, and it's kind of hard because a lot of teams assume that what the top team drafts is just the very best thing that they could do at that possible moment, instead of them actually being making compromises and picking specifically for their players, etc. Whereas a lot of players, especially young up and comers, are like, no, I need to have this huge hero pool so that my team can draft everything. Like more now, a lot of these top teams have flavors, and they choose that deliberately, and then they work towards that. And I think OG is the biggest one of all time, where they went from like illusion carries and double save to this eventually with Seb and Notel, this sort of hyper aggressive pressure kind of style, where every time they were making decisions based on what their players did best, and not even so much on the meta or on like what is the very best thing to do right now. And that was hard because you're shattering illusions about these top players just being so much better than you, and instead it's like, no, they make better decisions than you, and not everybody liked to hear that.
What? How did you deal with it? Like, were there just some players that had the right mentality to grow, and that's it, like a growth mindset there?
Yeah, definitely. But it's here we actually kind of circle back to the previous thing where a growth mindset sometimes makes people insecure because they feel like they're not actually doing it right in the moment, and are going to have to execute again this week. They're going to have to execute again, like, in half an hour, and you have to build up the confidence while also making very clear to them that they're still on a road towards improvement. Now, that dynamic was one of the hardest I found to navigate. Like, telling them enough about the extra possibilities to encourage them instead of opening up the entire book and then being like, oh Lord, I don't understand anything. I don't think I want it to be this way. Let me just go back to my pubs and queue 12 times a day because that is the way I've done it so far.
Right. And
That's
if we
kind
can
of.
circle. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, boy, please.
Yeah, I mean, you can finish your thought. I just wanted to go back to like the beginning of this conversation where you're talking about like how this knowledge trickles down for the big teams. And I was listening Sindring talk about how like at the end of every TI, the way you build a team is usually based on like what worked for the team that won. And there was definitely, I think, up to TI4 this mentality of like always just picking this super old guard kind of proven players and just trying to make the star team work around them. I think Team DK was probably the epitome of that and didn't really work. And how like with the team spirit that we're talking about, OG just get 5 total. I mean, not random players, but not accomplished players by any means, with only their coach being their 5, their old coach. And I find it really interesting how like we get totally biased by something that not necessarily is the best, but it's just what works and what we can kind of work off of, right?
Yeah.
I think it's very interesting.
No, I love that you make that point, because this is something I try to teach my viewers whenever I do replay analysis of my stream and stuff. I get a lot of viewers who I intentionally insult, and they're the ones that only concentrate on results. And I really hate that, because like they'll go and say, like, I was trying to talk about TR, for example. A lot of people were throwing a lot of flack. I think Reddit did the same thing to SG, for example. I was like, but did you see the games? It's not just about them getting 1-2 or 2-0 or whatever. It's like the games are actually kind of close. That's not, the difference between winning and losing is binary at the end of the day, and it doesn't really express the complexity of Dota as a game. Yeah. And I think people are starting to realize that much more. When I see new talents, when I see Hokkori, I don't care if they're winning or losing. I'm seeing their draft, I'm seeing their plays, and I go, this is amazing. I remember when I was actually calling out, telling people, dude, like Infamous, now Beastcoast, was going to do really well at TI. My reasoning was, I've been casting these guys through close qualifiers before, and they're doing things that I've never seen in SA. Something as simple as controlling high ground, which I know sounds really basic now. Back then in SA was like unheard of. Nobody would ever ward the high ground and play around the ward. That was like, nah, we fight wherever we fight. And then they were doing that, and they had a high understanding of the game. And I remember seeing them and thinking, these guys are going to go far, not just because they qualified, but because I can tell they're playing better. And I'm really happy that mentality is changing for people as well. That they're valuing the quality of Dota more than win-loss. That's not what Dota is about, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a complex thing that at the end of the day you kind of quantify with like win or loss. And yeah, I agree. It's much more than that, and you have to be watching to be able to kind of grasp it, right? Or else it's really just a number at the end of the day.
Do you, Bowie, because you're from the scene particularly, do you feel particularly happy that you get to talk about two teams that actually have, like, they're not even the top teams in this league, and we're already talking, like, singing their praises and talking about the level of the region. I can tell myself that SA is just growing everywhere, not just in the top teams, but some in the middle teams. That's where I think the real growth is we're seeing in SA. Is that something that makes you happy, honestly, for Brazilian teams?
It makes me super happy because, you know what, like, at the end of the day, I mean, if you look at the past TI, right, you're gonna say that, oh, Beastcoast got whatever place it was, and even that was not like amazing. So I don't think SA should have more slots. But when you actually look at the middle of the pack, not like the actual best results worldwide, but the middle of the pack has grown so much, and I think it's just a question of time until we see SA being like, you can see that there's like an influx of players and just like a lot of interest from these guys. This second division rank 800 guys that suddenly are now ranked 50, and because they actually had the incentive, are just like incredibly better than they were, like unbelievably better than they were 6 months ago. So it is coming, you know. It's just a question of time, honestly.
Well, guys, we have a draft in front of us. So we talked a lot of hypotheticals, a lot of nice esoteric thoughts, but I would like to see the draft itself so we can talk about some actual Dota. So we're getting the draft ready for you guys. I lied. I spoke too soon. I'm so sorry.
Why do you do that, Avo?
I'm so sorry, guys. I was too excited. I wanted to see heroes, you know. I missed Dota. It's been 50 minutes, which, by the way, I would like to remind viewers that are angry and going, caster start game. First of all, it's Trent's fault. And second of all, 4D is the organizer for this tournament. We are not the organizer, so we are at their mercy. So any complaints, it's at 4D Esports on their Twitter. Feel free to send them a DM. Adrian, I'm so sorry. Anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, Trent's Twitter is at Trent. I'm kidding. Please don't.
Doxing the poor
Trent.
guy. Trent's address is 155 Ontario. No, we have a game in front of us. We're going to get into the draft any second now, so do not worry. But I can promise you we're going to see some exciting picks already. Before we get into the draft, Kips, you've heard, I don't care about Bowie's opinion right now. Kips, you've heard this discussion. Are you swayed at all for Hokkori, or are you still thinking that Noping is looking stronger here?
I think Noping's looking stronger, but now I am really rooting for Hokori to at least show me like that understanding of the concepts. Okay. So if they do their positioning right, if they make their map plays right, then I'm going to be rooting them in the future.
Nice. That's I'll take that. That's my biggest sway. So we have a draft now. You guys can check out the draft in front of you. And I'll start with you, Bowie, here. The strong start by Noping. Io Luna. What a strong opener for your draft, dude.
Yeah, that's really strong. It's a stable carry. I mean, because they do not have last pick in either phase, right? That's the problem that you got with first pick. I think this is really good. You just secure your win condition very early, and then you just make use of that double pick in the second phase to try and get something that works for you. I really like that type of opening when you have first pick. On that other side, though. Sorry, Kips. Sorry.
No, I think this always really lends itself to mid-game pushing lineups when you have the two picks in the second phase where you can really wreck the core of their draft if you do it carefully. And of course, they'll eventually get the best pick over on the very last one. And usually that's then, you know, the be-all to end-all in the end game. But up until that point, you have a window for yourself. And between Io and Luna, you can absolutely demolish a game if the enemy's mid-game does not go to plan.
You guys know what I want to see?
What do you think of the response? Sorry?
There's something that I saw in an Infamous versus Unknown. No. I actually forgot. It was an offlane Tusk with Snapfire offlane.
That's disgusting.
I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Offlane Tusk with Snapfire 4. Yeah. Okay, they're gonna go Pango. So the dream is dead. But it's
okay. But not quite that crazy though, because like the idea kind of similar, right? Swashbuckle doesn't actually trigger the tag team damage, but it does trigger the slow as well. So you do have a bit of a combo here, and both Pango and Tusk can play 3-4. And Offlane Tusk is actually super popular in South America for whatever reason. Papita did it a while ago, and everyone's like, actually, this is great.
Yeah, like I until Necronomicon was alive, I thought it was a really good idea. I don't think it's that good, but they made it look amazing. So I would be down to trying it.
Okay. What do you think of this answer though? Like Disruptor obviously Io Luna counter, but then Tusk Pango not the most Io counters. What do you think this is headed? What is the logic behind this?
It's that mid-game brawl, right?
Okay.
Yeah, they have good flex here because as we were talking about, Tusk could be off lane, but Pango could be 5, Disruptor could be 4. So you have very interesting lanes that you can kind of swap in between. But they just went full on. This is our lane. Sand King Mirana is going to be really tough to lane against. So I think they have to play this Tusk as a 5. I think having the save for the arrow, Burrow Strike arrow could be interesting. We'll see what they do.
Is there a chance here? I mean, whenever they pick Sand King, my immediate thought is let's abuse that lane, right? We actually saw a game today in EU where they just picked Troll. Team Spirit picked Troll against Sand King. It's like, let's abuse that lane. Because level 1 to 3, Sand King is honestly god-awful in lane. Can we pick up Hero? Does that suit Hokori's lineup? A carry that can take advantage of that weakness for Sand King?
I think Troy is a good
I think
matchup
so.
versus Luna. I think, it gives them really good Roche because they have Tusk Pangolier, so that's awesome. You get good high ground siege, and it's a decent lane. I wouldn't mind it.
PA.
Bit more risky here though. Like if you get comboed by the Sand King Mirana, you are absolutely going to die. And that continues for a while longer into this game. Of course, you are eventually going to outcarry the Luna, at least on a man fight perspective. But this is IO Luna. They're at the very least going to be able to focus down that IO though.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that is true.
Go on. What were you gonna say? Though?
I don't know. I think it's a bold choice, as Kip said, but I think unless No Ping plays this flawlessly, it feels like in these SA games they always go a little bit late, even to this day. So I kind of favor PA in general. Her late game is really, really good. She got a lot of buffs in the recent patches, and there's a reason this is the most picked carry in high MR pubs. A lot of players are just trying it out, seeing how stable and good. Battle Fury got buffed, PA got buffed, so I don't mind this. They have really good Roche, they have really good team fight, low cooldowns. With the exception, I guess, of the Rolling Thunder. So it's pretty interesting.
I'd actually like here. I know El Misho always played the Tusk, right? But I'd actually like Tusk with a PA lane because that I think would abuse the Sand King so much. Then running I don't care what goes with the Pango because he's gonna lose that lane anyway. So putting the Tusk with a PA might actually have some sort of combo with Stifling Dagger. You can actually crit off tag team damage, so you might be able to kill someone the coup de grace, which is pretty impressive. I would like to see that abused by Hokori if they can muster it.
Yeah. The problem with PA is that if your lane gets trashed, she's like anti-mage, You're kind of forced into either farming Battle Fury BKB for 10 minutes or going Echo Saber and looking very underwhelming. So it's really about how well No Ping can play this lane. If they don't trash the PA, then I'll definitely be scared for No Ping in the mid to late game.
And I'd also be concerned about downgrading this Tusk to a pos 5 because this Pangolier is going to need somebody to work with in the mid game, and I'm not sure if a pos 4 Disruptor can really do that for him, unless No Ping go like severely on the aggressive, or if they pick some kind of Spirit Hero where they can always drop the Static Storm on top of him, that sort of thing.
Fair enough.
All right, I have a bet I want to make with you guys before we see the last picks. How many times are we going to see Sand King dodging Glimpse with Burrow Strike? I'll go with 2 times.
What is this bet? 5?
2 times. 2 times.
2 times?
Lower.
Yeah.
0? I guess 4? I'll say 4. I think it's going to dodge it a fair amount of times.
All right. Yips.
Oh. I just say lower. That's 1 or 0. It doesn't matter. But you gotta bet close to it, right? 4 is actually bad because if it's 3 times, you're going to have to split. You always pick 3.
That's true. That's true. Actually, Kips is
so
she's
smart,
not.
dude.
It's not about being good at donuts. It's about being good at betting. Yeah, exactly.
Optimize.
All right, I love this Tiny. It's an analog classic. They have very squishy heroes on the side of Hokori. Those no ball save doesn't really help against burst damage in general. Let's see what lane they can pick for Hokori to maybe abuse this Tiny. But generally speaking, I feel like they banned everything that is really scary. There's only Viper, right? Then you're playing Viper.
Oh, but it's Mr. Jeans though, so I think he's okay with that.
Yep.
I know
It's his favorite hero.
The other thing I really like about this Tiny is that sometimes you see these lineups where you only have like an IO Luna or an IO Gyro, and that is the only hero that the IO can actually combo with. But with the Tiny, we're going to see both of these combinations. So we're going to see the IO go aggressive with the Tiny in the early game, which is a big boost for him. And then whenever he doesn't have anything to do, the Luna will be farming fast.
And that's a Razor pickup instead of the Viper. Mr. Jeans just wants to make your life hell. Doesn't really matter what hero he picks for that. And in this case, Razor will actually have a bit more mid-game utility because you didn't like the Viper, I think, with just reason. However, Razor, good scaling against Luna for the most part. Not. It's a hard hero to disengage a static link from, and really good lane.
Yeah, it's a decent choice. You know, Tiny does have some workarounds around Razor because you can toss him away from the static link. He does have a lot of base damage anyways, but generally speaking, it is a good pick. I think it just gives them a lot of mid-game power spikes that buys time for Yuma to become this massive PA that will eventually carry this game if it goes late enough. But I still think I just like no pings draft for biased reasons, I guess.
At least he admits it. What about you, Kips?
I do really enjoy the Hokori draft. I am a bit worried that this Razor doesn't win his lane hard enough before the BKB. He's going to get chain stunned and bursted, and then the mid game might get quite hard for Hokori. But otherwise, it looks pretty good. They have a ton of brawl, and I like that in an upstart team that's looking to upset a more dominant foe here.
Yep. Also, if I recall in D2 Hustlers, I actually recall a couple of good performances by Yuma and his PA. So I am actually kind of slaying, no bias whatsoever, boy. Unlike you, I'm completely neutral. I am siding slightly with Hokori here.
I just can't win this because I remember last DPC, every time I went against PA, it would crush games, and every time I would go against it, it would actually win. So there's nothing I can do. I'll just go with my Brazilian guys for this game one. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens, guys. And to cast this wonderful game, we have a pair of casters that we're happy to unveil. It's once again going to be Seek and Strike, but joining in this time is going to be Lacoste. Take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Avo. Shout out to Lacoste for joining us at the, I think, very late hours over from Europe where he's currently staying. But we're going to have a very, very exciting series here to keep you awake. It's going to be RDO, one of the better farmers in the South American region, heading up against Yuma's Phantom Assassin. What do you think about the core-to-core, generally speaking, as that's where the panel kind of left us off?
I mean, if we're talking about it, first of all, it's nice to be here, you know, just dive a bit deeper into South American scene, considering how much scene has grown over the years. It's just, you know, a good feeling, see how much it develops. But the core to core, this is kind of a double core against the Luna core. I want to see what Tiny's going to build in this game. It's a good Tiny game overall to start with, but you're playing into like PA and also Razor. Razor's just going to cripple you with the static link. You're going to be the target. Like eventually you're probably going to have a Pike, maybe, or someone will buy a 4-staff. Tiny can disrupt the combo, the static link with the toss. Other than that, looking at the both drafts, I'm kind of favoring No Pings draft because they have like ton of damage. They have ways to play extremely fast, ton of magical damage burst. I was expecting something else in the mid lane. The first thing that came to my mind, I'm talking a lot, I know, but I just have to say it, you know, Timbersaw looked really good because he like comes online relatively quickly, and all they got is pretty much magic damage early on until Luna and Tiny gets their items, and it would be like really good in the lane against Tiny.
Okay, I see that. I see where you're coming from on that. I see. What I was curious about was No Ping. To me, they've got some pretty strong side lanes, right? Sang King Morana eventually has got a lot of kill potential. Tiny, of course, his lane is a bit more difficult thanks to this last pick Razor. But the bottom lane, Luna and Wisp, it's just hard to beat a Wisp lane, especially paired with a Luna, one of the better IG carries.
I think Luna, in general, and right now in this patch, has like grown so much. It's very hard to beat. Like, she's strong laner. Io does a ton of damage with the Lunar Blessing. Io has been like nerfed. I feel like in last 3 years, this is the, I'd say, most balanced we've seen Io, but still feels very hard to beat. Right now, Hokori, they're starting with like a potential tri lane. They want to get a kill, but Theolikor, he scouted him out. I got confused for a second at Mirana. Looking at Mirana and Disruptor, I thought Disruptor was Mirana for some reason.
Yeah, you know what it is? I think it's that tail that's, I forget what the mount is from Mirana, what its name is, but yeah, it looks very similar to whatever Disruptor's mount is called as well. And already they're going to be looking to bully this Mirana. She did take arrow level 1. It was scouted, so they know that there's no leap. Looking for a quick early kill. They might actually have her here. One more auto attack needed. A little arrow there, and Misho will not be able to chase for that first blood. But lots of space here for Yuma in this first wave.
It's very aggressive lane on the top. They have Blightstone already on Phantom Assassin, plus a tag team and a dagger. That's a lot of slow arrow. Not available yet, unfortunately for them.
And they're going to look to turn right away. End up throwing the dagger towards Monster, though, just allowing Ilmisha to not take too much damage on the way back out. Yeah, but a very, very aggressive lane, especially kind of taking advantage of this period where the Mirana is going to be a little bit more vulnerable without the leap, where there's going to be no sandstorm. You know, you don't need to buy a ton of detection in this lane, but
yes,
now this lane does get a bit more harder.
It's going to be... I don't think this lane is playable anymore, considering how good No Pink played. Like, they pushed the wave in, now they got to level 2, so whoever gets caught, like, in general... I would say, in theory, Tusk works well because, of course, you have a tag team. Blink Strike gives you that attack speed, so that means more damage. It's not going to be easy. Like, he's still keeping a point in Snowball. Mirana's going to harass them quite a lot, and Sanking has a point in Caustic, so that means it's going to be just a free wave. Like, every single time they get close, they kill the creep wave. Mirana, there's also big pool available, so Mirana can do that. And we also missed the first blood, of course. Probably viewers didn't miss it because we have some dope observers, but I missed it.
Yeah, he did catch it. It was just the Disruptor kind of getting harassed. And that's actually something I was a little bit surprised by, because Avo suggested that they do try and take advantage of this tag team, you know, PA dagger lane.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, it is a double melee lane versus a Sand King,
exactly.
Right? It does allow him to go for this caustic finale, so...
Putting Disruptor on the top would be much better. Your bottom lane would be weaker, but you already fed the first blood, and that kind of momentum that you wanted to have with the Pangolier plus a Disruptor means a lot of harassment. Pango's doing a good job in terms of CSing. Like, it's very hard to CS against Luna plus Io, but still, he's level 3. He's going for a bottle, which I really like, which will allow him to spam the shield crash.
Yeah, just keep up all the... as much harass as he can. Mid lane is kind of breaking out to be this kind of, you know, I push the wave massively, you push the wave back, just messing with equilibrium as Tiny's actually going to rotate away and steal that first bounty rune.
He's also scouting that there is a stack already. They have good heroes to actually steal the stacks. Dio.
Ilmisha. Yeah, he's finally going to go down. Even the Hellbear Smasher helping out a little bit. Yuma had to tank that damage. A nice Blink Strike up to the high ground, and the neutrals aren't going to have enough damage there at 200 to zero him. So nice little bit of sparring there as it finally does pop off at the top lane.
Dio gets the last hit. We'll have enough to buy Urn of Shadows. Ideally, you would want to have that before the kill, but we'll buy it. So if they get another kill, that's extra approximately 200 damage. Mid lane, I don't think Tiny should die. Usually when Razor plays against a melee hero struggles. But Tiny can easily just toss or use Avalanche, run away from Static Link, decided to go for an earlier Boots of Speed, which is kind of a must. A bit worried for Hokori because they're losing both side lanes. Tiny's doing really well. I mean, he can't beat Razor, of course, but, you know, relatively well considering the situation that he's in.
Yeah. Yeah, the Tiny as well being off to a fast start. You know, like they said during the panel, lots of heroes that you can pretty easily 100 to 0, especially these cores. Razor usually depends a bit on his move speed and the fact that he can leech your damage, but Tiny with a fast blink from Shadows can kind of just 100 to 0 him, especially if there's going to be a Sand King to follow up with another stun and even Epicenter. So
that's
lots of magic burst.
Panel talked about. They said it's a good Tiny game. They have a lot of low HP heroes that can be bursted, especially PA. Like PA, if she doesn't do well in the lane, she's doing relatively okay, 25 CS, so not too bad, level 4.5 right now. Still, if she like dies once or twice, it's gonna delay her Battle Fury build. We'll see what she decides to go for. I assume it's gonna be that, but might change her mind because I see Power Treads, and usually you do not want to buy that if you want to go straight Battle Fury. Also, Orb of Corrosion. It's a very expensive item. Like it's almost 1,000 gold, 925 to be exact. I love to run the numbers.
I mean, yeah, it's a great item in the early game, right? Gives you that HP, the minus armor, the slow, very slot efficient, but yeah, it does come at a cost, of course, to your secondary items. As something actually, I know we've talked about the top lane a lot, but now as it's starting to kind of leave the laning stage, something I was surprised we didn't see get contested, and you brought it up immediately, was this hard camp, because we just saw Monster, I think, farm a triple stack of it for free. Mirana arrows it all the time. Like, that's just so much more money that No Ping is allowed to have.
You gotta block that. Like, you gotta either body block that before they get level 2. But they played so well. No Ping played it well. They pushed out the lane even without Caustic level 1. It was a Burrow Strike. I can understand the Hokori aggressive move on Mirana. You know that she's going to have that arrow. They try to kill her. She used the healing salve immediately, came back, and this is how you kind of lose the lane. Analog on top lane has a haste rune. Scouting things out, going for the courier. Haste still available.
That was the full power treads as well for the PA, killed in that courier, so missing a lot of stats. Almost got a second one for free. As he's thinking about going for this dive. Are you too afraid of a counter rotation from a Razor? Does a Razor TP stop a Tiny like this?
Definitely not, because you see haste, this is the best rune that he can get. And someone needs to be mid. Teolikor, very nice rotation on the mid lane. Arrow. There is no catapult wave. Like, Razor's going to try to push it in. Teo should be fine still. Using a healing salve, has that leap charge, knows exactly how far he can go, breaks the link. Easy peasy.
This is a top tower, though. There's no ping. They have not backed away from this push. Analog still holding on to this haste rune, so of course he still has kill threat. But most importantly, pretty good siege along with that wagon. They just don't have any way to really clear it, such like a very balanced Mirana who can just throw an arrow at it, for example. But yeah, that's the tier 1 tower already taken down within the first wagon wave.
Razor will need to make some kind of moves early on if he gets a good rune, but he needs to play the side lanes, either with the TP rotation or just walk, because it's going to be very hard to be in the game. Phantom Assassin, like, I can see that. He bought for power treads, wants to adjust his item build right now. Going for Maelstrom, needs something cheaper. Would not be able to get full Battle Fury power treads and Orb of Corrosion in time, which delays your timing. And their timing early on should be strong, considering you have a mid Razor, and Razor needs to make some space.
Yeah, he does. I'm just wondering, look, also, what lane does he look to gank? As I think there's going to be Analog just giving him a rundown, maybe trying to beat him to the regeneration rune, but he's not going to quite make it. Because top lane versus a Sand King, you know, he already naturally has, although it's only Burrow Struck level 2, some kind of way to break the link instantly and maybe even evade you. Bottom lane, Luna has got a Wisp, and mid, well, this Tiny lane hasn't, I think, quite panned out how he's wanted to. He's gotten farmed, but
it's very hard,
he just hasn't had the kill threat.
Yeah, it's very hard. Right now, they're sitting underneath the ward. KJ going straight for the mech. We had the discussion on the EU panel the other day about like just mech or the Holy Locket. Holy Locket sounds nice, but mech, if you hit that big timing on the mech, it's much, much better. El Misho going for some kind of a play. We'll get Ogre. Easy 17. He got it.
Easy.
That means...
yeah, that's a good point, right? Because the mecha gives you all that burst healing super early on. I think, obviously, the Locket's going to scale a lot better late game, but when everyone's raw HP is so low in the early game and you have what is a 400 heal, I think, with Tether, that's like almost half a hero's HP pool instantly restored. I think it's too much value to pass up.
And I like what No Ping is doing right now. They were stacking the camps in the triangle, so the smaller camps, aka big camps, not ancient camps, it gets taken by Tiny, which they need. They need this Blink Dagger on Tiny to be aggressive while Luna can still be in the triangle, farm the Ancients, and join the fight. Like, Luna, even without a point in Eclipse, can still do so much, considering how much damage Lunar Blessing is. It's plus 25 damage on everyone.
Just paired with a Wisp, but right now, there's going to be the Shards and the Kinetic Field stopping Analog. He's going to get the reload out immediately, however. And Teolikor leaping in will secure that kill with the Star Storm, pardon me. Great reload out. King Jungle's just always in position as that ward's going to be taken down immediately. But Hokori, they're looking to force the issue mid lane here. They're closing in on that Blink Dagger towards the time. They don't
Another haste. Can he get it? Yes, he can.
No, it's denied. Just barely out of reach for him. Vitali, he's going to end up falling there just to the damage that they have. Analog now is taking quite a bit of hurt from the static link, but they don't have the vision. Pardon me. The Dust now is going to scout out the Tiny. Another plasma play. Down he goes. King Jungles, he's not going to have the damage. RDO, he's rotating through. He's got level 3 Lucent Beam, but most importantly, Teolikor having put down that Urn Charge onto the Razor. The Soul Release ticking him down. Strength Treads trying to keep him alive. Oh no, he kills his Courier. Mr. Jeans! Oh, the Courier is too loyal. It ends up dying underneath the tier 2 tower, and a very costly dive out from Hokkori.
I'm a bit surprised they decided to make that move. Like, if Luna is keeping 1 point in Eclipse, like, you can just deal so much damage, considering that he also put 3 points in the beam. What a ball, but Tiny, man, he's a giga, chat. I like what he did. It wasn't, the smartest move, but he sees like, yo, I know I'll try to burst Razor. Razor also has like some serious amount of HP considering the build that he went for. Like he's sitting at 1600 with the strength power treads, tries to burst him, but your combo is not the strongest one. In this particular scenario, you want to max out your combo, leave the tree grab at level 1 because your job is not to carry the game. You could transition into a carry role, but Luna is gonna do the heavy lifting. Right
yeah,
now,
exactly. That's like super basic SA Dota. Like 4 heroes itemized to fight, and then you have a card carry like RDO who just farms the map and eventually just runs everyone down with his net worth.
Mirana almost has a full spirit vessel. 8 minutes in. God, I hate this cosmetic on Moonlight Shadow. Like, why they're turning? Like, it looks so ugly. I don't know. For some reason, I think like my game is broken whenever she uses ulti.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like whenever you're playing Wisp and buy an E-Blade, and then Wisp just kind of disappears whenever you're in ethereal form, right?
Yeah.
It looks very similar. And speaking of someone who's almost like a ghost this game, because I'm just not really feeling the impact, it's Vitali on this offlane Pangolier. Just hasn't really been able to make any moves. I don't think we've even seen a rolling thunder yet.
Non-existent, exactly.
Yeah.
I think in games where like you feel your safe lane didn't do too well, mid lane's doing okay in terms of like net worth, the CS, but you need to feel like the both supports are also not doing a very good, so you need to be a bit more active. He has 3 points in Swashbuckle, 4 points in Shield Crash, which is pretty standard. Might put 1 in the Lucky Shot, but where's that Rolling Thunder? You also got to be careful with how you use the Rolling Thunder and the Ice Shards, because it can mess it up.
Yeah, it's a good point. There's some potential crazy synergy or anti-synergy between the two abilities.
Oh man, lobby some anti-synergy in Dota.
Yeah, yesterday we had a Slark and Faceless Void tag team together, as there's going to be the Blink reveal out from Analog. He's going to pick up the kill onto Gardic. That's the secondary support, right, that we haven't quite mentioned too much. He's been doing a good job dewarding, has the point now in the static field, or the static storm, pardon me. However, Disruptor, quite famously, is one of those supports that you generally don't want to be playing when you're starting to fall behind like this. It's already a 5k net worth lead. Usually you end up glimpsing back enemy heroes, and they just kind of kill you.
Yeah, they need one good fight. You need to use combo. Tiny once again going in. Pango a bit too tanky with the Raindrop and Orb of Corrosion. Full magic wand can't really take him down. I'd say, no ping, they're in full control of this game. The longer Hokori waits, it's just gonna get uglier for them.
Yeah, definitely. And even El Misho here has not really decided what to itemize into. For a Tusk, I would have thought, Lacoste, that this was going to be a Vessel game for him, given that there's a Wisp, going to be keeping everyone alive. You've got a very tanky Tiny. Is there anything else he could be looking to purchase? Perhaps just a straight-up Blink Dagger?
I think it's just either a Glimmer Cape to, like, be able to survive for yourself. It's some extra magic resistance, or you can, cast it on your allies. But yeah, the Spirit Vessel, like, no one's buying it. That means the heal coming out from IO still gonna go full. Maybe, I don't know, maybe if they picked I think this one comes down to a draft, because it's very hard to play. They got stomped in the lanes. They really don't have that much comeback potential. And what's important is that they shut down Phantom Assassin. Like, Maelstrom is done. She's sitting at half HP, so they need to be very careful. And this is the big timing for No Ping. They're gonna strike on a mid lane. They're ready to fight. Like, Luna, 4 points in Beam, and also Eclipse. So you got to be very careful. Mech on IO, Sanking has a Blink Dagger, so double initiation. Ooh, pause.
A little pause. Welcome to SA. I'm surprised we didn't get the pause straight out from the fountain, but there's going to be a DC out from Vitali. And to add on to what kind of makes this scary for me, Lacoste, is you take a look at the item timings that are upcoming for both teams. RDO is about to have a BKB, so he can get relocated pretty deep into these fights and not really have too much to worry about, especially with, the double blink initiation with that burst magic like you're talking about. Razor is still not even that close to his home BKB in the mid lane. He went for this Falcon Blade as a transition item, and has not really been fighting too much with the extra stats it gives them. They just haven't really found the opportunity. Now the fight's coming to them, and it just doesn't feel like they're ready.
I don't think they can take this fight. Like, they take this fight, they lose a tier 1 tower, they lose vision in their triangle, because this is what you're looking for. Like, look how hard they're holding onto triangle right now. 2 sentry wards, 1 observer, and you know once that tier 1 tower falls, you can easily invade the jungle and go for more kills. Right? I don't know who's gonna die on no ping. You have Sanking sitting at 1600 HP with possibly mech tether heal coming out from Io, and as you mentioned, Seek, BKB about to be done, 200 gold away on Luna. They don't have enough burst damage. Like, there's not enough stuns.
Oh.
Faking
Tusk was
Epi.
scouted. Yeah, they don't even need the Epi for him. Ice shards are placed down, but with that little bit of damage taking him down, they got him with the urn alone.
What they can do is also go inside the pit. They have more than enough damage with Luna. They could force a fight. I like what Luna has in her quick buy. This is the build that I love to see. Just 4 Ogre Axes.
Unbelievable strength, you know. How can you beat it?
What could you do
Strong.
possibly with 4 Ogre Axes that you already don't have? Like, you can finish the BKB, you can get SNY.
You can get this is just a Sange. You can get SNY, you can get Halberd, and you can get an Axe.
And the Echo
Not the
Saber
finishing
that doesn't work, yeah.
And the Echo Saber, absolutely. Passive Echo Saber. It's great for the stats. Absolutely. You can build 5 more Dragon Lances. I wonder, I mean, right now he's actually still... Okay, so he's going to repurchase, right, the Dragon Lance. I always forget about this one. You disassemble the Lance, and then you get another one, just to have that BKB online a bit earlier. But yes, I wonder, actually, if we're going to get to see these other Ogre Axes.
Definitely not.
You just shattered my dreams, Lacoste. But I think actually something that I wanted to say was I think the Roche play might be a little bit of a bait, because if there's one thing Hokori can actually do pretty well, it's fight around kind of an enclosed area like that. You know, you're going to be giving Rolling Thunder a really good opportunity to be used. Static Storm could be very lethal there. Razor in an AoE with Eye of the Storm and no creeps is a lot of damage. So maybe it looks like No Ping are just going to look to secure a little bit more of the map, get up some wards, and then maybe look for Roche. But yeah, it seems like that would be Hokori's kind of only way back into this game is some kind of Miracle Roche fight.
This Pango needs to land like multiple stuns inside the Roche pit. They already lost the outpost. They don't have a tier 1 tower to TP on the mid lane. They can play the bottom part of the map. Problem is, there's still a tower. They did not manage to kill a single tower in this game. And I'd say it's pretty safe for No Ping to go inside the pit. Which
They're
they
gonna
do.
start it up now. I will say though, BKBs for Hokori, they seem decently strong in this early game. Like you were saying, that there's plenty of burst magic early, which makes the PA's game a bit scary. But now that Razor has BKB ready to go, I don't think he's gonna quite die as quickly as he has been to Luna. Right clicks basically alone in these fights. They're going to smoke up and go for it, though. Kind of sensing that they're about to miss the opportunity, but that's not how you want to start it off. He gets off the BKB, at least, before the arrow can hit. Ardio's going to fight through this one. Walrus Punch interrupting, and he does get a link off, so there's not a lot of damage for Ardio anymore. Mr. Gene still alive, fighting through it. Does not get to last much longer, as it looks like they're going to be able to clean up here, chasing after the Pango up to the high ground, and even getting the full team wipe. That didn't go like how they thought it would.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny just goes in, gets Razor to half HP. Razor forced to use a BKB, uses a static link, but it's still not enough damage. And Sanking with the nice 2-man epic into Burrow Strike just kind of sealed the deal for that fight. No one dies on side of No Ping. Kind of expected in this situation, considering they were like 6k gold ahead before the fight even started.
Yeah, indeed. As I had disconnected a little bit in that last team fight, but luckily we've got the program feed to cast off. Yeah, tough fight for them. Now at top 10k. Aegis on the Luna. BKB still incredibly effective at keeping them alive, and well, especially with the Wisp and Lunar Blessing, you know, Lacoste, what stops them from kind of just deathballing and ending the game in the next 5 minutes?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer. Like, I like to stay positive, but they don't rely on any cooldowns. So another good stun.
What a stun. Yeah, that Burrow Strike, a thing of beauty. So much damage being done, and Misho's still alive, and a pretty good Rolling Thunder, all things considered. But again, there's just no damage here. They did at least force the BKB charge, but they're going to lose their positions 3, 4, and 5. Yuma and Mr. Jeans just unable to dish out enough damage in these team fights.
Hokori,
They might
he's
even
being
get
scouted. Arrow.
Ooh, just off the mark. That was a close one, though.
This is the like Luna lineup, the classic Luna lineup for you, where they go. It's pretty standard, everything done by the books, I would say. For No Ping, they didn't make too many mistakes. Only 2 kills on the board for Hokori, which kind of says how this game was played out so far.
Oh, and they're even just going to casually walk up to Yuma, find a stun. Epicenter is going to be utilized, and they're going to pick up 2 more kills. Yeah, this one is just, you know, normally when you have the Tusk, it snowballs one way, but it's very much snowballing the other.
Yeah, exactly. If this was a pub game, someone would type already end or buy a Shadow Amulet, because this game really is over.
Yeah, this one is basically all but over. There's Analog. Again, he's able to be just as aggressive as he wants. Unfortunately, tosses back a range troop. He's going to be glimpsed, but again, this is what I mean when Disruptor's not too good when you're playing from this far behind. Plenty of damage actually on Analog. There's a full Crimson Guard keeping him alive, however, and the mech heal, so almost fully healed. And they're going to be able to just escort him off of the high ground.
And look at this ugly effect on Marana ulti. Again. Yeah, Tiny, you know, he has ability, 3 throw, kind of try to throw the game going inside the tier 4 towers, but they're too farmed at this point.
Yeah, that's kind of the a specialty. We saw that yesterday as well for Thunder Predator, I want to say. They kind of know how far they can afford to dive in each game, how many tier 4 tower shots they can take before they seriously end up throwing the game. But yeah, again, they're just too far up at this stage. 18-2. I don't think we're going to be able to get any magic numbers here, unfortunately. That Twitch chat always looks forward to.
We could. I'd be down, you know. We could still get like 14 kills on side of No Ping without anyone dying. I could see that happening.
I could see that. I could see that as well, especially with Aegis, right? I mean, and the Wisp to keep everyone alive. Even this Crimson Guard.
Crimson Guard,
carrying this.
They're going to heal them. Phantom Assassin will not deal any damage. Same goes for Razor. Like, this is a really good pickup for Sanking. The item got buffed. Still very costly item, but can work in certain situations. Analog trying to throw.
Nope. Can't find him. Glimpse back yet again. This time, though, oh, they're immediately able to jump onto the Pangolier. Nice jump from Monster. That'll nuke down the Pango, already an endangered species, now extinct. How many deaths he's been taking this game? 0, 4, and 0. Oof, really tough game to be a Pango.
Really is. I mean, he needed to be a bit more active early on, I would say. Rolling Thunder just doesn't do that much, especially when Wisp picked up, what, like 9-10 minute mech.
Yeah, they just heal through it. And Luna, you know, really just unmitigated pushing in your base. At least it's not Shadow Demon Luna of the TI6 era, but it's still pretty darn fast.
Gotta stay positive. No Shadow Demon Luna. Yep. No one has Deso on the team, so the buildings will not die as fast as we expect them. But once that tier 3 tower falls, the bouncy starts between the barracks and the other buildings. How creative are we? Like, this is called barracks, this is called a tower, and then you have building. I mean, we could have called it something.
Well, it's better than when they were called shrines, you know? Let's not encourage Valve to bring all the base shrines back, because that was...
I actually don't know how it was that possible to have 5 shrines in the... Like, it was impossible to siege the high ground. This was one of the dumbest things we had in Dota 2. Period. Dota, like Dota 1 and Dota 2. Because I remember, you know, I'm old school. I remember a lot of stuff from Dota 1 days. I don't think anyone had so much impact on the game.
All right, well, here it goes. Last fight breaking out. They at least missed the Burrow Strike. Decent control now onto the Luna. RDO pops the BKB. They forced away the Wisp, but he's going to be running right back on in. They actually get RDO down, and they defend the last barrack standing. Analog's just going to try and TP his way out of this one, but they do have a glimpse ready for him.
But the big Burrow Strike from behind
catches 3, 4 dying almost immediately. Oh, and GG is called there. Mr. Jeans will throw in the towel. It was... you know, one last team fight for the boys, as they call it, Lacoste. They at least take down RDO once, and they call the game.
Yeah, that's what they came, you know, in the last fight for. They wanted to get 1 kill, manage to kill RDO, but pretty much, you know, a stomp, 25-3 in the end. No Ping. In terms of picking, in terms of, like, lane, in terms of, like, the way they move around the map, the objective taking, they're really on point.
Yeah, it all looked super clean for them, basically from the laning stage. We focused a lot on that top lane, talking about how Hokori could have done just a couple things different, particularly blocking that camp. I want to say would have slowed down the Sand King's game and maybe enabled PA to get a couple of items or two. But, it's hard to really kind of talk more in depth about, the mid game when we really only had about 7 minutes of mid game. Yeah. Okay, and I think, however, luckily, Lacoste, for us, it's not going to be our job to try and break down the mid-game because we have a lovely panel hosted by Avo who's going to try and break down this game a little bit more. Over to you guys, Avo.
Good luck, guys.
Sorry, I'm a liar. We're going to be throwing to a break instead. Sorry to debate you, chat. We are going to be going to a break, and then when we come back, we're going to have Avo and the panel try and break down the game number 1 just a little bit more. We'll catch you guys then.
Hello, guys, and welcome to the DPC. Yeah, of course, the DPC, to the Winter Tour, to the SA Winter Tour. We're here with the Division I games of SA. Always excited to watch these games, and unfortunately for me, rather, really happy for Bowie, really happy for Kips. Hokori got stopped, and let's be honest, it's easy, or we could say it was a draft issue. There were some issues there, but Noping just looked like the better team by a long shot. I mean, from their rotations to their playstyle, Noping is just looking really good. They even exceeded my expectations, so I thought they were going to look pretty good. So that's good on one hand, but they kind of crushed Hokori in that game.
Like, I mean, I think this is something I wanted to talk about eventually, but I guess I'll say it. Like, when TI ended, and I'm a very big friend with Noping's coach, which used to be SG's coach, he actually spent 7 weeks of his time, like, literally looking SCA, CIS, Europe for players. And obviously it's very hard to bring known players to SA. But what he actually focused way more than skill is actually mentality. So when I watch Monster play, and he is, the player that didn't come from SA as Noping, I cast like 7 games of his this week. And this guy is insane. Like, I don't know why he was not, maybe he actually never got into the right team. But seeing this guy play, he never loses his lanes. He always rotates perfectly. He's fearless. He has a wide hero pool. We were talking about analog a lot, but I think this guy is one of the things that make this team what it is right now.
Okay. That's high praise, dude. I mean, I think in that game we saw a glimpse of it. But to be honest, to me, it seemed like almost every position of Noping was just better than every position of Hokori, really. Like Richie Seek and Strike and Lacoste were pointing out a couple of the things in the laning stage I thought was very clear. They went for the touch lane, which I was very happy with, but I didn't think they played it that well. I didn't see them abusing the Sanking at all, despite his weak level 1. Yeah, it was not the best performance.
Yeah, like, I think the biggest problem that I saw, I'm not sure if Kips agrees with me, is that you go for this PA knowing you're going to be against the Sand King Mirana, right? Because it was their 4th pick of the second phase. And, like, there's usually 3 ways I see people dealing with a lane like that. You either go for a carry like Spectre or something that's very bulky. You go for a safe hero like Oracle or Abaddon. Or you get this fat support 5 that can tank the arrows and just, like, trade really well. So the resources are not used on the carry. But, they didn't try to use the Tusk as the Ogre, in my analogy. And they went PA, so I think they kind of underestimated that lane. And I think they got heavily punished.
Yeah, I would agree. What do you think,
Very much
Kips,
agreed.
of this opener? I was going to say. They repeat the IO Luna. Did you like it last game? I mean, it looked really good last game, so...
Yeah, and it's very hard to stop this duo off in the lane in general. I think we saw the demonstration of that in the previous game. And what I think that we see Hokori do here now is at the very least make sure that for these mid-game fights they can properly peel the IO off the Luna. The heroes that had to do that the previous game, the Tusk and the Pangolier, are both not in a position where they could focus down that IO whatsoever. And besides, they don't really offer that much burst damage. This time they have a lot of reach, this time they have a lot of magical burst damage, and they'll actually be able to peel that IO off the Luna and make sure that they can kill her last in these team fights, because that's what we saw in the previous game, where the Luna has an early BKB, same time as the Razor. He goes and stands there, he links somebody, and then he's like, well, this is over as soon as my BKB is over, huh? The IO needs to die in that time frame. So they're making sure that they can do that this time.
Yeah, I want to see how Hokori focus a little bit more on the lanes, because the casters talked about and we talked about, I don't feel like Hokori had a mid game, even though that was the focus of their draft last time. And yeah, I think that heavily comes from the fact that they just got stomped in lane. So let's go very comfortable, and also let's not try things that are super unstable like PA is. I think that hero, you have to be very confident in the lane to go PA, and that was definitely not an easy PA lane in my opinion.
I think it showed. The much earlier concentration as well, Mr. Jeans, right? Last time they gave him last pick, it was okay. I don't think it had the impact. Like, you talked to Kips that the Razor had to kind of take over the game, right? And it didn't do badly, but it didn't really take over the game as we expected.
No, definitely not. And I think that Tiny got away with way more than he was supposed to as well.
Yep. So this time, they're instead putting Hokori's mid laner much earlier. Yeah, 4th pick, so you're still protecting him, still fine. But that way, you actually get to reveal your carry a bit later and might even get a good lane against off lane and against the carry, if you're lucky. Like a good core to core and a good lane against the off lane. More concentration on Yuma instead.
5 seconds remaining.
So, actually, like Avo, you definitely know these players a little bit more than I do. I remember in the past Mariano playing a lot of offlane Void Spirit. Do you think that's something Vitaly also does? Because this Void Spirit is quite early, and it's not unusual to go for a core when you do not like your mid when you don't have overall aspect. But
That's
it
true.
seems very hasty, in my opinion.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
there's a reasoning. That's interesting. So Hokori is actually one of the few teams that was running consistently offlane Alchemist, to be honest. With usually they run it with Bristleback mid or something like that. So there are options for Alp, right? Like this is not just it seems very obvious there's gonna be a carry Alp, but like either or, weird, weird that you'd pick this.
This
Doesn't
is-
seem like the most common pick.
This is super weird because, this hero is very, very, very forgotten. So whether this is going to be offlane mid or carrier support, I guess it's very likely to be a core because we do see the Ogre and the Weaver. But I'm not confident. This kind of screams, just give me my favorite carry, It doesn't scream a strategy or something more complex.
You can transition the Alk into physical burst though, right? If you go for an armored build-up and then you move into a fast blink dagger, something like that. I think we've even seen medallions and that kind of stuff in the past. You can definitely deliver targeted mid-game burst and a lot of minus armor from your acid spray if you want to go that way. We don't see alchemists do this very often, but it is an option.
It is, and I guess they do have the Weaver, so I guess that lane has a lot of minus armor when you combine the bugs with the acid spray. It's just very unique and not common at all in this meta. So I wonder if they're onto something that's like incredible and will explode, or if it's gonna be underwhelming. But it's definitely something different. It is a tanky boy, so maybe if they were afraid of, I guess the tanking run lane was not possible. But I want to see what happens. I'm very confused. I'm still not digesting this alchemist pick.
So Noping is thinking the same things I was, which is offlane Alk plus carry that takes advantage of Ags, right? Which is why they banned the Gyro. The two carries that usually get paired with the Alk in this logic are Gyro and the Monkey King. Of the two carries we've seen like highest value in this regard. There are a couple other options, but those are the ones that benefit the most. Bristleback is my personal favorite, to be honest. But usually they play it mid.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and they do have the Void Spirit already, which is another classic combination with the Alchemist, but one that I've often see fall pretty flat because it puts so much pressure over on that Void Spirit.
What?
And now, well,
Is that one of the carries that you were expecting, Avo?
Okay. I mean, look, they banned the two carries I was expecting, right? So maybe that.
True.
I mean, the AM. Have you guys seen the new Ags build that people are building on the AM these days?
I have.
I haven't. Educate me.
So you want to? I can just say it's the idea is that you like play much more of a split pusher and actually like almost like the Luna back with like Luna Shadow Demon, where you like just throw the illusions at towers, and you are just a nuisance all over the map rather than like the anti-mage that farms all over the map. It's possible, honestly, this game. Kind
I
of.
just don't see how they avoid the exact same fate as they had the previous game, where
Yes.
RDO and King Jungles just run at their towers and they run around like chickens. Like, are you going to do damage? Are you going to do damage? No, we're all dying already.
Yeah, like when I remember what I remember from the first game is you have this Luna Io that is like this massive force that has a super early power spike, and instead of trying to crush that, you go Pangolier, which is not a strong laner. And I also felt like the Pangolier didn't play high tempo. Then you actually put an Elk, which can be even slower and lower impact until you have an Egg. So I'm actually more scared for Hokkori than I was in game one. I don't know. I'm going Noping all the way.
Kips.
Yeah, same kind of idea. We were talking about shoring up that lane, and instead it feels weaker than before. They have some tools to chase after the IO, especially if they get to actually empower that Void Spirit, but ultimately I don't see them getting to those items.
Well, I usually don't side with people, but I side with you guys. I really don't want to. I want to see Hokori's draft work, but it's a tall order. We'll see, because they've done this a lot of times before, and it is their bread and butter. Let's see if it works out. But to cast this wonderful encounter, we have two great casters. It's going to be Seek and Strike and Lacoste.
Thank you, Avo. Oof. It sounded more, like they were, the bedside manner of the panel, right, was really put to the test there as they were kind of describing Hokori's hopes here, Lacoste. Are you a little bit more optimistic about this Link Shard AM, or are you kind of in their camp as well?
I mean, if they can drag the game, but at least they have a hero that can move around more freely from the mid lane, and that's Void Spirit compared to Razor. Like, you have 2 Astral Step charges, the Simulate, you can be a bit more active, but then again, you have Alchemist and Anti-Mage. That's a big question mark for me. Like, I would prefer if it was something else. Panel discussed about, like, which heroes are good with the offlane Alchemist, something that we didn't see too often recently, like even during TI. Maybe someone played it rings a bell, but I don't remember it being good. So, yeah, Gyro was banned out, Bristleback was banned out. I just wanted them to get something that, has a bit more impact early on. That is not like, I'm going to farm a Battle Fury, I'm going to farm my Manta style. You need to hit your timings. And Luna against AM, like, Luna just takes your tower, your map shrinks. There's catch is also okay. Like, you have Rubik with the instant lift, the Centaur with the stun, Storm Spirit with the zip. Yeah, it's just... I think it's going to be a rough one once again for them. But the good thing they got going is they have 2 heroes with the big bellies. We have Ogre and we have Alchemist. So I'm looking forward to it.
The 2 Ogres, actually, right?
Yeah.
I guess 3 if you count Ogre as 2. Ogre Magi as 2, I suppose.
Nah, it's 1 body, 2 heads. Like, that's why he's so smart.
It's true. Yeah, everyone knows, Ogre Magi definitely renowned for that 15 base int and 2.5 game per level, despite being an int hero. Very, very smart. I mean, who knows? I could foresee possibly a game where, this Alkaline, it kind of has its strengths. The minus armor into all that sustain perhaps might be able to snipe a kill or get a little bit of a better start than they were last time. You gift that Ags over to AM, and he's able to actually join these fights. This Blink Fragment Ags is a lot more powerful. Super, super annoying. It gives this team a lot more poke and prod, which they definitely lack. Void Spirit, he's kind of an all-in or not hero. AM also kind of all-in or not, and the Ags allows you to play a little bit of a different game. Whether or not he'll farm at Lacoste, that's that's going to be the true test here for Hokori.
Okay, so, like, I see what he has in Quick Buy. It's Vanguard, so he does not want to go for farming build. We'll still need some kind of mana sustain, because you're gonna run out of mana. You can't be blinking between the camps. Not sure how he's gonna get the mana. I don't mind, like, usually when he was paired up with Magnus, you would go for either Mask of Madness or Echo Saber. Echo Saber gives you a bit more tankiness. It gives you that mana region that you need to jump in between the camps. This time around, if he decides to go just for this, you don't have enough mana. Like, this is just straight up bad.
You know what I'd like to see? And I'm going to invoke a name that probably is going to cause a lot of viewers to shudder, and maybe even you. But Slasher's Way actually did an offlane AM. And the build was it was Vanguard first, and then Treads, and then Echo Saber. And I actually think that would solve the mana issues, allow you to fight super early. I would have preferred to see that other than
I'm fine.
Yasha
It's a slow double mana burn, and you get tanky just by having early power Treads plus that Echo Saber. And I guess the whole plan is to get this Anti-Mage online as quickly as possible with the Alchemist, giving him free Ags. One thing that Hokori has, which they didn't have in the previous one, is a Spirit Vessel carrier. And on Weaver, you want to buy it as fast as possible.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. And I actually think, because it was a 7th pick Alchemist, as I recall, they had the 1-2 in the second phase. Or the 2-3 in the second phase, I suppose, more accurately. I think at that stage that they saw both supports, right? They saw it was a Rubik and Wisp port, neither of which really like building an Urn. No cores in the game other than like a Necro, really like building Urn or Vessel. So, you know, there's room to grow for this Alchemist if it does get into the late game, right? He's not super heavily countered, and I think that's another small plus point about this draft for Hokori. Is so far not so bad, really. AM is struggling a bit in this lane. It wasn't the slaughter like you or I suspected it might have been, last pick to counter the AM, but the Centaur is not much of a nicer pick, is he?
No, he still puts a lot of pressure. One of the reasons why they decided to ban out Legion Commander, because there are a couple of heroes, 3 in my book, that do well against AM in the lane, because you need some kind of ability to fight AM, and that's like Legion Commander with the passive. Like Slaughter is the best one in my opinion. Centaur can work. I remember Seb playing the offlane Monkey King against the same matchup. Mid lane, it's just Void Spirit things, tends to play a bit aggressive under the tower, nothing happens, fake hype.
Yeah, top lane though is where the action's going down, and in fact it's going to be 1-for-1 trade. First blood in favor of King Jungle's first, however, as Vitali will be able to trade away the Wisp, secondly. And that's real unfortunate, right? Because you want to get this earn up ASAP. That first blood bonus could have gone a long way.
Oh, for sure. Like, sometimes it's all it takes for someone to snowball, and now Wisp comes back to the lane. Elmisho, like, it's a 1-1-1 build, so there's a ton of kill potential from Weaver and the minus armor that we talked about, the stacking, the acid spray. Like, it's super strong. It's -5 plus the swarm. It just continues to add up. What Hokori wants to do, possibly make some stacks, not necessarily for AM, because he's not gonna go for the Battle Fury build, but possibly for Alchemist, and they have really good heroes to take the stacks away from. Like Storm Spirit loves to be active early on, just Centaur parking himself with an earlier Vanguard. Like, what are you gonna do about it? So they need to be careful.
Here's the minus armor top on the RDO. My goodness, it chews through him. They do clear the Swarm Beetle off of him, and now look to turn and fight. But yeah, we saw that the RDO was full HP when they started that engagement, and they managed to get him down to just about 200. The drawback to this lane that I'm seeing, by the way, is whenever they end up throwing Acid Swarm and even sometimes the regular Swarm, sorry, Acid Spray and the Swarm.
Oh, you combine two abilities. I love it.
Yeah, Acid Swarm, whenever they throw down Acid Swarm, it does make it really easy for them, especially with Lunar Blessing, to just deny the range creep. So they haven't really gotten too many of those. King Jungles, this is like the 4th creep I've now seen him deny, so lots of denies in this top lane in favor of no ping. It's going to go a long way towards kind of neutralizing the start of this Alch.
Hokori off to a good start. I think they adjusted a bit of the issues that they had in the previous game, where they have a Spirit Vessel carrier. They're not so weak in the lane. Bog's gonna die immediately, and they also have an active mid laner who just hit level 6. Could potentially rotate to the top lane with it. Let's see if he decides to do so. Yeah, there we go. Like level 6 bounty. This could be a big kill. Like Storm Spirit also has TP available, so if they are close to tower, he might also need to rotate. If he sees the Void Spirit, might decide to just go for it.
They just saw him now. They caught a glimpse of him, but a good split there. King Jungles is going to kite him around and use the tether to avoid a possible gank. Well played.
Nicely done. Meanwhile, Storm Spirit in the mid lane, getting some extra advantage. 43 CS sitting at the top, pretty much having a good time. Soul Ring is also back in action for Storm Spirits. A bit more tankiness, a bit more mana to work with.
Yeah, kind of. It's a weird meta for Storm, right? For a while, the pub meta was just like stacking refreshers on him for mana regeneration, because I think that was the highest mana regen item in the game. Because you don't actually want to build too many mana items on this guy anymore with the percentage-based changes to Ball Lightning. You just run out too quick. So just items that give you mana regen or burst mana, like the Soul Ring, is actually the name of the game for him. So I think that's why Soul Ring especially has come into effect for him. I'm hoping that there's some Storm changes, though, because it feels weird that like you're not incentivized to get a big mana pool with this guy and zip across the map.
We'll see what he decides to go for this one. I like Orchid, just to have that silence against AM easily to kill Weaver. Big zip.
There he goes. Yeah, it's good damage as well onto the AM. He gets off the counter spell. Does not have a blink for 6 more seconds, though, Lacoste, so they can continue diving a little bit. They're going to go ahead and temper themselves,
They could have gone in with the Centaur. If he pops the Mango, 100 mana plus 3 stick charges would have enough for Stampede, actually. And there we go. They're going to use it to run away. Bug needs to die. Now, ooh, actually dies.
A little bit too much damage over time. Kill as well going to exactly who they wanted to. Misho, he actually is going to be able to fill the first 2 charges in his urn with that kill, as he did get in range thanks to the move speed from Sakuchi. And he's going to not only scout the stacks here in the hard camp, but also block the Ancients from stacking any further.
It should get rewarded. Places observer ward behind the towers. That's a good one. Let's see if Rubik. Okay, gonna immediately get rewarded. It was a good attempt. So gotta give him credit. 4 out of 10.
And you know, I'm going to be the judge that goes a little bit higher, only because I like the play he made with the vision. He actually applied the urn charge, which didn't allow Analog to sip up thanks to the Bottle Crow. And actually, they are not going to be able to dive him. There's a good rotation from King Jungle, so Misha will be forced back. But that's both urn charges now used. So and actually, Mr. G's in some trouble. Yeah, he's only got Dissemblate ready and puts on a good Aether Remnant to prevent himself from dying.
But Elisha gets the kill on Tio.
Yeah, that's pretty big. More charges for the urn now. As Analog is out of mana, has King Jungles here for some sustain. Soul Ring even used by Analog. Does kind of put him within a killing threshold, but it's a bit of a bait with a Wisp next to him.
Hokori doing a very good job this game, just invading the triangle, putting out a bit more pressure on the map and taking away pressure from the Alchemist. Like, this is exactly what they need to do. Both side lanes are actually kind of free. AM, bottom.
Yeah, great gank. Monster, he was a little bit too confident there. Yuma ended up burning his mana completely. Hit him with a Mana Void, but it's a Centaur, so he didn't really take all that much damage from it.
Not the smartest guy. That
Yeah.
Centaur, a lot of strength, but forgot to put any in the intelligence department. Top lane, very hard for them to just kill on the top lane if Hokori doesn't feel like they want to take a fight. They run away. Luna is level 6, still keeping a point in case like they decide to dive underneath the tower, so Eclipse will be used. But other than that, like Alchemist is having a really good time, going straight into Aghanim Scepter. Like first,
wasting no time.
Yeah, apologies. First Aghanim Scepter needs to go for the Void Spirit. AM panel talked about how it's really good on AM as well, but you need to give him like the second one. Your Void Spirit will be the one. But considering the items that AM is going, they might, you know, shift things around now that I'm thinking about it. I would still prefer if it's Void Spirit, because jumping the backlines, having that instant silence against the Storm Spirit could make a lot of a difference.
That's a good point. I also kind of figured it was going to be going to the AM, only because that does enable him to show up in fights, right? And if you don't...
Yeah, he's still super fight ready with this kind of a build. Like, just by having a Vanguard, he's very hard to kill. They have serious lack of damage at the moment to kill AM with the full Vanguard.
Well, they're going to bring 4 heroes on over to try and deal with that lack of damage. They will be scouted, however, by Gardic, who scouts the Storm. Yuma has Blink and a level 2 counterspell ready to go, as they're going to go for the easier kill first, and that's definitely the Ogre. Ogre number 1 will fall.
Always take out the smartest one out of the equation.
Of course. Ogre number 2 is still farming away, though. He clears the wave top, as Monster's going to be doing just Centaur things and tanking the tower. But he's going to TP down bottom, where they're going to look to fight it. Misho's here as well. They're going to look for the Wisp, remove the healing first, as the Stampede going to try and get him out of a tough situation. Unfortunately for the Wisp, they have locked down for him. They got damage, and a nice kill there will repel that tier 1 tower push.
Meanwhile, on the top lane, Ogre just doing Ogre things, position 5, trying to solo kill a Centaur with the Vanguard. Well, Centaur might overextend it here.
Yeah.
No boots on him, trying to kill the tower. They will also use the Glyph, can they get the deny? What a nice play from Hokori here.
Yeah, really well done. Was a bit shocked to see how much pressure that they wanted to put on that top tier 1 tower, especially because with the mid tier 1 still relatively healthy, it's hard to still invade the triangle. Normally that's the second tower you want to take if you're looking to make aggressive plays and prevent enemies from just, you know, accelerating farm and triangle, but seeing the top tier 1 tower go down first is very surprising.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you don't expect this tower to fall. It got denied, some extra gold for Hokori. Centaur has a lot of damage return. He found the perfect item with the Chip West. Maybe they say, you know, it's enough. Kind of hard to kill that guy, but AM will continue farming. He also has one way to increase his farming, that's Bloodlust, something that we usually don't see on Ogres these days, but I guess because he's playing with AM, he just said, you know, screw it, I'll put 1 point in it to actually look like I'm doing something.
Yeah, I'm a support, guys, I promise.
Ignite's
You
too
got chip vests?
powerful. If you ignite someone in the fight with the multicast, he's just straight up dead. Big stacks being farmed right now by Luna.
Yeah, and their analog as well is kind of contesting them in the triangle, so he's going to be making space elsewhere on the map for Luna to just peacefully farm this. Of course, assisted by a Wisp, she will clear these in no time flat. But still, Vitaly making really good progress on this first Acceptor. It's getting to about that time, Lacoste, where the team needs to decide, you know, and look at the pace of this game and decide who's going to get this first Acceptor.
I will see. We'll see. I'm putting my money for Void Spirit, because if you look at his item build, he's also going for Yule Scepter, which makes a lot of sense. He knows that Storm Spirit already showed he's going for Orchid, so with that he will have a way of dispelling the Orchid and also silencing the Storm Spirit. It's a lot of mind games happening when someone like shows what they're gonna go for.
It's so strange to see an AM and a Centaur both be not equally as tanky, of course, because what, like 4 strength gain? Yeah, 4.6 strength gain a level. Monster's going to be easily tanky. But this AM is also surprisingly not too far behind, especially with Strength Treads active. 1600 HP casually. It's a lot for an AM at this stage of the game. 10 armor? Ooh, they do have damage issues for getting through this guy.
Also extra 25% magic resistance on the counter spell, block damage from Vanguard. AM should be fine. If he doesn't like super overextend, I don't think he should die in the next couple of minutes. I'd say 5 to 10 minutes, he should be okay. Just play carefully.
There's the first Axe purchase. They're going to smoke off the back of this one as well, wasting no time. And it is Acceptor gifted to the Void Spirit, so he's got 2 charges now of Resonant Pulse, of course, and the Silence, which is going to be especially deadly for the Storm Spirit, especially if they can catch him like this. Smoke breaks, but they only find the Rubik, and they even have a Stampede to get him out of harm's way, so first smoke is not going to end up being too successful here.
They wanted a big kill from this. They wanted Storm most def. Delay that Orchid, and now Orchid is completed on the Storm Spirit. Seeing that first axe was given to the Void, his next item needs to be a BKB. I was thinking about, you know, getting a Lincoln Sphere, which could be a third option since you're playing into AM and you can't kill your whole team if you have no mana. Smoke coming out from No Ping.
Yeah, they're going to send Monster in to just tank a lot of aggro. He's not really taking all that much damage here, but now they're going to begin pumping in a little bit more of the magic damage. Yuma, though, is a little bit low here. Out comes the Eclipse as well from the Luna, and they will be able to pick off the AM to start off the fight. Next up is Void Spirit as he gets controlled as well, thanks to the Electric Vortex. Analog zips after Gardet. King Jungle's even relocating aggressively to make sure they could get the kill. And it's 4 dead as Hokori, they overextend slightly.
Slightly? I mean, this is straight up game losing for them, unfortunately, because they went all in on a Centaur who has full hood, Vanguard, and just chipped West. Every time they hit him, they're gonna be like half HP once they're done, even if they kill him. And the big part was no one else was showing. They have no vision whatsoever, no ping smoked from behind, and also like was able to connect. Also Storm Spirit with the double damage was sitting at 250 per attack. So kind of hard to fight into that with Lunar's Blessing, of course, and the DD that he had. Oh
Everyone
man,
showing up for No Ping. They just connected so beautifully there. Too much damage, and they were surprised by Orchid as well, right? They kind of had their big item timing, and they forgot about the Storm's first item timing, seemingly.
This is something that happened in the previous season Dota historically, where teams they know how to play the lanes. This game, Hokori, they played the lanes really well, and then one failed gank on a Storm Spirit, one kind of a bad smoke, overextension, and suddenly they're 4k down. Inconsistency, that's the problem. These guys, they know how to play Dota. For us, it's easy to see, because we see the whole map and all the viewers, but for them, sometimes the map is black, you can't see what's happening, and then you make a wrong decision. Also, one of the better heroes against Fever, something that I really love to see as a response, is Rubik. You see Sanking, you see Fever, pick Rubik, you're gonna have a really good time in the game, stealing that Shikuchi, and he's not going for any kind of greedy build, which I really like. Just decided to max out Telekinesis, lower the cooldown, increase the duration, and also has a Yule Scepter, so one way to defend himself against the silences as well, remove the Ignite. I think this Rubik's doing a pretty good job right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It can be kind of hard, especially when you pick Rubik and there's decent spells to steal for sure. Ignite's amazing as Hold That Thought. They break the smoke first onto the Void Spirit, and he's just going to double Astral Step away rather than take a death. Although, yeah, Vitali is currently in the triangle. They had vision of him thanks to the Sakuchi and Rubik, but won't be able to follow up for the kill. Very quickly, actually, something I wanted to point out is this Alk is going immediately into the second Ags.
That's their big timing. Yeah, this is
yeah.
anti-mage who like needs to get it, and then they fight. Because if I look anyone else who could possibly benefit from it, like Beaver, yeah, it sounds fine, but it's not that game-winning. Could be, you know, but in this situation, it's not so much about the Ags, like what you get from it, but it's also about the stats, and you want to boost your AM in any way you can. And this is the problem that I talked about, like AM sitting at the 120 mana, he uses another blink, he's completely out of mana, can't join a fight.
Quick kill there onto the Weaver with the Orchid, as he was trying to contest vision around the Roche pit. Oh, they're going to get the kill onto AM's Courier for free. Luckily, he didn't have any of the ultimate orbs. He's gotten the quick buy purchased on it, so not really too big of a loss, but it looks like No Peng are going to head into the Roche pit for attempt number 1. And Hokori moving over to the other side of the map. They've got no interest in contesting this one.
They can't do
The issue I
anything
always
about
see with Alchemist going for a straight-up second Acceptor is that he has basically nothing then on your offlaner.
I would
right?
love him to pick up like a small item, medallion.
Yeah.
Medallion sounds good, and then you have some extra mana regen, like you have a bit more synergy between the acid spray, medallion, swarm, so they could die to physical damage. It's done. AM gets the Aghanim Scepter called Blink Fragment, has 3 charges, very cool ability, and look how tanky he is. But yeah, maybe that was the plan all along. Maybe I got a bit of a misread because AM was running low on mana, and that Aghanim Scepter actually gives him quite a bit of a mana pool. So not a bad idea.
The smoke as they're trying to really find their way themselves into this fight. Ooh, Analog, he just barely avoids the Resonant Pulse Silence. And actually, they land a stun to the Void Spirit. He's going to be silenced and basically 100-0. He gets off the Yule Scepter, though, as Rubik still in the fight. Big ol' Mana Void, not enough damage, but another 5-man silence out at least allows Mr. Jeans to get out of this skirmish. And now they're looking to try and turn this one. The Swarm is going to scout 3 enemy heroes up on the high ground. Zardio is going to pop the BKB, and the Eclipse look to turn and fight. They will burst through the Alchemist, but they've got control onto Analog as he's zipped into the Aether Remnant. Stuns will follow suit. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but they get the Aegis. Although AM in trouble. They catch him here in the river, but no, they don't. He's going to get another blink out.
It looked really good. If they managed to kill Void Spirit, they would have been pretty big. Oh, nice initiation there.
Going in again. They want to get through Monster, but once again, Mr. Jeans tanky a bit, but he's so tanky. Another Yule Scepter up into the air, and he's still alive. Finally, he will drop, but here goes Yuma, and he's going to be able to tank through this silence relatively easily by the looks of it. Has another blink, and he's out and away. So this AM, a little bit too tanky for No Ping to actually take down, even as 4. Cost them quite a bit, though, as they end up losing Mr. Jeans in that engagement.
It was good. I think Hokori did a very good job. Void Spirit surviving on 20% HP, getting a 5-man Resonant Pulse, getting out with all that damage absorbed, using the regeneration, coming back into the fight. But there needed to be some kind of follow-up, Relo, on Alchemist. Yeah, this Alchemist, he just gave out 2 Aghanim Scepters, which means that he's not tanky at all.
No. Yeah, no, he's not. Now he's going to be going for the Medallion, as you suggested. Sometimes you see Drums or Blink Dagger in between the first and Ag Scepter, at least when the strat used to be a little bit more commonplace. Because when teams did end up doing this, it feels like an all or nothing for your Alk. You don't really have much of an offlaner. He can't really tank that much and doesn't have a whole lot of utility in fights. We're starting to see that play out a little bit. And Hokori, they're still actually playing pretty aggressively here as they're going and still continuing to fight around this ward. They at least get rid of it.
Blink Fragment, very annoying to play into. Like, you can also use Counter Spell, it replicates on the illusion, which is cool. Once the Mantis tile is like up, there's gonna be so many illusions, but they also have a decent amount of AoE. You have Rubik with the Fate Bolt, you have Luna with the AoE clear, same goes for a Centaur. He pops 1 double edge, like those illusions are gotta disappear. I talked about the itemization on the Storm Spirit before we started. I mean, he's just going for the same thing that I mentioned. Like, it needs to be Orchid, second item needs to be a BKB, and then going into Lincoln Sphere so that he has that defense mechanism against Mana Void.
Yeah, especially he cannot be just a ticking time bomb for his team. That's always the threat, right? A Storm Spirit zips a little bit too far in, catches a stun unexpectedly. All of a sudden, there's 6 AMs hitting him and a big old mana void to basically kill anyone else right next to him is always a big threat. So Lincoln's very, very important for him.
Actually decided to go for Lincoln's as the second item. Like, he was thinking about it, you know, Ogre Axe. We'll see how it... Because he picked up the Aegis in the previous fight, so whenever you do that, you could change your item build, go for something more greedy. Hokori invading triangle.
Yeah, it was really aggressive out from Yuma, and they did at least get out the Stampede. Monster jumps back in. Of course, they can't really kill him without all focusing on him. He's just way too tanky. He's got Van Hood, and of course, Retaliate Max, so usually you end up killing yourself before you get through him. But getting out the Stampede as Hokori continue to kind of at least continue being aggressive around the map. I really like how they're still playing this.
AM is no joke. Like, at this point, he has a free Aghanim Scepter upgrade. He also decided to go for a more of a fight-oriented build. Has a Bloodlust, which is level 2 at this point, so that means that's going to increase his farm as well. And now he doesn't have that many mana problems. I mean, he's also sitting next to Ogre, who has that Ring of Basti, so that helps, but overall, like, his mana pool is only gonna increase, gonna get easier. Level 14 compared to Luna, who's about to crack 16.
Yeah, it's not doing too poorly at all. Of course, something that's always good good to remember about
It's inflated.
Yeah, of course. But also something that's important to remember about Alchemist Axe is when you do gift it, normally when you eat an Axe Scepter, hold that thought. Oh, they missed the hoof stomp, so you must just be able to walk away. I think they're looking for fights elsewhere. No ping pretty... They're reluctant to hold or to give up control of the triangle, so they're just showing a bunch of heroes. But to finish my point very quickly, normally you buy Ag Scepter, you buy Ag's Blessing, you eat it, you lose the stats it gives you. But when it's gifted by an alchemist, you keep all those 10 stats, which can go a long way. And of course, the HP and mana you get from the point booster. So that's another reason why this AM is a bit tankier than you might suspect if you just look at an item build.
Yeah, exactly. And what did I just notice? Yeah, Luna's... These days, they tend to buy Aghanim Shard for themselves. They're like, it's something that carry players don't like to buy, but in Luna, I think it's justified considering what it gives, like how it synergizes, and then going for either like Crystallis into one big item. Seems like Luna this time around will decide to actually finish off a full Daedalus.
Yeah, Kardik just in the trees continuing to push. TP's now coming from Hokori. I don't know if RDO scouted those or not, but he's at a BKB. Pretty willing to fight. Ooh, nice dodge there, Mr. Jeans. He missed the 8th Remnant, but he's going to dodge the hoof stomp as well. From behind, though, No Ping are looking to cut off the next creep wave, as well as anyone else looking to jump on in. It's another nice part about the AM Shard. You can just use it for the vision, just to not jump in completely blind.
There we go, second one, third one down.
Yeah, they're kind of jumping all in, though. A little bit of a separated jump because they're going to lose the Weaver first. Ogre's still alive. A big mana void. They get through the Storm and the Wisp. Only losing the Alchemist as RDO, having used his BKB, now might be a little bit vulnerable, but Yuma's just way too tanky. Ogre finally is going to be taken down. It's a 3-for-2 trade. But Mr. Jeans and Yuma, they might look around for some more. No, they can't really go for any more kills. Like, we'll back off and continue pushing waves.
Storm could have lived there if he decided to go in like 2-3 seconds later. His full Lincoln Sphere was about to be delivered, and then he decided to jump in, which means that Career could not reach him. So a bit of unfortunate there. Has that Lincoln Sphere ready. So that's going to be one way to defend against Mana Void. They don't have too many stuff to pop the Lincoln's with. You have Unstable Concoction, Ogre, and the Yule Scepter and Void Spirit, which he's definitely not gonna use aggressively.
Yeah, no, it's just proven way too valuable as kind of gathering around and cutting enemy heroes underneath them to only be able to escape using Dissimulate. That's turned a fight or two. But promising stuff from Hokori in these engagements, I would say, Lacoste, especially now as we almost have this Eye of Scotty online for the AM. Just needs a little bit more for the point booster, but he's got so many stats now, close to 2,900 HP if he wants to turn on these strength treads.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty hard to take down. One mistake, I said that he should not die, but they overextended. That was a really weird fight from Hokori. Still, AM, he can carry this game. They need to draw out the fight, take out the Wisp. With Eye of Skadi, it's going to be much easier, reduce that healing that he also provides for Luna. Stampede in.
Not bad though. This was a smoke break, and we also did get to see that Blink Dagger in action from the Alchemist, so he finally has at least some utility now for the team. Now he's going to double back for the Medallion, but decided that they needed a little bit more initiation here to follow up the AM and the Void Spirit, so I kind of like that decision for the Blink first.
Yeah, you talked about how Blink Dagger maybe should have been a second item. Gotta agree there, you know, 2 Aghanim Scepters, that's cool, but you also want to play a bit more with the team, especially if you give Aghanim Scepter to your AM, who generally doesn't join the fights that early on. Maybe you're forcing him into a, you know, to draw a bad hand where, like, yeah, go in. And I think that was a part where they also decided to go in on a mid lane. AM dies. But still, they're in this game. Like, this game's far from over, even though it's 8k gold lead for no ping this time around. AM about to hit level 18, so that's going to be a bit more damage coming up from Mana Void. Luna, like, she also has a decent amount of mana pool. Same goes for Wisp. Like, Rubik's pretty big, 1500. So needs to be careful.
Yeah, Rubik as well. He's pretty tanky, right? He's pretty survivable. He's got Ghost Scepter, he's got a Blink and a Yules, as well as, you know, a lot of valuable spells at his disposal to steal that are going to make him very, very difficult to catch. I believe, in my opinion, Hokori, they should they would do well not to really get kited out by him too much, because I think that would be a little bit of a waste of time for them. But wow, second Roche is basically immediately down. So it took them about no time to get through that one, with RDO having the full Daedalus now complete.
Yeah, Monster picked up the shard. Io bought the shard for himself, so that's going to be 1.75 second stun. I love that shard upgrade. I think it's very viable. It might be, I say that quite a lot, you know, but this might be one of the better shards out there.
That's interesting. I think it's one of the strongest situational ones, and it's going to look so good against this draft, right? Because we have 3 or 4 heroes that are going to blink in and immediately get stunned by Tether, and then they're just going to get eaten alive by RDO. But there are some drafts, you know, like against ranged heroes, where it's not going to look as strong. But this game it's definitely going to look amazing, I would say.
Because they want to kill you first, pretty much. That's always the thing with Io, and what shard gives you is that protection that you need.
I've seen so many Storm Spirits, Embers. I've seen so many Spirits in general just get surprised by the fact that they blink and all of a sudden are stunned.
Oh, how did I got stunned?
Yeah. What is this, 2014? But something that's interesting as well from King Jungle's build is that he hasn't put a single point in the Spirits. He's actually maxing stats first.
Yeah, that's pretty common, I would say, especially when... Like, most of the time, it's all about that survival, but it's been pretty common for some times. I've seen mostly Spirits being picked up on offlane IOs, where you need that a bit more extra damage, where you're, like, diving a tier 1 tower, providing vision. Bloodlusted Tower, very cool to see, very fast to go down.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Increasing that model size by 20%, unfortunately, does not help him live too much longer.
It takes 25% more damage. But that's just how it works.
Apparently so. Is there going to be first to jump the Ogre? Gardic is down. Does have buyback. And they may need to use it here, because these structures, they're going to fall very quick. They fortify the wave. Bloodlust machine gun here on the tower is actually a little bit scary.
There's the buyback.
Here comes the buyback. Smoke from Hokori. There's a full Eye of Skadi and an Ogre Axe for AM. 3,200 HP, 29 armor, and close to 50% magic resist, 59% magic resist. So this is a very tanky AM. The problem is he going to live long enough, or can he even get his hands on these heroes in order to do all the damage he needs? That is going to be the test.
Void Spirit needs to jump the backline with AM. They need to focus the same target, and then it's going to be much easier. We can see the Blink Fragment being used once again. Luna.
So tanky as well, that fragment.
Yeah, still has Aegis for the next 2 minutes. Full Butterfly Honor. Pretty hard to take down. Like, RDO had an amazing series so far. I don't believe that he died, because they only had 3 kills. Maybe he did. Maybe I just made that up.
Yeah. It was the last kill, remember?
Oh, yeah,
They killed him
correct.
and called
Like,
GG.
they went in. So. Okay, so my point kind of ruined. Thank you, RDO.
Gardic. Oh, he's not going to die back here, luckily for him. He did just buy back, so he'd have that extra 25 seconds. Yuma just saying hello to RDO, but realizing that there's a butterfly online makes this a little bit more difficult for him, especially as the Glaives continue bouncing around. There's the jump onto the back lines. They break through the Lincoln Sphere, and a nice 3-man silence. Yuma to follow up, a good control onto the Void Spirit. It's not going to be nearly enough damage, however, but RDO, he's got plenty of it. Dissemblate is out, and he can't go far enough away. Does not have the shard, so the beams will catch him. Yuma just chasing down this Storm Spirit, but they've already lost their own mid laner. Manta Style popped. No blink at the ready quite yet. Can they actually get a kill? A stolen unstable concoction is good damage, and another silence. They've got the kill. They actually get through him, and he does not have buyback here, Lacoste.
Yeah, he bought an Ogre Axe. I don't think in this situation it's justified. If he didn't, he would have had a buyback, and now with Luna plus Io, like Luna has a full butterfly. This might be just like 2 set of Raxes, possibly even just
Beautiful
a game.
stun. Yeah, especially as the Glaives continue bouncing around to everyone. They even find the Weaver, silence him up. Glaive is continuing to bounce. He can't get off the time lapse. He's got buyback, needs to get back in here. They get through the Storm Spirit, though, as Mr. Jeans, with his buyback, gets a bit of damage in.
Still
This
30
Ogre
seconds on Aegis, so they will go for tier 3 tower. No need to dive, like they can just take it slowly. Void Spirit still very scary to fight into. Good Lotus Orb back.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, still 15 seconds left. Definitely at least these 2 pairs of barracks. And they cannot get the third, of course, with the tier 2 tower still standing. I was about to ask you, do you think they'll go for the third one? And I'm glad I didn't, because you would have said absolutely not.
Yeah, I already checked the bottom. That's why I said 2 set of Raxes. I wanted to say like the game, but if they got like 1 extra kill, possibly 2, then they could have gone for tier 4 towers and end the game. Lotus Orb is available, but not enough mana for a Stampede.
Yeah, Monster is going to be ran down here. The Blink Fragment's keeping him at bay. Unstable Concoction will hold him down, and a kill for Yuma. So a pretty big one, 700 gold or 650 gold into his pocket. He's now just shy of buyback, but he's continuing to buy out here. Buyback is for losers, he says.
Might just lose the game off of that, because in the previous fight, they could have potentially saved 1 set of barracks, maybe 1 more on the top. But yeah, didn't happen. Bought Ogre Axe. I like what I see from Analog. He's going for big zip.
Yeah, Theo Licor, some miscommunication there as Theo Licor, he denies the DD rune that he was zipping towards.
What Theo needs to do right now is buy 2 Clarities and 3 Mangoes, because Stormspirit just spent like over 1,000 mana for that zip. To go back to my point about Analog, going for Aghanim Scepter, which is like pretty common when you play against AM. So no counterspell can be used. It's an AoE ability. Doesn't proc, so very good thinking right there.
Yeah, and it also synergizes pretty beautifully with your 25 talent. Usually when Storms are winning by this much, they'll opt to go for that right 25 talent for the Overlord attack bounce. And when you have a Cayenne Sange, when you do go for lots of stats like this Linken's, like this Orchid, you just do so much damage off of the Overlord bounces, especially if you've got Ags and can kind of gather everyone together.
Yeah.
The budget black hole, as I like to call it.
And also Ceremonial Robe, neutral item that
Ooh, good
reduce. Like this is the best item on the Storm Spirit if you have Ags as a tier 3 item. Once you get to tier 4 items, you know, then it's a bit of a different story.
All right, so Yuma's got BKB now. It's on the way. You got no buyback, so completely buying out for this. This will increase his raw HP close to, yeah, I was going to say 3,200, a little bit more. So again, a very tanky AM. But they managed to kill him once before. Now with BKB, he's a little bit tankier. Magic truly be damned in this game for this AM.
Let's see. Smoke from Hokori. What can they do? They know exactly where they are. Like, they're pinging it out. They're smoking into, but they're also climbing the high ground, which is not good. So, Gardic will get scouted.
Yuma sending a couple of illusions after him. Stampede as they find Gardic. He's going to just throw out his spells before he goes down. They only catch Monster here with the Aether Rim, but Yuma's in with the BKB active. They want to get through the Wisp. They've got him. A big Mana Void as they silence up Analog, and they're going to get him down 2 here, Lacoste. Yuma, with the rest of the BKB, gets on whatever damage he can, and then blinks himself to safety. But a 2-for-2 trade is not all too bad, all things considered, because they did get the Storm. Big kill there.
That was nicely done. Like, I talked about the AM... it's justified to go for a full BKB, but in that situation where they were defending like the high ground, buying that Ogre Axe was a bit of a mistake. And yeah, Storm Spirit, he dies. Like, Storm Spirit might start to think about getting a BKB. Like, Aghanim Scepter's fine, or they need ways to protect him. Because they can blow him up, like they just showed in the previous fight. Still, 20k gold lead. Luna is massive. Luna is insanely farmed to level 23. Elven Tunic, the Mischance, plus a Butterfly. And there we go. Like I talked about the items, Timeless Relic found. Storm Spirit will definitely pick up that one. Instead, it's one of the better items for Storm Spirit. And yeah, Storm Spirit, he swapped the BKB. He understands, like, Aghanim Scepter is shiny. It's very good, but I might need to, like, protect myself and not kill my whole team.
Yeah, exactly. Wisp as well died so quickly in that fight, so Wisp is still going to definitely have some issues as he builds into the Aeon Disc to try and prevent that, but I think Yuma, he's just going to have eyes only for him in this game. And something I wanted to point out, because yes, Luna is huge, but even if you just look at the difference in net worth, like, that is slightly deceiving, of course, because AM received, I think, 5k of his gold through his Alchemist, so the difference is even bigger than it looks.
Yeah,
you kind of account for that.
Yeah, exactly. But AM, he's also farming up. This is definitely a must-have item in the situation, not something that AM usually buys. But considering how farmed Luna is, and he needs to cut through that evasion, so going for MKB, I think that's completely justified.
Roshan, though, number 3, once again, it's going to have to go uncontested towards no ping. And this one's got a refresher shard on it. It's not going to be the cheese, which would have been a little bit brutal to play into against the Storm Spirit. But now they are going to have 2 Stampedes at their disposal, as Centaur is going to be the one to pick this one up.
We can call them Stampedes. S-T-W-O. Stampedes. I don't even know how to pronounce that. That was a bad one. Jesus Christ. My apologies to everyone who's listening. To everyone who I ever played with, my apologies again. So yeah, bit of a disconnect, Theo.
Yeah, they disconnected just because we had to dwell on that one.
Yeah, and it's making it even more awkward right now. Like, I want to talk about something else, but it's still stuck in my head. So Luna, she has that Aegis, which is good. You know, it's always going to be good for sieging. They need to take... Oh, look at that. How do you even draw these straight lines?
I honestly have never figured it out, but whenever the players do it always and cover the map, it always makes it a little bit difficult to talk about things like wards, doesn't it? As they tend to get obstructed. I've got no idea how they do it. Maybe it's like on a second monitor or something. That's usually how it freaks out like that. Weaver almost has Blink. He only went for Shard, no Ags this game, full Vessel. He's been at least, you know, absorbing some of the fights. I really have to actually commend Gardic this game. He has just been throwing his body at enemies, like, basically with no care. And for a lot of the times, it's actually gotten them a lot of vision, which has been crucial in winning fights. As there they go.
And sometimes it's hard to see a difference, whether someone's feeding or if he's doing a really good job and doing a position 5 job, considering the situations they're in right now. Like, they smoke, he understands, well, whatever, I'll just die, was forced to use a buyback, has that shard, the fire shield, doesn't do too much, but still, you know, at this point, your job is pretty much to use Bloodlust on your AM, use that fire shield, and try to get a couple of spells off.
Yeah, I'd say Fire Shield, the most use this game is maybe putting a Blink Dagger on cooldown, right? Rubik accidentally hits him with Fade Bolts. He gets hit with this little Fireball, can't blink. Same goes to the Centaur if he doesn't have the pipe, or the barrier up, rather. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it's not really all too big of an item, all things considered. Everyone's going to TP away. Yeah, Yuma does not dare cut another wave with a Luna bearing down. No ping, wasting no time, as they definitely know there's one tier 2 standing. They need to get towards that, and then they can look to siege the high ground. So Hokkori are going to try and buy themselves as much time as they cut other waves. Heart purchase now for the Centaur, along with his shard, so we'll just watch his HP bar, because this could get pretty ludicrous, considering how that interacts.
Alright, it's going to be definitely fun to watch. What you want to have with that is also overwhelming Blink, but not enough gold for it yet. Luna, level 24, has a leveler, which is the best item pretty much for sieging at this point. Blink Fragment, trying to burn some mana. Not very effective against Luna at this point, considering that you have a Butterfly.
And down goes the tower. I make very quick work of these structures. Lacoste As Hokori trying to find a fight outside the base, maybe trying to get the jump on No Ping, are going to find no luck there. Oh, big rune though for the Storm. He zips across the entire map, but it's the Arcane rune into the bottle for him. And you know, you said he switched up and to go for BKB during after the last fight.
He did, but he's also thinking, you know, can I get away with that? I still have cheese, which is not really something that. I mean, it could make the difference if you get the cheese off when he is about to pop the mana void. Could make the difference.
Yeah.
But we'll see. The game might end before they, you know, even get an item on Storm. We'll see.
Nice jump in. They're going to try and get through the Wisp. Lacoste, they don't quite have the damage, though. They're going to lose Mr. Jeans. He just got buyback off cooldown. He's going to go and utilize it as he looks to go in for a second round. RDO with Satanic. Going to lifesteal off of the dead Weaver, however, as Yuma sends in the illusions to do his dirty work, and he gets a lot of mana burn from Analog, but cannot get a kill.
Buyback from Elk.
From Monster, as there's the last buyback remaining out from Hokori. They got buyback left in the AM. They might need to use it because he's being controlled right now. They throw at least an unstable concoction, buys him a little bit of time to blink out as RDO using the BKB on the first life. Yuma onto the backlines is going to be taken down. There's a buyback committed from him. That's just about everything left in the tank from Hokori.
They can't leave
chase
Luna.
down and
Luna
repel the
doesn't
high
have
ground
boots.
invaders.
Like, they need to fight around her. She has Aegis for the next 2 minutes still.
Storm, big zip on him, but they're going to be not able to get him, actually, as he zips right back out. There's a death at a dieback, actually, for the Alchemist. Gardic buys back, so now all 5 backs committed as Yuma deciding to try and get out of this fight. He's going to continue looking for the Storm Spirit, however, but Analog kind of kited him around. Throws out the Remnant as Analog now basically out of mana. He still has this Lincoln Sphere up and running, but they are going to be losing the base, and in fact, they lose the Ogre as well, as RDO focusing on the objectives here.
And now Centaur will just delete your tier 4 towers, clicks on the map so that the towers actually focus him, clicks on the hero. That's how it works with the axe, with the Centaur, and the towers. AM going in.
Yeah, it's going to look at least for the Rubik, but the throne is exposed. Good damage here onto RDO. He already used the Satanic, actually. The Mana Void's not going to be enough damage to get through him, as RDO is going to have to use his second life here just to look to pick off the throne. There's a DD rune in the bottle now for Storm, so expect a long distance
Luna
sip.
has a VKB. He's just going to end the game.
Yeah, she is. Focusing down the objectives as Storm kites them out a little bit in that last team fight. It was a pretty cute strategy, Lacoste. I thought it could have worked here, to be honest, as they give the AM the X, they give the Void Spirit the X, but that one overextension in the Tier 1 tower just changes so much about this game for Hokori, doesn't it?
Yeah, I said it was game losing. They could have, you know, maybe even win this game. They did some really good adjustments in the game number 2, where they picked a Spirit Vessel carrier. They had much stronger lanes. They pulled up like the old strat with the Alchemist. In the end, it didn't work out, but shows that Hokori as a team, like, they can adjust to a situation and realize what was wrong in like 15 minutes, which is a really good sign. But we got to give credit to Doping. Like, they played it extremely well. RDO 0 deaths in this one death, as you mentioned in the previous game. Like, just a top-notch performance. I don't think you can allow to give this team IO Luna strat, because they really know how to play with it.
Yeah, they first picked it twice, and just never seemed like it was ever addressed here by Hokori. But either way, no ping. They don't fail on the execution, right? They pick it up, and they know how to play it, and they're going to use it to get the 2-0 victory. That's going to do it for us here, as we're going to go over to a short break. And when we return, we're going to have Avo Plus and the panel breakdown this series a little bit more for you guys.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's turret. courier has been killed. killed.
Hello, guys, and welcome. We're here with SA DPC, the Winter Tour specifically. This is Div 1, of course, and we're watching the second game of the day, which is going to be between Beastcoast and APU, King of Kings. My name is Avo Plus, and joining me on this wonderful panel is once again Bowie, but this time we changed the way Kips, and we brought a great person and an ex-pro player, Winter. How are you doing, my friend?
Great.
Hey.
I just woke up in time for the game. 7 a.m.
Because he was so excited. Yeah, he was so excited for the game. He jump-started, woke up, and he's ready. This Winter's new to the region, but he has enough knowledge about Dota to prove it. Are you excited to learn more about SA, Winter? Are you excited to be one of us?
Yeah, I don't think I've watched enough SA games. I enjoyed a lot of games during TI, especially from Beastcoast and the previous DPC. I like how they play. Generally, I feel like they're a team that has a lot of potential if they have the right direction in terms of like strategy or how they, make their mid-game decision makings. Everything else is great from that team.
You're gonna be fine, Winter. Your region has 3 letters, ours has 2, so it's even easier. Just gotta take the E out, and it's fine.
Easy.
But Avo, how do you rate these 2 teams? I mean, I know you're the one that can be biased this time. So, how do you think King of Kings is gonna fare against the Giants?
I don't think they're gonna fare. I don't think so at all. Look, when you watch so to give some context to people that weren't watching last season, King of Kings or Apple King of Kings used to be Nomistas last season, and they were in Div 2 or lower Div as it used to be called. I love that Slack slide, and they made it through, and they did. I would say they probably looked as the best team in Div 2, probably like up there. I mean, it was kind of hard to tell because there's like 4 teams that were kind of very similar, but they, unlike last season when we saw Hokori rise, for example, did not look the level of the Div 1 teams. Like they're not like they don't have much staying power. And I recently casted them in a couple of small tournaments as well. Not very good. Like they still have the same issues they've had since I saw them being created, so I'm not super hopeful for them, I'll be honest with you, especially not against Beastcoast.
When
But
you
maybe
say
Bowie, you have a
issues-
different idea.
Sorry, when you say issues, usually I feel like the teams like the Div 2 teams or even like the lower Div 1 teams, they have a lot of issues with like laning. They're not very good at laning, and they tend to have a lot of hard time in the first 10 minutes.
I think it'd be fair for Vietnamistas. Would you say that, Bowie? Or for King of Kings, sorry.
I think so. I feel like they also made a change, right? They don't have Sexy Fat anymore, and that's kind of crazy because he was supposed to be. I'm not sure what happened, if he was kicked or if he actually left for the Fúria Jovem team. But now he went from Division 1 team to actually not being the DPC at all. But anyways, I think in general all of the players on King of Kings, they're probably a downgrade to the comparative ones in Beastcoast. And when you add this change of offlaner, it definitely, I mean, they're a great set of players, but Beastcoast, they're a totally different level of most of Division 1, I think.
For King of Kings, if we can continue to talk about the quote-unquote issues, I think to me the biggest issue was actually the decision-making in the mid-late game. I think they made a lot of questionable choices then, and oftentimes their game plan seems to devolve into fight without much of a thought behind it, particularly for Benny. Yeah.
But that's kind of normal, I think. Like in a lot of regions, like the Div 2 teams, they employ a style that's really similar to how they play in pubs, where you keep brawling. But when you start to figure out when to brawl and where to brawl and what to do in the game, that's going to elevate your playstyle to the next level. But usually that comes from having maybe an extra experienced captain in your team, or someone that's more experienced in the higher tier teams.
It's an attempt of, the MVP Phoenix style of play, but it's even MVP Phoenix.
It's really nice
they
to
knew when
watch.
to breathe a little bit sometimes.
It's really nice to watch, and I feel like Dota now, you kind of want to always be like the white pieces, like in chess. You always want to be striking first and forcing the opponent to run away from you and to avoid you. I don't feel good when I'm playing like some kind of like fall protect. Like the previous game we saw, the Anti-Mage Alchemist game. I don't really like playing Dota that way anymore.
Yeah. I got it.
That's fair. But we're seeing the lineup already being made by these 2 teams, by the way, and now King of Kings with the Twin Protector pick and Invoker, might be going that way. Kind of hard to tell yet, but like Twin Protector usually tends to lend to these defensive lineups a bit more.
Yeah.
This is
You
very.
kind of want to play a drawn-out game with Treant and Invoker.
This is very bold from King of Kings because generally speaking, Invoker is a hero that gets banned in second phase a lot, at least here in SA. So it just shows that they value this hero for mini quite a bit, and then it's a very strong hero dispatch. But I wonder how this, Treant hero will really work with Invoker because I like those fast tempo drafts where you have a Slaughter or like this reliable low cooldown stun where you can play with Invoker, even if it's not a Sunstrike Invoker. I feel like having that fast hero helps, and I don't really see that with the Gareth Mage, although it is a very meta hero right now.
But generally, do you think like the Quaswax Invoker is most of the time better than the Exort nowadays?
I think so, especially against someone like Void Spirit.
Usually with Treant, you might want to lean a bit towards the Sunstrike sometimes, because you have the setup for that.
It's a tough one, right? Because then you have this farming mid, which I do think Benny is a super greedy carry, even though he likes to fight. So how do you really balance those things?
Yeah, it's kind of hard, especially when the game is played at a very high pace right now because of all the neutral items, the changes, the talents, and everything. It's very difficult to play slow.
Yeah. And the lineup for Beastcoast also lends itself to that. Mars for Beastcoast is a very unique pick because, well, not the hero itself, but the way they build it has, at least at TI, was always with a Meteor Hammer build that actually he loved, which gives you such faster push and makes it really difficult for you to match their tempo. So
it's nice to get a build-up item that gives you mana regen on that hero.
Yeah. The Clockwork, huh? We don't see that every day, but it's so good versus Treant and Skyreth Mage, so that they decided this was a good option. I like it.
They have a double melee support duo now, I guess. ET and Clockwork.
True.
Was that a bit weak according to you?
4 melee heroes now, actually.
Where's the axe? Where's the axe from King of Kings?
Where's the Venom? I hate playing all those heroes against Venom.
That's true. They used to play that with Sexy Fat, but I wonder if Valky is one to play the
He
Venom
does play
aspect.
Veno. He does play Veno. The thing is, when you play Veno and they counter you with, like, say, a carry that out destroys Veno, then it feels pretty bad. So maybe they're thinking about it.
Venom is
it
like a
is
kind of off
reactive.
laner where he can't really play the game if he has a really bad lane or bad matchup.
Yep.
Maybe they can wait for the Venom Master later. They're gonna get the Luna.
That is a Benny special. He does love this hero.
I mean, it makes sense to pick the carry there first. Also, they see their lane, so they can decide. They have a lineup with has a mixture of magic damage, some good physical from the Luna, good tower damage. It's gonna be a very fast-paced lineup. I'm expecting a Quaswax, of course. If it's an Exort, then it'll be slow.
Yeah.
I think this is fine. The Luna Treant Protector lane is overall strong. I think having this fast and range hero on the Luna makes you safe against the Mars Clockwork lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult to play Mars Clockwork into the Luna Treant. I think when they get level 3, you won't be able to play the lane. The only way you can try to get something done is maybe you get a wave, you pull the wave as Clock, or you try to get your level 3 and maybe you can try for a kill at level 3, but at level 1 and level 2 you're gonna be having a very hard time.
I agree. Maybe this is even a lane where the Clock goes for Cogs level 1 and you try to body block? Is that even...
Not sure, I don't see people do that much anymore.
Yeah.
Because of how the spell has changed. But I see what you mean. You just need to get to that point because Clockwork as a pause 4, he's very heavy reliant on his early game. His first few minutes, if he gets a good start, like good levels, then he can rotate around. He basically doesn't really want to sit in the lane for a long time. He wants to get his, especially level 3, second point in the battery. Then you want to move around to get kills and let your offlane soak solo XP if possible. That's the dream start for you.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about here, when I look at Mars Clock, I'm surprised they didn't consider something like a Faceless Void here. Sure, it doesn't siege as well, but it looks so much value with a Skyreth Mage and also being able to not care about Cogs, not care about Arena.
I mean, there's definitely a good reason as well to pick the Void, but I think overall their lineup, they can play a lot faster with Luna. go for towers, because Void is a little bit slower. And if you go for Void, you won't be able to, because assuming it's a Quaspex Invoker, right? Then you won't have much tower damage with your lineup early. With
Yeah,
Luna, you
that
can
is-
play the game a lot faster.
10 seconds.
So they go for the Bloodseeker, which is also another melee hero. They have 5 melee heroes. How
I
often
wanna
do you
see
see
the
a
X
graph
so
nowadays?
bad.
5 melee heroes.
I mean, the
Beastcoast,
Bloodseeker does
dude.
reach. It is an Ector hero, right? You farm a ridiculous amount with this hero. That's kind of his strength. You're kind of fast as well with it. Synergizes well with your
Yeah.
lineup, and not much to stop him right now. To be honest, there's no stun really.
And usually when you pick Bloodseeker as well, you want to be able to have your other lanes. You want to have good matchups so that you can own your lane
Yeah.
with the Thirst.
Ooh.
Oh, Beastmaster. I mean, overall very balanced, and I mean, I like their lineup for King of Kings. Like very solid, very direct, decent laning phase. They have push, they have team fight, they have catch. You know, they have magic, they have physical.
Yeah, I love it because they can win one fight, and it's an easy Roche. It's an easy tier 2. They really can afford to make more mistakes than Beastcoast, I think. with
Yeah,
the way
I think as
their
long as
heroes-
they don't get trash in the lane, they should be able to have a pretty straightforward game. You know, with their lineup.
Right. We'll see. Because at the end of the day, yeah, drafts matter, but when there's a little bit of an outclassing, sometimes the execution will just stand over the
Huh.
drafts here.
I see what you're implying here, Avo.
Yes, the Beastcoast the better team. Am I crazy for saying this, Bowie? Are you gonna call me out of that?
No, you're
What
not.
else
You're
do I
not.
lead
but
to?
Go
What,
on,
you
go
want to
on.
say your say? Come on, have your final say, Bowie. Before I
I
throw
think
come
this
on.
is a good enough draft where the outclass might be compensated by the draft. So I think I'm going with King of Kings. I want to see them shine.
Why? Why do you do this to yourself?
I mean,
Okay.
if you're looking at just the drafts, you know, I'm going with King of Kings as well. I don't like the
Okay.
5 melee lineup. Yeah, but
Okay,
obviously
well-
they are the better team. But just looking at the draft, I'll be going with King of Kings.
No, our whole panel doesn't matter. You can't add caveats. Our whole panel's going with King of Kings. Let's see if they're right as we move it over to the casters, Gareth and Trent.
Trent, some things never change. We did a couple of seasons with Arvo, going for the underdog, going for the weird choice yet again. I think we both have to agree, though, Beastcoast on paper the better squad, but draft-wise, do you agree?
Yeah, I don't know. Boy got like laughed off the panel, dude. He just he suggests though, and they just mocked him.
Get out of here.
It's ruthless. But I mean, I do agree that their lineup's nice. It's balanced. I love Beastmaster Luna whenever that comes together, right? You know,
Oh,
It's
yeah.
very synergistic. They can just like run to towers, but we're running towards that river. So take us in. Thank you very much. Yeah, five melee, Gary B.
Yeah.
I don't like it when it sounds like
Questionable.
pubs.
A little bit odd, but I think also Winter brought up a great point, right? The fact that King of Kings have a very easy to execute, straightforward game plan, point and click, catch people, kill them, and push with Luna. You can have that alacrity on her, whereas Beast Coast, like you say, 5 melee heroes, it's much more nuanced in how they want to play around with this, but they've got so many ways of getting on top of heroes. Hookshot, the Void Spirit, even Mars with like a Blink Dagger. If this game is going to come so much down to like vision, who gets the jump first, who gets
Yeah.
that first kill.
I love how you call it nuanced because, like, you know, it does make sense because, like, oh, well, they don't have a tower hitter, so, like, they have to be really cautious about, like, how they take their fights and, like, what they gain from them. But in the reality of what it's going to look like is them just charging in with, like, all their initiation in a total, like, mindless cave Dota slugfest kind of situation. So we'll see how it goes.
Me melee, me smash.
Yeah, you know.
Pretty much the driving force of their lineup. So lane wise, what do we see here? 3 heroes going bottom?
Just a first blood attempt by the looks of it here.
Looks like it.
I mean, that kind of makes
Is
sense,
this-
right?
With no stun though, like you've got Sky Treant. What are you gonna have? Nature's Grasp plus concussive shot. That's a decent amount of slow.
Oh, actually, up top as well. We had Stinger run in there. Or it's not Stinger, sorry. What's he tagged up as? Gojira.
All right, K1.
Thank you,
K1's dying.
Schofield. All right.
The tri-lane's working. The first blood attempt's coming. Skywrath Mage to pick up that first blood. And Stinger being forced away from the lane as well.
Oh yeah, Stinger's got the sweet Xbox Live tag with the X's
I was-
at the front. And
I
the
was
ends.
saying that.
Yeah.
To Arvo earlier on. He's gone back to 2003. with
Yeah,
this
that's hype.
X Stinger X.
Meanwhile, we got Gojira instead for Schofield up top as well. That's pretty hype. But so what he did was he went in behind the tower for the first wave and he cogged. And so that stopped Benny's wave. So then the wave from Whisper went under the tower. That's why this is pushing way out here. And they got a pretty good punish on that tri-lane because now his creeps are uncontrolled.
What is Gojira? Is that the original name of Godzilla?
I think so, but I'm not actually sure. I guess I'll Google.
I did a quick Google and I couldn't find it. I that's what's in my head. Is that's like the actual name of Godzilla, and then
it's
like
a French heavy metal band from Andres,
Oh,
founded
okay.
as Godzilla in 1996. So I mean,
Ooh,
Has been killed.
there you go.
it's the original Japanese name for the Godzilla. Yeah, thank you, production. A nice little courier snipe coming out from him. So we do have a little more of a settling of the lanes now. Beastmaster, Skywrath, the pairing bottom. So K1 is eventually going to get to hit some creeps. And top lane, the spear holds back Benny. They don't get in on top of that clockwork.
Gojira Schofield, what a legend. I think
go
he should
stomp
just
around
shift.
on them.
I'm down. Just go right to Gojira.
That's his name now.
Yeah,
No getting away from it.
it's over. He swapped to it. We got as well Chris Smile in the mid lane. Instead
No
of
more
our
luck
buddy
now,
Chris
only
Luck,
Smile.
so, yeah.
No, I'm surprised there's no like .pma at the end of his name.
Oh, true.
There's a nice little smile PMA. He's got the anime profile picture, right? So it all fits. How's he doing anyway? Invoker against Void Spirit?
I think you'd
Not
be
looking
happy
too
with this
bad for
result
Mini.
so far. Yeah, I feel that's pretty good, right? I feel like you're expecting
for a
to be
cross
down
ranks.
a bit.
I guess he has bought a lot of stats. Like he's going triple null or something. He's got
True.
3 circlets, 2 mantles of intelligence on the Invoker. That's going to help him out get those last hits. I mean, it's kind of similar to what we saw in the olden days of Quaswex Invoker. Like the old top, they're having a crack at this one. Yeah, they trap the tree inside the cogs. Leech Seed will give a bit of HP back to him, but Nuage is down. This Mars and Clockwork, too beefy to handle.
What was so sick about that? As Stinger, I think. Ooh, maybe get the setup here.
Nice.
Nice.
Great, yeah. Stomp into Bloodright. Skywrath, he's
Oh,
very
the
quick,
boar.
though.
The boar, though.
Is it killing the ET with an
Yeah.
arcane bolt? Oh, K1, he's hungry. He wants it. Oh, the fairy fire. He's used it, but he's still going to die.
Stinger lives. Only Bloodseeker gets that kill. You know, the chase then after all that, too. But, so the way that they actually got that kill up top on the Treant, I mean, that's a hard hero to bring down, even for like a Clockwork and a Mars. And the only reason they got it is because Whisper got a spear all the way across to the tree line where the clock already was. So they got like max damage out of everything. Like totally isolated away from the creep wave and everything, too. So that was a really good punish from Beastcoast.
Yeah, super nice. And Whisper still playing with him. Treant just going to have to back up here. No way that Benny's going to help. Last hitting under tower is what he's focused on. And Clockwork, still full HP, full mana. Got a bit of calm. But yeah, that mid lane.
3, though.
Here's double null. Does that next circlet... Yeah, it's turning into an urn. So he uses up all of them.
Value build right there. Oh, Invoker. I can't figure out this hero. I don't know if I like this hero or hate this hero. I feel like going into TI, it seemed like a bit of a weak hero, but then I had some pretty nice games at TI, and I was like a little bit converted. Now Stinger's dead in the bottom lane. It still kind of feels like I'm just like all in on the Aghanims whenever I see this hero.
Yeah, like 30 minutes in, even if you're Quaswex and running around getting kills, you still don't feel incredibly impactful mid-game until you do get that Aghs and a setup come your way. K1 taking a bit of a beating there.
Well, speaking of which, up top as well, they got Benny. The combo comes into play there.
Gets pushed back by the cogs, but Battery Assault will slow his retreat.
Man, that is just so free when you get that first initiation from the Clockwork and he can just spear you using the cogs.
It's so nice. And this has put Mars now in a really good position, like 27 CS. What's he got? 9 denies. Whisper, very often we talk about him being the carry of Beastcoast, right? You give him a good lane, and he can really lift this team up with his initiation on Mars in particular.
I actually think Benny's done shockingly well, considering like how much pressure they had at the start to like pull his wave way away from the tower and everything. Now, of course, I'm saying that and they're already right back on him. I definitely like this. Keep that pressure up, as they will also secure at least a haste room for themselves if it is costing Benny a little bit of issue since he's still up here alone.
Yeah, right, because Treant's left the lane. He's ditched it. Watching the Jenkins videos, when the lane starts going rough, sometimes you have to just leave your carry and make them realize that they don't want to be there anymore, because Benny, under that spear, and Cogs yet again being picked off. And I think it's time for Benny to say, screw this, I'm going to go farm jungle, maybe TP bottom and apply a bit of pressure into that bottom tier 1. But it's a difficult choice to make.
It's so greedy to stay there versus Boots Clockwork, though. Oh, here we go. Counter pressure, though.
K1's popped his stick, but he turns to fight. Throws the Rupture out, still dies. Stinger. Decent spirit and a stomp coming. Does sleep up the Beastmaster, who is going to go and punch a bit here. Valky turns and fights him back. 2 big kills for the Kings down bottom. It looks like Benny is still going to go straight back up to that top lane. It's time to leave, buddy. You don't want to, like level 6 Whisper. He's got Mars Arena ready. Could just be a straight up solo kill there. As it looks like we've got Schofield. Clockwork on top of the Treant. Mini makes a little rotation over and clips him with that tornado under the grasp. Good little play in from Mini. Helps the Treant and takes down Schofield, who he's in his signature position. Enemy triangle with no teammates around, scouting people out, and sets up at least a trade. Oh, K1 again. Oh, he's dead, isn't he? Down he goes. Alright, it's been a rough old time for that Bloodseeker bottom. 3 deaths already on K1.
Yeah, we were complaining a little bit about like Benny's time and everything, but at least Benny has like the faster swap into the jungle, right? Like, you know, you're a Luna, things are gonna go a little speedier, the recovery's gonna be good. He also was saving those points too, as he was heading towards 6, and then he pops like right into the 2 on the glaive, so he's looking good now.
2 glaives, 2 blessing. Smoke coming in mid though. APU Kings have their smoke broken, but they still have eyes on that mid lane. Good silence, and with that cold snap ticking him down. Chris Luck dead, and this is that early game snapping into action, the point and click, find targets, kill them off, that we've been wanting from this dire squad. Treant ruptured. He'll be happy just to die and trade his life for the Void Spirit, and no great loss there. You know what? It's been a long time since I've seen so many null tallies in the game. I feel like Wraith Bands, Bracers, and null tallies have kind of been lost to the ether. Like, no one wants to buy them anymore. You just buy a mantle or buy a circlet. They are dead. But look at this. You've got 2 on Invoker, you've got 2 on Sky. Top lane, the Lucent Beams, and that Eclipse will claim the life of Whisper as Mini makes that rotation into top lane.
This was one of the main issues I had too with the Qualiflex Invoker was, oh well, as I'm saying this, he's also been gone on. But just trying to get
finish him though.
Rotations.
They've got the dust, but he's running away. He's tanky. He's got vitality booster, double null. You can't touch him.
He just laughs it off. He's good.
He's fine. But yeah, the Invoker, we talked about it so much Season 1 and 2, right? It was a very popular hero, the Void Spirit, the Invoker, the Puck. Those early game rotations as Stinger dies bottom, the transition from lane into side lanes, making sure that those kills pay off, you get earn charges. It can be easily read by your opponents, but so far, Beastcoast have kind of just let it all happen.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good for some of these predictions. You know?
We shouldn't have laughed at Bowie, huh?
We'll see, though. You know, it's a bit of a slow burn. We're waiting for some very specific items like the Blink Dagger to come out there on Whisper, get them really activated, and then, of course, Clockwork, you know, Ultimate. I mean, I've played a decent amount of support Clockwork lately, because I used to love playing offlane Clockwork, and then the hero just felt like so sad and so bad. And then 5 Clockwork came back, and I really enjoyed playing 5, so that was pretty cool, but you know, the constant trend is, of course, as sort of Winter was pointing out, like, you really want to rotate on this hero. You know, you want to go to those lanes, create an outnumber situation, and just, like, dumpster whoever's there. And then your second stepping point, of course, is right now, when you do get the level 6. And you feel so powerful now as Clockwork with these short cooldowns. Like, 1 minute hooks? It feels amazing.
Yeah, especially for like counter initiation, going back to the point about the Invoker where his side lane rotations are so important, right? You TP, you hook shot, even if you don't, you know, turn around with a kill,
like
you disrupt
right now.
They're like right now is a
It's
perfect
happening,
time. They're
Gary.
going K1. They've moved in onto the Bloodseeker, but they get the kill too fast. Inside the arena, they burst through that Nuage's Treant and the Skywrath blown up as well. Valky in a bit of trouble as Chris Luck swings back into action, but he's scared. The hook shot onto two of them and traps them both in the cogs. But it doesn't look like Schofield's got anyone to help him out. They eclipse back into him. The tree line will keep him covered as Whisper now the target of choice, but Benny held back with a spear. Now the choice has to be made. Do the APU Kings want to continue onto Stinger? They do. A killing spree for Mini. 3 kills in a row. They only lose a couple of supports.
Oh, man. If they get that save on the Bloodseeker, though, that fight can just be turned around so much better for them, right? Like, he's the best hero to have in that situation. Everyone's getting trapped up. That double cogs there. Like, imagine a Bloodright comes out there and they can stop the Eclipse using the battery assault, too. Could have been such a good cleanup for them, but great target burst down there from the Kings.
So good. And now they can actually move this into a tier 1, and like the panel was saying, this push, and you mentioned it as well, right? This Inner Beast plus Lucent Beam, Lunar Blessing, sorry, not Lucent Beam, easily dispatched with the tier 1 bottom lane. And you crack open the bottom jungle now, which is where that Beastmaster loves to play. Farm jungle with hero, push bot lane with your Helm Creep, and cause that pressure as he just leaves a chipped vest.
Oh, no.
In that small camp, because it looks like Mini is aiming yet again for a kill onto Stinger. Good ice wall placement as well. Stinger slowed and earned charge. Oh. 20 HP. Miss out on the Sunstrike as well.
All right, big brain Stinger. Well done.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Damn, that stinks. I mean, there's even a Radiant Observer on that chip vest, too, so they might spot it down there.
Oh, they know. Go on. Chris Luck. Go take it. It's a freebie. But look at how quickly they move from bot lane to mid lane. Tier 1 into tier 1. Objective claiming. As the Kings start to really get up in the face of Beastcoast.
What's really rough here is that they have Hookshot, they have Blink Arena, they have a full HP Bloodseeker, but they feel like they just need to trade top, whereas I feel like that's a fight you probably wanted to take as Beastcoast. At least, like, you want to threaten something because you have the Elder Titan who's so good at delaying these, and oh no, not again.
And yeah, instead they just lose K1 top lane. There's nothing he has there to save him.
You have Hookshot
from Schofield, but the aggression from the Kings just keeps on coming. Now a roar. Schofield's dead here for sure.
Silence him twice, just to be sure.
Oh, they got him.
We got some problems here.
We do, but I guess there's also the thread that we had through Season 1 and Season 2, right? The Binamistas, laning phase looked good. Minion Invoker making rotations looked good. Then mid to late game decision-making can break down. So we'll see if they've learned their lessons here as Whisper cleared up in that mid lane. And on the flip side, Beastcoast has kind of been the opposite, right? Lanes have often looked poor, but then the mid to late game split push, decision-making, team fight coordination has always looked spectacular.
It was actually unbelievable last season how many games it looked like they were going to lose, and they would claw them back.
Yeah.
And they had the most ridiculous wins where it's just like, well, yeah, we expect you to win, but, like, not that game.
Come on.
Like, how? So, yeah, perhaps the trend will continue here. It's a good sign already that Valky's back doing the Beastmaster things in the top part of the map, because, you know, Fireside Beastmaster doesn't want to be there. He wants to be down bottom. He wants to be controlling near your outpost and helping to pressure that bottom tier 2 tower, but instead, Beastcoast, they've taken it back over, and now they're moving into that dire triangle where you know Luna wants to be.
And they've got this blink on Mars as well. They'll get straight on top of the tree, and not a huge kill. We'll see if it actually allows them to levy any more control on objectives, but I mean, Whisper he's annihilated by it. It's a good Spirit Stomp, hook shot with the Earth Splitter. They're focusing Benny. Luna inside the cogs, dispatched by the Void Spirit, and they've caught up Mini as well. Good Ether Remnant there, but Skywrath is still pumping so much damage, and this control with a roar and the silence. Down you go, Void Spirit gone, and a 3-for-2 trade.
Tell you one thing, they are struggling to get Hector in like where he should be at points of the game. Like, there's a ton of farm up here. Someone needs to go do that for sure. I get it. It's K1 who's up here doing it. But, like, again, that's another fight where it's like, oh, I wish the Bloodseeker was there, you know? Like, we're all going to smoke into the triangle. You catch the Luna first, and then you might have had an opportunity for a chase down. You just need that, like, one little extra element of control. They don't have it, and now Mini.
And if they kill him, oh, they're going to get him. This is like 3 in a row where he's been out on the map trying to farm up. K1 turns and fights. Is that enough damage? To bring him down it is. Crystallock's come in though. They want the turn back and mini streak. 474 gold into the pockets of that Void Spirit, while the Mars Arena is in onto the Treant. He'll overgrowth and try and run away, but I don't know what's the angle of retreat. It's a hook shot in from Clockwork, but Mars is down. Benny's Eclipse destroys Whisper.
Dude, he just blink speared a tree and died. Can we just go back to that for a second? Like, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna ulti for this one support, and then he just gets killed.
Not looking too hot, and that's without Beastmaster even being involved, right? He just bottom lane, pushes to tier 2, farms jungle. And this all comes from those early tier 1s being taken.
Looks like Beastcoast might need to wait for some slightly larger items here.
Well, yeah, I mean, Chris Luck, is he dying mid? He Yule's up on 20 HP. Astral Step, never, not in a million years, not surviving. Beastcoast definitely having some issues.
Surely
don't
Beastcoast
Trent.
got this right. Like,
don't.
Come on.
What's you talking about?
I'm still not a believer. That must mean I'm quite the hater. If I still feel like they're going to claw this back. Oh, nice. Yeah, get him. Because at first when he did the arena, I'm just like, is that worth it? It's like, yeah, okay, yeah. You know, they got to kill, like, they just killed Invoker. He wants to get some extra stuff. He's going to have to wait for his Bloodseeker. Sure, yeah, go for that free kill with the arena. And it wasn't free.
And then Benny comes.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's a Luna there. Some really great vision coming out of the Kings as well. Again, back to the point that Winter was making. The initiation, the fact that they want to play. Well, what was his analogy? It was like the white pieces in chess, right? Making that first move, you're the first step forward, the aggressors. And if you're able to catch a glimpse of someone, the Roar, Rod of Atos, you've got ways to get the numbers advantage very early on in these team fights and allow the Luna that safety to keep on fighting.
What really concerns me is if East Coast don't find something similar, though, with like hookshot and arenas before the BKB comes in on Benny. They get BKB and Aegis on this Luna, and I think that's just like GG time. They just march at you, and the fights are extremely difficult.
Eggs, what's your answer to Luna BKB? Is it Bloodseeker Basher? That's miles away.
Yeah,
Don't even know if you can do enough damage to
run
her.
Away.
Bait the BKB. Yeah, I guess force BKB, rupture Luna, run away, reset, and hope for the best. Oh yes, no, you need the question mark as step 4, and then step 5 is win game.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, Beast Coast, they're losing their bottom tower. They can't really Roche here either with their heroes, right? They don't have tower hitters, and they don't even have Roche takers on this team. So they're not even getting a punish from this. I mean, they're just going through backdoor right now. They so don't care what Beast Coast are up to.
Yeah, then it's outpost time.
Chris Luck, sir?
He's all right for now.
Yeah, he just needs the buddies there. They can't threaten tornado play after. Of course, there was almost a roar.
Just APU Kings see everything, right? There's triple ward, like concave around that mid lane from bottom through to the actual center of the map.
Yeah, that's sick. It's an actual wall of wards. Oh, look, they're going to catch Whisper on this wave. Up top.
Oh, yeah, Whisper. That's a good arena. Mystic Flare is invisible for me like the entire game. I can never see it, but it's killing him.
Okay,
Dice to mini Spirit Vessel.
I've
noticed it like three times now. I've not seen Mystic Flare at all. I can hear it, but I can't see it.
Yeah, that's why I get confused earlier when I thought he gets silenced twice. I'm looking at their heroes like, they don't have a second silence. What's happening? It's just like this invisible Mystic Flare.
It comes out. Well, I wonder if it's the same for the players as well. That would be unfortunate. Oh, Mini. That's a BKB on K1. Rupture hook shot flies on in. They focus Mini down. And it should be a kill for K1 at long last. Beast Coast. Get one up on the scoreboard. There's Clockwork. He cogs and runs away. It's getting into an extended team fight here. A little bit scary for the Dire team. So they will just hold out. Wait for their moment. And they ping out the ward. The reason why Beast Coast were able to actually start a team fight there. It's all about that vision.
It is very interesting to see just like how it's felt that King of Kings has been leading this game and controlling a lot of the pace and everything. But the lead isn't that large for how the game feels. And I mean, you can just draw pretty much a direct correlation between that and the last hits, I guess, right? Like, I mean, Luna's at like 214, but then after that, you have all 3 of the Radiant cores. Because Mini, you know, your Kowalski's Invoker, he's just running around the map. Then he wants the last set of Clockwork now, though. Not going to find it.
He's trying, but yeah, so that's a good point. Usually with Crosswax Invoker, we see the Spirit Vessel into Hand of Midas, right?
Yeah.
But he's gone the Boots of Travel, the Blink Dagger, not even heading into Aghanim Scepter or anything like that. So I wonder if he's going to go like Blink Hex here. Be some real guaranteed catch onto the raw Bloodseeker. Again, this vision paying off dividends.
It's just expiring too, so they're gonna come and deward that, and it's gonna be dead. Oh, that's like the greatest feeling. I hope that happens.
Well, they got 50 seconds left on it. Yeah. Beastcoast know that Roshan's happening now, but without your Bloodseeker for 30 seconds, I just don't see a way for them to contest this. So they push bottom, they push top. They're prepping for it, though.
Smoking.
They've got Spirit, Stomp. They can delay this, slow things down a little bit. In the back, they are chasing Gojira. Clockwork's down. Nuages puts him in the ground for 40. And the APU Kings thinking about breaching high ground with a Treant. They keep Beastcoast at bay, and that's Roshan secured for Benny. 600 away from his BKB, while Mini just going for a kill here, but he's trapped in the arena. Whispers BKB takes down the Invoker. The rest of the Dire Squad are coming back in. Can they kill Observer Ward? Yes. They get the catch onto Void Spirit, though. He's got Yule's, Astral Step, and an Arcane Rune have spawned bottom while they buy back the ET. It's a 4v4, and Chris Luck, he's desperate to get in on top of them. He's dissimulating, he's diving, but forced to Yule's up into the air. Can he escape from them? Another good Astral Step as they rupture up. Benny trapped in that Earth Splitter while K1 he's roared under tower. Bloodseeker's dead. Oh, no, he's not. He's been healed up. He gets a couple of kills and he survived. Benny with a double kill on the flip side, though, as they'll chase Chris Luck, but again, Astral Step plus Yule's should give him a safe retreat. Even a consideration of turning back with Schofield's hookshot. They land onto that Skywrath Mage. Some huge kills there for Beastcoast, leaving only the Luna with Aegis alive. And that's a scrappy fight from both sides.
That was the exact kind of Beastcoast fight that we saw like all of last season. We're just like, how? Like, how did this work out well for them right now? Like, there was an Aegis on this Luna. You're fighting under their tier 1 tower. Chris Luck just dives into the middle of all of them, and somehow in the end, the math works out. You know what I mean? This is literally what happened the entirety of last season. Like, you have no right to win this game. Like, look at this play. He's just jumping into 4 heroes right now. Forces out the ulti on the Yules. That was really sick. And then that spear, too, while they all back. Like, suddenly they just hit all their spells. This is how they play.
Look at K1, right? K1 is like 1 HP, and then heal. Oh, man. So close. And then they can pick up the pieces at the end. But you're right. Like, the defining factor there is the Dire team getting Roshan, having Aegis on Luna, feeling strong, and Beastcoast just saying, nah. Yeah. Nah, we're better than you. We know exactly what we can do.
All right, well, now we still have round 2, where they, of course, have this Aegis, and they can actually pressure as 5, since they did lose Mini very, very early, the start of all that. Mini, though, going to be really slow that next item, like going towards that BKB with like the pace he's been farming. I feel like that's going to take a while. They might want to put some emphasis on that if they'd like him to have that going high ground, because, you know, it could be bad.
At this point, he becomes an Alacrity bot as well, right?
Yeah.
You Alacrity Luna, you sit back, and I do like the positioning here. Mini is very, very far back. Valky just in front of him. Then there's Luna, the only one showing.
This is some objective gaming. They don't have that much damage right now. You know, like, they need to hit their sky spells. But outside of that, like, if this Invoker isn't going to get, like, the items to get the good positioning with BKB, this is just going to be the Glaives, the video game.
Bouncy, bouncy. I mean, speaking of Sky... Oh, Chris Luck. That's a lot of damage onto him.
That was a really good 4-staff save. They can't give that Aegis away for something so cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of the Skywrath, 9, 3, and 10.
Yeah.
Jupiter having a cracking game.
Dire's bottom tower
Invisible Mystic Flares will do that for you, I guess.
There is this this element of these kind of heroes though that changes when you're going high ground, right? Like your Banes, your Skywraths, these walls. You know, this little skinny ramp. It gets a little awkward to play these heroes sometimes when you start going up a ramp like that because like you're so exposed by the vision of the enemy that you can't hide in the trees and make your cute little plays that you've been doing all game. And so I imagine he's pretty wary about moving up that far. And then you start with these other heroes, and you're just like, guys, can we do this? Can we go high ground?
They're the like ambush predators. They're the ones that want to wait for their moment to strike. They don't want to be chasing people along the map.
They're jaguars. They sit in the tree. They wait.
They are hiding in the fog. What's the other? Is it endurance predator? Is like humans are endurance predators, right? That's like Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker is like endurance predator. He'll chase you the whole freaking map. Hello, Tornado Ice Wall. Toying with Whisper here with a Centaur Stomp and a Roar. That's him done. Didn't even need the Sunstrike.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now an endurance predator is playing 12 games of Dota in one day. I've been training. Yeah, I've got my endurance up.
That's ILTW. What was his? It was like 25, 27 games or something. I don't know. Ridiculous amount of pub games like during the major.
Well,
Beastcoast still doing BC things, pushing bottom with K1, farming enemy triangle. But they are getting held back in their base while Chris Luck, he thought he was invis and hidden. Under a sentry there from the Dire team, forced to get away, but that's Eclipse used. And he's going to go straight back. Chris Luck, he wants this tree in real bad, and he'll take it. Oh, will he? Forced out to high ground. Nuages, the Dissimulate's there, and he'll be tracked back by the Void Spirit. While Clockwork,
Schofield
he went in for a
hooked
hook shot, but
Sky.
died.
Yeah, he went in. He thought like, oh, we're killing tree and chasing forward, you know, like, ignore the tree. Come on, guys. But no one else was there. All right, so good things for the Kings is that they did get the all the other towers with that Aegis. I would take that as a success. I'm glad they didn't like ram their heads into the racks and lose a lot, but they still need to be cautious in this exact moment right now because they smell blood right now for Beastcoast.
This is just classic Beastcoast, right? They're in enemy triangle. They're finding a huge kill. Benny, oh, the Satanic heals him back up to full. You can't battle this Luna now. Whisper on the run back as he's lost Stinger. No supporting cast with him. Sunstrike just too far ahead. That Arcane Bolt will follow him to the ends of the earth. Can he get away? TP on cooldown, Blink on cooldown, and it looks like Treant has tracked back all the way to the outpost to gather up the XP for that Skywrath kill.
Easy.
Ooh, a Psychic Headband for Sky as well. Hell yeah. Does he have his shard yet? No. Go on, get your shard, Skywrath. K1 forced to BKB.
Too. Yeah, Mini was looking at that scythe for a while, as you were saying, but now he's actually committing for the Aghanims.
Okay.
I wonder if it's because he saw the Perseverance on the Bloodseeker. Because I was wondering if someone had Lincolns, which he does now. He was going to go BKB and Lincolns. Maybe that's swayed Mini's decision. Which I was also just thinking that it's always good to have Psychic too, right? Whenever you see a Lincoln's being picked up. But yeah, that's a quick kill.
Oh yeah, to pop it. Yeah, you're right. I just feel like they've got enough single target lockdown. Getting this Aghanims on Invoker with Overgrowth in particular, right? You have that guaranteed setup. I mean, Treant has a Force Staff, so a bit of maneuverability there for him.
Yes, I am very happy. I think damage was an issue for them for sure. So I think this is a great way for them to actually like get that next fight with the Aegis. I think they're fully prepped now. And ideally, if you're cheering for the Kings, then what you need is a really quick Roche, because the faster this ends, the better.
Absolutely. You take one or two more fights, you end the game. Beastcoast want to keep dragging this one out. K1, what's he up to? Troll trapped and runs away. Dire still have a little bit of vision there, but only for 10 more seconds. I want to try and refresh their observer wards. Well, it looks like they scout Whisper top. He's very speedily got himself through the trees, though.
Very
Does he go for this next wave?
355 movement.
Alright, go on, face boots. Ooh,
Oh,
Tornado
man.
just misses. I know he TP'd out. That's a decent amount of time wasted though, right? 3-4 heroes tracking back to try and find Whisper. So now that that kind of herding of sheep that the APU Kings were doing, pushing all the lanes, forcing Beastcoast back into their base, they've got a little bit of relief here for BC.
Yeah. That was like a worst case scenario. You're chasing this Mars out there. Everyone moved. You miss all your spells. He gets away. Everyone else on Beast Coast is pushing out lanes and farming. And Roche still does his bomb in another 2 minutes. Like, ooh.
Yeah.
Ice Rock doesn't want it. Was that max time? I think it was. It must have been like 2:59.
It looks like it, right?
Because like at 1 minute, it was 1/3.
Yeah, I mean, halfway is going to be 1 minute 30, right? The way it looks. So that is
Dude, that's
max
got to be
time
like
Roshan.
max time. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Dude, this game's rigged.
This
LGD
is
were
how
right.
Beast Coast win.
I want the audio and video file. Okay, dude, that was max.
Radiant's top tower
That's
is under
unreal.
attack.
Yeah, dead halfway is 1 minute 30. 3 minutes.
Avo is too
on that.
powerful. I think it was him. That's my theory. You know,
What's
he
Avo
just
done?
can't. He doesn't want the Kings to win. Didn't you hear him? You heard his sarcasm on the panel.
Oh, yeah.
How
oh,
he
I just think Beast Coast's a
accosted
better
Bowie.
team.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
And then both of the real analysts were like, this draft from the APU Kings is really strong.
It's significantly better. Which it is. Oh,
5
he's looking for the
melee
hook shot.
heroes
Oh,
on-
block it.
Oh, no, he's dead. Oh, no, he's not. He's running. Hasted. Oh, but it ends. Yeah, he's a goner.
I love the desperation of the little hook shot just waving around. Like, which way? The grave.
Animation cancelling, yeah. 6 feet under. At least a D ward for Beast Coast. Whisper smoke pops. Mini thinking about the turnaround. They do have buyback on this clockwork, and something they can play around here as Beast Coast is if a fight does break out, they can bring Stinger back. Schofield, sorry. Very focused on the Roche pit, though. Look at them like, is it up yet? Where's Roshan? Why isn't he alive yet? 10 more seconds to go.
Actually unreal. That is so unfortunate. But in the end, they still have great positioning. I mean, this is theoretically your perfect time to punish since you know what's going to be up. There's the flare. In case you were wondering, yes, that is how the game works. It's 3 minutes. We're
And the big man is
smoking.
alive. It's time to go.
He does the
Who's drawing those
in-base
lines?
angled flare. Very important as a clockwork player. You want to show that, oh, we're totally still in base. You don't want to be flaring from somewhere else, right? That makes sense.
Clever.
Yeah, yeah.
Dire Vision, Treant looking to pop smokes. Oh, he moves away
Mini's
from his
crazy.
post, though.
Middle tower is under attack.
He's gonna try and go on a clockwork there, but in moves Whisper. Nice two-man arena. Benny, BKB Satanic, turns the battle. They've lost the Skywrath, forced to buy back, but Vanki dies to Roshan in the meanwhile. Benny is still slowing them down. The Skadi doing some good work, and a double kill for Luna comes through. No buyback on K1. 2 cores down for Beast Coast, so Roshan looks locked up now for the Kings.
Man, that felt really risky, but at the same time, I guess like they don't have that much burst right now on Beast Coast.
Oh, the jetpack, the Sunstrike. Schofield, he's got the backup of Chris Luck now. They're on the Invoker, but yeah, living armor.
Oh, please
That'll
get
keep
that
him-
arcane run away from him.
Grabbed up by the Void Spirit as a Mystic Flare. I saw that one. Animations have come back into the game. And 2 heroes dead for 45 with no buyback on Beast Coast could signal the end of game 1, honestly.
I think they did it. I think they've won.
It feels that way.
Middle tower is under
Benny straight to high ground. Creep wave is coming.
I still don't know if I'm ready to believe it.
I'm not sure Valky believes it either. Alacrity Luna. Oh, look at her go. Open up that tier 3. Okay. Glyph
Radiant
slows things down. Now 10 seconds until Clock and Bloodseeker are back. And they haven't taken
Radiant's middle tower.
a single barracks yet. This, oh, right, I'm not memeing. This is where Beast Coast shine, right? They're under pressure,
it
backs
is
against
true.
the wall. You've not lost your key objectives yet. but Benny has that Aegis and his front lining alone, so you need to go in towards the back. Look for the tree and look for the arena. Catch him up with a spear as well. There's Whisper clearing through Nuage as well. Mini's invoking. He's invis, but trapped inside the arena. One more hit will do the trick, and Whisper takes him down. They do lose Schofield. Clockwork gone to the Skywrath, but K1 and Chris Luck, they are hot on the trail.
Benny's in the
that's a
base
good tornado meatball, though. And Benny is destroying their buildings. K1 and Chris Luck, they're contending with his Skywrath. Jupiter close to death. They can't finish him off. Chris Luck wants to retreat. He'll dissimulate down after that right-hand side. And Mini, aggressive blink, facing off against K1's Bloodseeker. Now Benny is roaming back across to try and meet up with his team. There's a couple of bounty runes there for Chris Luck. I guess the Kings did take the mid lane of Barracks.
They're trying to just break these fights down into something so Oh, Mini. The double tornado. Nice. Is he punished, though?
He's going to die, though. They punish him.
Unreal.
Can Benny get him? Oh, the Yules. He's got no Astral Step. He's going to kill off the Skywrath, but Benny finds the kill on the Void Spirit, and he wants more. But that is a speedy Bloodseeker sprinting off back towards his outpost.
Okay. Weren't we hitting mid? Look where this fight ended. Like, they just drew them so far away from all the objectives. This was a Luna with 2 lives, all of the buffs you could ever imagine, and they pulled them into fighting over by, like, the old Roche pit. What are we doing down here, guys?
That's insane.
Game winning. The throne. They got so spread out. Benny chased an Elder Titan to the tier 4s to kill him, but, like, maybe they just needed to kind of fight as a unit? I think.
Just stay mid. Push tier 4s.
Beastcoast, they can't keep getting away with this. There's no way.
It's illegal.
Man, they're running out of steam, though. Like, 2 more minutes on this Aegis? All the other cores, like the other heroes on the Kings, they're falling off?
Radiant are scanning.
And K1 and Chris Luck have been toying with them. Nice attempt on the hook shot. Even dusting there. Schofield trying to angle himself towards the tree.
Ran out of fuel. He's between the towers.
But LT's hot. Get the hell out of here. Airlift requested. Tier 1 mid, 38 minutes into the game, finally dies.
Keep in mind, these guys won Division 2 last year. That's where they came from. Like, that's your Bino Mistos. Which is pretty crazy to think. Sorry, not one, came second, I guess. But, you know, qualified out of the lower division, obviously.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's a reason why we're surprised they're, you know, doing so well. Not that they're, I mean, I do think that our divisions were pretty weird last season. We definitely had teams in the lowers that were better than teams in the uppers with how it all worked out and everything. But I was
even this season, right?
Yeah, true.
Like, even this season, we have the Brazilian team down in Division 2.
I feel like every region has a team like that just because of like the qualifiers and shakeups and stuff.
It's like HFN, Adriano, Taro, King RD, Yodomi. That's definitely a Div 1 team. Roar, hello. Quick pick onto the Clockwork. Whisper, he's in here with Refresher Orb, Mars Arena, spears up. Valky forces the buyback. They do have an Alacrity Luna to contend with, but they're going straight for the Invoker. The Void Spirit. He spots Mini. He refreshes as well. These Refresher Orbs going wild, and K1, he's sprinting around. He's so fast. They do catch out Whisper, but not enough damage to finish him just yet. As Nuage is in a lot of trouble. The Beastcoast side, they get 3 kills. They've not lost any big targets either. Now Benny's isolated. K1 hot on his tail, doing some serious damage with that shard, with that pure damage, but they're slow from the Skadi. Way too much for him to handle. Lincoln's popped and down he goes.
It's so chaotic. And just because, you know, K1 didn't buy a refresher, so he is buyback, you know. He's the only one who hasn't invested pretty much out of his other cores. The damage is actually so ridiculous, too, from the Void Spirit when you build this refresher. I mean, everyone's all about refresher now, right? I feel like everyone's trying on like every hero because it is a very unexplored item, and it's also just been like buffed and buffed and buffed to where it doesn't really feel as heavy as a commitment.
Yeah.
But the double arena is a really cool concept versus the Luna, just because of how effective it is versus the Glaives.
Stopping the bouncing, yeah.
Just like ruin her game.
It's like so good with these charge-based heroes as well, right?
Yeah.
Like having Astral Steps or Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit, refreshing remnants. Feels incredibly good.
Pulsing all over your face, you know?
Quadruple AoE silence.
Just need a silencer.
That's all you need.
Some bonus damage. Dead hero.
Where are we going with this smoke? Benny with Valky leading the charge. Who's TP top? Mini. And Chris Luck shows on that top wave. Raw comes. Nothing to save him. That Cataclysm makes short work of the Void Spirit, but he does have buyback.
The only downside is that his respawn is exactly when Roche could theoretically respawn. So now they have a choice. Like, do you really want to go high ground and be scared about this buyback? Because if he has a Refresher, I don't think he's going to be shy about jumping in here. A Haste Rune and a Refresher, he'd be more than happy to buy back and fight you on his stairs.
Especially seeing as it's Chris Luck as well, right?
Yeah. Oh, I say that, though. And now they have the Scythe. That could be the end. You know, he buys back, he runs in, isn't expecting the Scythe.
Oh, the Skywrath, yeah. That instant disable. I bet we'll see K1 do some sneaky stuff, put the Lincolns onto his Void Spirit.
Oh, then they just GG out. They don't even finish the game. They're just like, all right, Hector did
We
it.
did it.
Yeah.
One outplay, that's all we need.
Dire are
I think it's definitely been a big step up the way... Is he okay?
Thoughts on Benny's item progression?
What, the queued item?
Yeah.
He wants to end the game. But what does he swap? What does he swap out? Silver Edge, I guess?
Yeah. Or, used BKB, I guess. But one would think he'd want to use that. Maybe just pop Manta and swap it. I don't know.
Yeah, curious. Very curious. I definitely feel like it's been a big step up, this King side, from Binamistas to here now. Like, the way they're controlling the map is such a way more collected, decisive, less chaotic, especially under the pressure from Beastcoast. Like, they're going bot, pushing wave, warding, taking triangle, knowing that their next objective is Roshan. And they're not randomly just pushing high ground.
Like, Mini used to feed like crazy. That was our biggest criticism, I feel like, is that he was just, like, a little too crazy.
Like, Mini would be bottom lane farming this wave coming in now. But,
yeah, exactly. For, like, no real reason.
now he's
rather
farming
be
this...
near the team.
Yeah.
Mini puck.
Beast want
next game
to get something done.
We'll get it.
Yeah, hopefully.
top tower is under
Trian, as always, in a good position.
Oh my god, it's another max timer Roche. Are you serious? How?
I don't know. Trian, 4 staffs. Forces the BKB from Whisper, who is desperate to catch someone. Valky inside the arena, but they roar Whisper, destroying the Mars, forcing to buy back as Trian does the same. Off to the right-hand side, you've also got Chris Luck battling with 3 Dire heroes. Self-fuel's up, Refresher's already been spent. The hook shot's in.
He went in?
Gojira. That Eclipse does nothing. Benny's Luna isolated and forced away as they get in on top of the Skywrath Mage. Mini, a good meatball. Ooh,
oh, Chris Luck's back
down the clockwork. The gem
so
is
sick.
forced out, and they've actually killed off the Sky. Benny's come back in. He wants to try and fight, but he's speared up against the trees. Oh, Nuages, what have you got? No overgrowth, nothing left in the tank, and Beastcoast are doing it. Benny's satanic. It will buy him a bit of time. K1 in the Cataclysm. He's dead for 2 minutes. Mini finally launches out the ion cannons, blows up Beastcoast. And Whispers under wards. The vision is given. Mini cold snaps him. They want another kill. A dieback here could be on the cards for Whisper. He can BKB and turn and fight, but oh, can he get away from them? Blink dagger, 2 seconds, 1 second. 4 staff, no, it's that little psychic headband. Beautifully done to run away.
Yo, get this Hellbear in on this action. What's this Hellbear doing? Beastmaster, you're Hellbear. Help! Help the team.
Where's the micro?
Oh, come save us. All right, well, this Roche spawn is finally happening again. Oh my god.
In 20 seconds.
I've completely lost it. Dude, Chris Luck made the craziest play during that fight. Like, oh my god, he was so close to getting Tornado and being killed, and he like sliced his way back through the team fight, and then he threw the Tornado. I was like, this is it, he's dead, and then he flickers. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me. A Void Spirit with a Yule's, Refresher, Lincoln's, and then he has a flicker too. Like, that's Dota.
It's so great for him here against Skywrath, like earn Cold Snap.
Man, he's a gamer. Do you see that? Couriering the mangoes? That's a gamer move.
Oh, nice. Nice little refill.
All right, Gorgia, you know.
Roshan.
Old Schofield's had a bit of a rough second half of the game, I feel like, on the Clockwork. This is his moment, all right?
The steal.
Yeah, he's under a ward, though. That does make this
Yeah,
significantly
they have so much vision. Jetpack for staff, run away. Get yourself out of there. They clip the ET with that tornado, though, and that Rod of Atos Mystic Flare so quickly to take him down while Chris Luck was battling with Valky off to the back of the fight. But the Kings will reset, return to the Roche Pit, and claim their prize. Who'd you give Axe to here? Just give it to Benny?
Must be. I feel like no one else is really worth it. I don't think Tree's worth it. Sky, I would be okay with. I'd be fine if they wanted to. But I also get the Luna one, because Luna Eggs is still busted. All right, do you buy Rapier? You have the Aegis. Are they
well,
at that point?
The answer is no. He swapped a shard.
Oh, good. All right. Well, maybe he just does both.
10,000 gold in the bank. Why the hell not? 22k lead now with Aegis Cheese. It's just a matter of converting that into an actual victory against Beastcoast. Easier said than done. What kind of buyback situation do we have?
Like whenever whenever I come back on camera, I've got my little light, and I just keep turning it on and off for the past like 20 minutes. It's like, oh, there it is. Oh no. Oh yeah, now the game's out. Okay, no.
Oh no, it's gone. Yeah, I've kept my lights on the entire time. Rookie mistake.
Gonna have burnout.
So, Bloodseeker, Void Spirit, they'll have buyback soon.
TM.
What about the rest of them? Clock is 400 gold off. ET has it. Mars on cooldown.
Tree placed the ward. He's in. That's crazy. That's a risky ward,
see everything.
Dude. They got him.
Oh, but they catch him. They catch the Treant. He's level 24 with like 3,000 HP. They spend the arena on him. Dead for a minute and a half, but you've lost your entire bottom lane. Beastcoast, they've got to do something now. Try and find a fight with that Spear Rupture. That's a lot of damage onto Mini. He's down. Mini's gone, and Whisper, he refreshes up. Benny's been isolated again, so they focus towards the Skywrath Mage, getting the easy pickings.
Oh, it's
so
over,
Beastcoast
dude.
have the numbers advantage, and Benny in so much trouble. Aegis claimed up Beastcoast with a team wipe. 6 kills in a row for Beastcoast, defending their base and keeping their hopes alive. Yes, they lose the bottom lane. Yes, they do kill off that Luna through Aegis and everything else as well. Cheese also uses up. Goodness gracious, mate.
They just completely abused the way he wanted to play that fight as Luna. Because he put the BKB in the backpack, right? And he's going to play the Aegis life and then the BKB. And so he's like, do you know who I am? I'm a Mars with a refresher. So they just send him away. They spear him. They arena. You know, they can just completely disrupt the entire fight if he doesn't want to pop BKB. And he just was not relevant. And then they just kill all his buds. And then they come for you last. That was clinical. And remember, like, oh man, that's actually so brutal. Like, they got the Treant for free. You didn't get to cast anything.
Oh man, you know, just going back to what we were saying, like 25 minutes in, because I feel like there's a lot of people who don't believe us when we say stuff like, okay, they're 20k behind, but Beastcoast always finds a way to win these games. You've said it like 3 times already. Just look at what's happening right now on your screens.
Like, surely. How it is.
Ridiculous scenes.
All right.
My goodness.
How do you recover from this right now? As the APU Kings. What's the play?
Regain confidence somehow.
You have a tier 2 bottom.
Like, triple buyback on your heroes. I don't know.
No panic. No panic. Got tier 2. That's good, right? No crazy panic buybacks. That's all right. What do you do for your Luna? Because now she's looking at a refresher. Is that the play? I guess the double BKB would be huge.
Yeah. And I guess at least that way, you know, throw a couple of eclipses, long range AoE. We see this. So it all starts out with that Treant. Yeah, he wards, he dies, and then you're in the 5v4.
Look at Benny. He's just like not BKBing, right? So he starts hitting. He's just like, oh, okay. Sleep, spear, bye.
And the rest of the team chasing everybody else.
You just stay over here. And then we'll just all collapse on you after.
But they've done a pretty good job of doing that the entire game, right? With stomps, hook, cogs, spears. They've got a lot of ways to kind of isolate the Luna. And usually when we say that, we mean isolate and kill. But this has been an isolate and go run at everybody else.
Unreal, man.
Put her on the very outskirts.
I can't believe it.
I can't wait for the next Roshan spawn to be another max timer, by the way.
Now, the real Beastcoast would be if the APU Kings now win it. And then Beastcoast will win Game 2 and Game 3. True Beastcoast gives APU Kings the game after they regain the gold lead. That's their final form, you know?
Like a glimmer of hope, a comeback is brewing. Yeah. Then they spill spaghetti all over the floor.
Oh, that's TI Beastcoast. Oh, too soon.
Ouchies. It's better than Major Beastcoast.
Marginal.
Don't even get to go to the event.
True. Well, Beastcoast, they're definitely looking good now. They just needed like 45 minutes to warm up, but things are together. You know, don't give us the early game, they say. So, you know what? It's about 8 o'clock now. Feeling better.
Yeah, we're level 30. We can now cast all of our spells.
Mm-hmm.
Tier 2 bottom gone.
This void's
wait, are they going high ground? Illusions, catapults.
Look at Chris Luck
thinking.
walking, dude. He's at 208 MS right now. Is he over encumbered?
Who, the Void Spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah, no boots. Backpacked boots. Well, I guess it's 339 when he smoked. That's not too bad.
I was gonna say 208 damage too. Like, oh, this guy's huge. This guy's so slow. Oh.
Dire are scanning.
He'll get where he needs to be.
They all go home. They smoke up. They run in.
Who gets caught? Right now, there's like no vision for the Dire team. They are playing into darkness.
Do you know what?
And if they,
what doesn't move when you smoke gank? Buildings. You gank the buildings.
Yeah, it's pretty well telegraphed where they are on the map, isn't it?
It tells
Which
you
buildings?
actually.
Top tier 3.
It lets you know. You know, they're keeping these waves. They need the threat. All right, we got the mid lane going in. We got to get the bottom lane. The constant flares as well, though. Yo, you know it'd be a sick talent for Clockwork, actually? If you could do angled flares. So you could do like a, what's that called? Vector-targeted flares. So you could place them somewhere else on the map and aim them down another... Okay, Ice Frog, listen. This is actually a sick level 20 talent.
So this is what you do. You do a tie-in with the movie Wanted from like 2008 or whenever it came out.
Curve the rockets.
And you curve the rockets like in Wanted, dude.
Well, I was thinking you could vector target them to obscure what angle you're actually at as Clockwork in the late game. But also, you could use it to cover more distance. Yo, Ice Frog, come on. This is sick. This is a great idea.
Would you vector target on the minimap then?
Yeah, you could just do it on the minimap. Or you could just do it on like the ground somewhere, and it would just use that angle. It would like go to where you vector targeted, and then it would go on the angles wherever you selected from there. So it would be like Tango's ulti, but shooting, instead of the dash into Swashbuckle, it would be rocket flies this way, turns flies that way.
Yeah.
Ice Frog? Am I wrong? I mean, that sounds kind of sick.
That does sound real good.
Yeah.
So like you send it to Roshan to scout Roshan, but you don't want it to explode on Roshan. You want it to explode on a creep wave, right?
Yeah. Or you send it to somewhere on the map where you want them to think you're smoked at, and then you send it from there back somewhere else. Because like late game, it just gives you away sometimes.
So sneaky.
We gotta fix this hero.
Well, everybody ditching boots. Silver Edge on the Bloodseeker. Void Spirit and boots in backpack still. Right. Luna has long given up on those little booties. And buybacks are starting to come back in for both teams.
It's been about 50 minutes since they've had the gold lead on Beastcoast. They may gain it again soon.
Where's Trent, where's it all gone? That was 25,000 net worth lead.
Yep.
All gone.
Yep.
And another long Roshan respawn, 2 minutes.
Oh, under 1,000. Oh, it's coming back.
It is. And the Kings are all grouped up around their top outpost. Beastcoast pushing in mid, farming up. I would like to send someone bottom to go clear that wave. But it seems that their primary objective is to go and catch.
What
Look
the
at that.
heck?
Schofield, long-range hookshot, straight in on top of them. He's causing chaos at the very least. Do the Kings want to fight? They're trying to decide what they want to do about this, because in comes Whisper, but misses out on the spear. Arena going to get dodged down by the BKB of Benny. Chris Luck dissimulating towards Valky, aiming onto that Beastmaster, removing any kind of control, and Benny, again, isolated, refreshes up. Satanic ready, but no BKB. Benny's down. Cataclysm will land, but not enough damage to really get any kills, and the Kings are falling. The throne has been reclaimed. Beastcoast kill Mini, and they aim towards that dire base.
The line is drawn. All top. Chris Luck goes bottom just to clear out the waves. And they're heading high ground, forcing the buyback. Invoker not gonna have it.
A minute and a half. Beastmaster 7.5 minutes. So you've got Skyrath gone, what, he's got 300 gold away from buyback, so 2 heroes are dead for at least a minute now. These refresher orbs have been so good from Beastcoast.
I can't believe how well that fight went for them. With the way that started from Schofield just like hookshotting in like that. And just, because they didn't know how they wanted to play that fight as the Kings, because they didn't have any vision as to where he came from. Like, in their eyes, the rest of Beastcoast was right behind him. And so they didn't want to hard commit, but they were actually so far away from the start of that fight.
Hey, that must have been so confusing for the Kings, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's like the, pretend you're strong when you're weak, pretend you're weak when you're strong kind of thing. Beastcoast just like, oh, we're going to go in here. We've got no one nearby, but the opponent's going to be scared by the clockwork no matter what.
Classic tree in place here right now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Glyph and armor.
Oh, man. This setup, if only they had the Cataclysm. The dive ball.
40 seconds without Mini. The ball's getting cleared up. Top lane Iraq's down. So now the game, pretty much, structure-wise, dead even, 2 lanes apiece, but a 20,000 net worth lead in the hands of Beastcoast. What is that? A huge swing. 44k swing in the past 10 minutes or so.
I just imagine the unrealized gains right now from all those people that were going for the Kings. They're just like, oh my god, they did it. And now reality's slowly setting in.
Oh no.
No. But if Beastcoast could throw a 20k, or if the Kings could lose a 20k lead, surely Beastcoast could, right?
Mm-hmm, surely.
Yes.
It's possible.
Oh,
Gambler's fallacy gonna kick in. Just keep betting on it.
Wind Waker is the surest sign that a game has gone on too long. It's someone screwed up when a Wind Waker gets purchased.
It's so expensive.
It really is. It's very hard to justify this item. It's a sick item. Don't get me wrong. It's so expensive, and you have so many other items you want first.
What was it, like 4,000 to upgrade your Yules? You got to consider
just a
buyback.
drop in the bank, just nothing. A couple pennies.
Ridiculous. And he's got Refresher Shard and Orb now. Chris Luck can bounce around at will. It's got to be so demoralizing for the Kings, though. Being so close to victory. And now you're staring down the barrel of Beastcoast, who are controlling all the lanes, pushing towards your base, and have out-executed you in pretty much every team fight.
Well, Benny is changing strategy here, going for that BKB in the inventory, which I do appreciate, but unfortunately, we still have the Abyssal to deal with. So it feels like you just can't find the right answer. Do they not have an Ascetics or something?
Don't know.
They did not get fortunate enough. East Coast got one. I feel like they need some sort of a reset for Benny. They just don't have it.
They need Benny to have, I don't know, more range. He needs to be actually hitting people, but he's getting run around by these Beast Coast heroes like Void Spirit, Bloodseeker, so good. Dancing circles around them as they go for the initiation, straight onto that Treant. Valky annihilated in the arena, and 2 heroes dead for 2 minutes with no buybacks. Benny is battling, but Whisper, he's got the bulwark going. Nice shiny BKB for him there.
Tickles.
Self-cycloning as Chris Luck gets on top of that Luna. Benny down, and the Kings, they call it. The game ends as Beastcoast somehow, from the pits of despair and almost losing, to coming back as they always do.
I
My
can't
goodness.
even. I would just be so sad if I was on the APU games. These guys are incredible. I mean, truly. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, but it feels like they just have this mode that they turn on where they just go, okay, guys, let's go win. And they take these fights that are just so crazy. And Chris, like the actual just pure technical skill and mechanical execution that he showed in this game was nothing short of grotesque. Like it physically ill watching some of the plays he made in those team fights. Just like how does he get away with that? That was so sick. Oh, they're so good.
Yeah. I mean, like isolating the Luna every single team fight. Beautiful stuff from Beastcoast as they take game 1. The victory here for them, as we'll pass it back to Alvo and the boys.
Well, guys, I
I
Sorry.
think you're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted on Discord. Sorry. Hello. So
Hello.
when I gave off this game, you guys were like, "Oh, I know all melees to this panel. You go to the casters. I'm a laughing stock." Everyone's like, "Oh no, I'm just too biased for Beast Coast." Well, you know, eat your words. That's what I'm gonna say.
Dude, I'll give it to you. All right, Beast Coast is definitely the better team. I do want to say though that I think throughout the
Versus
first 30 minutes, King of Kings played much better, and I think that they actually lost that game. There were two key moments where I think they just misplayed. Like when the Treant forced that arena bottom and they got the Rex, all they had to do was disengage. But they actually kind of were like, "Oh, we have Aegis, maybe we should fight." And that just ruined their game. When they actually lost that fight and lost all of the map control, all of their net worth, they forced like a buyback on Mini. I think that was like one of the worst moments for this whole game. Like, look at Benny. You could have easily run away, but he actually comes back to hit. Like, there's no objective to be taken there. You have no Treant for 80 seconds. I really feel like that was game losing, but they played well. You know, Beast Coast, they are a better team and they will abuse the distance.
Yeah, I think
with
partly also is the earlier Aegis as well. Like the first couple, they didn't really use it very well. The Luna was always the last person alive. He wasn't really hitting the buildings. I think that it was the middle high ground push where they were chasing the ET, if I wasn't mistaken. I think a lot of the fights, I personally felt like the culprit was the Invoker. I didn't really like the way he was playing and he was building his hero. Like after the Vessel, he went the Dagger and Travel. I think maybe getting one of those is fine, but I felt like buying the Dagger made him play really aggressive in a lot of the early game. I felt like he was dying because like he was trying to go for kills because he bought the Dagger. So he blinked in, he tried to set up Tornado and cold snap for his teammates. But Beastmaster could have just done that role because Beastmaster eventually, after he got his Solar Blades, his helm, he bought a blink as well. So I felt like it was unnecessary for him to play that way. And during the game as well, the casters mentioned that, why are they dominating the whole map? But the goal is like I think 3k, 4k. I felt like it was also due to the fact that the Invoker went for this build instead of like if you go Vessel, if you go for Midas, all he needed to do, I felt like that game was. After his early game, it was great, you know. He did well in his lane. He rotated bottom. He killed the tier 1 bot. Then they killed the tier 1 mid and top. And he needed to just farm, buy Midas, farm, get items. And because they're dominating the map, he just needs to take advantage of all the resources on the map. But he was like trying to play the game way too aggressively. He bought a blink. He ran around. Yeah, sure, he got a couple of kills because of the blink, but he also died a few times because of how he was playing. And that felt like it dented their timing a lot because the Luna was so strong. He always felt like I want to go guys, but someone was like dying here and there, you know, and he had to wait for this, wait for that. Maybe the Roshan spawning late was also like unlucky in some ways, but I felt like they definitely could have widen the gap of a gold lead if they played everything correctly, bought the right items. But it was still really impressive, you know, how they played the whole game, except for the laning phase a little bit. I think they struggled a little bit, but after that, they were playing really well. They just couldn't close out the game.
Yeah, an issue that we saw as well from Vietnamistas when they were in Div 2 as well, which is what we talked about, this lack of late decision making, lack of the consistency and almost the discipline to be able to close the game appropriately.
Yeah, discipline is the key word.
Yeah, but we have as we go into the highlights. We're just gonna take it into a small break, guys, because we do have a next game. But before we go to the breakdown, I'd like to ask you, because this is really tough to recover from, because this is a game that's essentially won in your book, and then all of a sudden they bring it back in a ridiculous way. What's the goal here for game number 2? Is there a way you draft or something you tell your team to make sure that you don't fall into the pitfall of, oh no, what did we just do? Well,
I think you've pretty much played a similar game. Like, as Winter said, like most of their early game decisions, despite the lane, were good. It's really just about ironing out a lot of things. And I guess, maybe we sounded a little bit rough on King of Kings, but they are a Division II team that climbed all the way to Division I and actually took a very convincing match against Beastcoast, which is for sure the best SA team. And that's very good. I think they could have won this game, and they can probably win game 2 if they just iron out those mistakes a little bit more.
Okay. This game felt like the Chess World Championship match just now. Both players could have won the game. There were a lot of mistakes.
I'm starting to understand now what you've been watching these days, Winters. The third chess reference you make already.
Dude, both of them plays Dota,
Yeah, it's true. It is true. Anyway, we have a next match to go to. It's a best of 3, so King of Kings will still get one chance if they want to get back into this best of 3. Let's see if they can seize it. My name is Plus. You're joined by Dota 2 Bowie and Winter Dota. We'll be back with the next game of the series very shortly after a quick break. Until then, guys. And we're back as I was going to talk about chess now. And we're back with a DPC here at the SA Winter Tour. This is the Div 1, and we're watching Beastcoast versus King of Kings. Quite an exciting match number 1. But now, there's 2 matches going on right now. First is, of course, King of Kings versus Beastcoast, and second is the mental match that King of Kings has to play with themselves to try to beat that defeat they just experienced, because that's a tough one. As Winter was pointing out in the break, particularly as well for an inexperienced team.
Yeah, it's tough, you know, if you don't have a coach.
It is definitely tough. I do feel like, generally speaking, King of Kings' biggest problem, as we could see last game, is more of like getting ahead of themselves when they're playing from ahead than getting tilted. Like most of their games, even when they are playing against like really good teams, they don't seem to get tilted that hard. So I don't feel like it's gonna be that much of a problem to them. I just wonder how much Beastcoast has waken up, because it felt like with their first draft and the first 30 minutes of the game, it didn't felt like, obviously they won the game, so it's Beastcoast, but it didn't feel like they were trying hard. They were not like the best version of Beastcoast. I think that is the biggest problem. It feels like they don't want to waste time, the second game. I think Beastcoast is the biggest problem rather than King of Kings feeling sad about what happened last time.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely kind of felt like they didn't give 100%. They were picking heroes that weren't so great with each other.
Wait, there's a ranged hero already, right? So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
This is
Doctor.
This is also the hero that Beastcoast plays when they're playing seriously, so this is a good sign. And I'm not even kidding.
Did he get buff in the new patch? Was he changed?
I don't think so.
No, right?
Maybe he got some healing thingy, but I don't really. It was not anything major, I think.
The idea behind this hero for Beastcoast, I mean, whenever I've heard them discuss this hero, right, is the idea that like they consider themselves, and I think it's pretty correct, one of the best laning teams at like winning lanes, that are abusing it particularly their 5-1. They value very highly, and it's pretty true.
He makes the game easy to play. When you win your lanes, especially when you're at a level where sometimes you don't want to complicate the games too much. Your opponent is not experienced teams, and against the weaker teams, when you win the lane, usually they don't really know what to do after.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing with the big Witch Doctor. That's their hero to win lanes. It's this or Enchantress. That's what they pick when they want to win a lane.
Yeah.
All right.
King.
I do like
actually
this.
Like the new draft sequence as well. Usually I don't really get to say much or talk much about it.
Go ahead, please.
The draft sequence change also made a lot of heroes viable because of how you could pick. Like I personally still prefer to be on second pick right now. Because of you can pick like a very useful core, strong core here at this stage. And usually when you're in the first pick, I feel like sometimes there's not many heroes that you want to snatch up. I prefer to wait and see in the later part where I can get a better core pick.
Yeah, I think like when they added the third ban to the second phase of bans, definitely allows you to go for this greedier. We see a lot of first phase Terrorblades, Lunas, Monkey Kings nowadays, and having that extra ban, I think, makes it easier for you to deal with all of the problems you think that pick's gonna face and still make it viable.
I just like the second the second phase and having the overall last pick as well, like for the second pick team. And because when I'm second pick, I also like to open with just like what Beastcoast they did, just open with 2 useful supports, flexible supports, and see what the enemy team goes for, and then counter their cores after.
Yeah, sure.
So they ban out the Viper and the Bat Rider, just making sure the Monkey's gonna get a really good game.
I think this is interesting because Mini actually plays a lot of Monkey King. He plays even more Monkey King than Benny. I haven't been seeing a lot of Monkey King recently, but it is something that they do sometimes. And with a lot of mid Kankas and all of the spirits that are pretty much melee besides Storm, I feel like it could be something that Beastcoast has to be careful about.
Do you think they're gonna go again? They're like, I mean, it is Monkey King, but we do like melee heroes. Like, I think
they love it, dude.
You have options though. I mean, like Chris Luck, one of his best heroes, the Queen of Pain, particularly. Actually,
Monkey King does not classify as a melee hero.
Yeah,
Ah,
he
right,
is
that's
a
true,
weird
that's
one.
That's
Yeah.
true. I think
Uh,
Beastcoast has options. I don't think that they're particularly bothered by Monkey King mid or so. Though I do agree with your point, by the way. I have seen Benny play that. And here's the Mars. I think he's one of the best melee offlaners against Monkey King, particularly because you can always spear him before the fourth pick or fourth hit.
Yeah, I kind of wish they played this Monkey King as a support because I already see so many. Like you have this Earth Spirit rolling trees and cutting them. You have the Silence that also cuts trees. The Mars Arena. It's looking like a pretty rough Monkey King game if you're playing core.
Would you agree, Winter?
How good is he at a support right now? I feel like he's
They
not-
definitely nerfed him a little bit, but I
Yeah.
still feel like the new. I mean, the new. It's been a while. The new. I always forget the name of that item. The magic resistance one.
Mage Slayer.
Yeah,
Mage
the
Slayer?
Mage Slayer still like pretty good, taking that spell damage away from everyone.
But that's not how they were playing him before, though. When they were playing him 4-5, they would go bootless Monkey King and go for Atos, and that was like the build, and
I
use
feel
Atos
like
from the tree.
the nerf to the stun really affect. I personally feel like he got affected a lot as a support because of the change to the stun.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
the
maybe
duration.
it's still fine, but not that great.
Yeah, I mean, they did take that Batrider, so maybe they'll just play core and they don't think that matters that much. I'm not a Monkey King player myself, so I do see their Spirit and Mars and I get scared, but they might have a different read on that.
I mean, they protected mid, right? They did that. Like, these three bans to me would signify Monkey King. They want to at least try to flex him mid.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. So they go
Alright,
for the
Legion.
Legion plus Skyra again.
Oh.
Similar
Okay.
combo with the Beastmaster Skyra from the last game, but this time they have a save to remove the stun from the Mars, especially.
Interesting.
How is the Legion matchup for? How would this match up against Witch Doctor?
5 seconds
I mean, it's not that great, but the thing is, if you're
Right.
picking blind, Legion is one of the better offlane heroes to pick blind. Because you
Sure,
don't know what
you don't know carry.
Yeah.
Alright.
But it kind of sucks to lane against Witch Doctor, most of the offlaners.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like what's gonna miss the most from that game is the Beastmaster vision, but the Monkey King might be able to compensate a little bit. He does get a lot of vision and mobility in the trees, so it would allow Legion and Skyriff Mage to play similarly to how they played the tempo in the first game.
Radiant team back.
Oh,
Okay, so it's a Chaos Knight Witch Doctor. That's a
That's
pretty
disgusting.
damn strong lane.
yeah, it's that's obnoxious.
Fun fact: that's their favorite lane. Like, as in to play, they genuinely enjoy this lane. So
But
that
the
means they're
core to
excited.
core matchup, I think Monkey King latest part in the game, he can definitely deal with the CK. He can fight him in the ring.
Seconds remaining.
Mm-hmm.
Beastcoast's turn to
But the
battle.
goal of
the-
the CK is to not go for the Monkey King anymore, like not fight him in the ring. The goal is
CK
to actually
is like you're trying to play the game faster than the Monkey King, because you
Yeah.
pick faster than him,
Radiant team back.
and you have a very strong lane now with WD. So the CK is, if he wins his lane he plays his lane accordingly, he should be able to get a very good start to outpace the monkey. I mean,
Yeah,
but
he's
the
also
LC
much
and
tankier,
Sky-
right? The Bloodseeker was getting exploded by that Skyriff Mage. I don't think it's gonna be that easy for them to hunt the CK as it was in the first game.
Yeah.
I mean, in the early game, they don't really have much tools to clear the illusions.
Radiant
It's
team
just the nuke from the LC. The other heroes don't really clear and the Primal Spring from Monkey. But that's not very reliable in the fights to clear the illusions.
So they also think Monkey's gonna go for the mid lane as well, as they ban carries themselves, because they think the Monkey's not gonna be the real win condition here. What could be
Yeah,
a good hero for
10
against the CK?
seconds remaining.
It's a
That's
tough one.
Oh, Troll.
Interesting.
Troll with the axe upgrade seems good.
Oh, that's the idea. You go for the axe.
I mean, I
blind
don't know
the
if it's
CK.
the idea, but seems pretty useful against their heroes.
Because
Yeah, I was
against Mars is a
thinking-
bit weak though.
Remaining.
It kinda. I mean, it depends. The lane stage is really good for the throw actually, because
True,
you can
true.
get the range creep. You're a range hero, so you actually lane pretty well. There is a timing before your BKB where you're not great. I really wonder if he's gonna go for a Maelstrom build. I kind of wanted to see him match the tempo of the CK, because it feels like with this Earth Spirit moving fast, they can kind of get trampled with this if the struggles like
Yeah,
Battle Fury, Sanjin Yasha.
That's actually a pretty reasonable point. In this game, if the early game doesn't go well, they could actually just get run over. And right now the Monkey King, you're also putting him mid without knowing what's the enemy mid, so it's quite possible that he will also lose his lane. So looking at the heroes and the setup, it's probably that the King of Kings, they're gonna lose mid and the off lane. The Troll is probably gonna win his lane, the only one that's gonna win his lane.
Yeah, I thought about Storm for Beastcoast because it's really good versus Monkey King, but you are against that Skyriff mage, so I wonder if they'll...
Oh.
Okay, Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's a good hero against Monkey and the Troll. It's a very good pick.
I love it. I mean, this is night and day from the first game. Like, this is an actual really good draft from Beastcoast versus what King of Kings have. Yeah, I feel like Beastcoast has the edge for the mentality, and they also have a slightly better draft. So I think I have to go with them this time. There's no way to defend my brotherhood with this draft.
You can leave that to Alvaro this time.
Oh, I have to defend King of Kings? Oh,
yeah, it takes sense, man. You took Beastcoast the last time.
Fine, it's fair. Winter, are you also going for Beastcoast?
Yeah, of course. It's my turn to go for Beastcoast this time.
All right,
and your turn
me
to
show
be
you.
King of Kings.
Let me show you my true skill for a caster. If you look at King of King's lineup, right, you can really see Tower. You see Tower pushing, right, with the Troll Warlord, and that's a great ability. Got nice pickoff potential with Skyriff Mage and Legion Commander. And even though their lanes might not be that strong and their draft is not cohesive, you have some really, really good signature picks like Minnie's Monkey King and the Troll Warlord for Benny. So I'm going to go for King of Kings. I truly believe in this, and this is coming from my own personal opinion. Let's see what the casters have to say about this. Gareth, Trent.
That's a good attempt, Arvo. Just maybe don't go for the sarcastic undertone in your voice next time. But honestly, this Beastcoast lineup, Arvo's talking about signature heroes, right? You've got the Earth Spirit, the Witch Doctor, the CK, K1, well known for that hero. And it's going to be a rough one for King of Kings this match, I think, Trent.
Yeah. They had the draft advantage last time, but not so much this one. Oh, well, we just get in and they instantly pause. So just need also the fact Chris on the Kings.
Chris Luck's Lena got banned, so he decided to pick the other Ginger.
I'm
the soulless mid.
I'm always into watching the Wind Ranger games, though. Like this. Thank you, Lacoste.
Such a beautiful singing voice.
Classic heroes though across the whole board really for Beastcoast. There's some serious signatures here, I would say, right? They had the Hector Chaos Knight. Not something he's gone to that much lately, but definitely a big classic, especially when he first really started popping up in the international games. Schofield on the Earth Spirit, the Stinger Witch Doctor. We're hitting everything here. And to me, I think Wind Ranger probably is one of the ones that I really identify with Chris Luck too.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's like you think about season 1, it was like Lena Snapfire. Maybe you have like a Puck or a Spirit thrown in there, but just a sprinkling of spirits was kind of flavor of the first couple of seasons and the majors anyway. Wind Ranger, I think if you take out meta heroes that everyone's playing, Lena and Wind Ranger are there for Chris Luck for sure. And it looks like Beastcoast already trying to get off the mark quickly. Couple of stuns chucked towards Valky, but that Nature's Grasp slows them down just enough to allow the Kings to get to their high ground.
I like how the Wind Ranger will still enable the classic Beastcoast play that we were used to, which was have a stunning carry for Hector so that he can just stun in the safe lane, and then you have a TP to the tower from Chris Luck, and he just either like Snapfire, he would ulti and get the kill. But Wind Ranger, you can just wind run in and get a follow-up shackle, and they're probably dead.
Yeah, it was like a long-range power shot if need be.
Yeah.
Super useful to snipe people out. And it's the fact that he's got multiple lanes to go into, and you've got Earth Spirit to come into his lane, right? Chris Luck is going to have so much handed to him on a plate this match. You go bottom, you've got Spear, you've got Roll, you go top, you've got Cast, you've got that CK Chaos Bolt, and you've also got Earth Spirit and Witch Doctor who can come into your lane. And as the panel was saying, it's a Monkey King against Wind Ranger. I feel like this is going to be a tough one for Minnie.
Doesn't really seem to have any advantage in this lane.
Because like Windrun's going to make sure you don't get Jingu stacks. You're outranged. It's range versus pseudo melee hero. Going to come down to whether or not he can get these last hits and denies, because I don't think he's going to be trading at all.
It's also just someone who, it's not like he rotates that well to to save these problems. He doesn't really kill the small camp that well either. You know, you think of like a Storm Spirit or something where you don't really care. You'll just like stack up and farm.
We have no other stuns.
Yeah. I feel like his big thing will be going to a side lane and trying to force a tower push on the early end.
Ooh, Chris Luck taking a lot of damage. Trying to go for that bottom bounty rune. Slowed by the axes and the grasp. So he's going to be forced to tango up here reasonably early.
Mini missed his block a little bit, but it's okay because he's a chicken. So he caught back up in time and saved it.
Speedy little chicken. What is it? Cluckles? Cluckles the courier?
Cluckles the Brave, I believe, was the name.
The Brave. Of course, of course. Oh, what's happening bottom? Why is Schofield destroying trees? He just kicked a boulder through.
I guess he really he's like we're
Oh,
just gonna
top lane.
make sure a tree doesn't come down here. You know.
Stinger dying. First blood. That's the same as last game, isn't it? Tri-lane top for first blood.
Well, we'll see if he follows through and he's just like, okay, well, I'm still going. I don't care if he killed all the trees. Sky doesn't want to be there, that's for sure. So, and that's not as effective as it was either because we have the shorter respawn now of the 3 minutes for the tree instead of the 5. It doesn't feel nearly as painful when you're playing tree and people start doing this.
That's true. And he does also block up the small camp, so there's going to be no pulls when tree does come back to that bottom lane.
Poor Benny. Gets sacked twice in a row. Just like no chance at having a decent start to his lane.
He's still got 4 CS though, but I feel like if he keeps stepping forward, he might just die.
It's just like, yeah, he's so far away from his tower now. And this next wave is still going to be exactly where it is right now when these waves meet.
Yeah, held up in front of that dire bottom tower. And look here, looks like they're just keeping Tree on top. Tree and Skywrath are like, nah. Forget that bottom lane. Try and pressure K1 and Stinger a little bit more. Yeah, I'm scared for Benny. I see the cameraman like flicking camera bottom. Is he dead? Is he dying? Is top lane going to get gone on? Concussive shot into grasp onto K1.
Nice.
Good cask though. Stinger holding him back. And K1's under tower, so he'll regen back up with his tango as well. And bottom's fine. Benny's doing so well in a 1v2.
He really is. And part of that's because he doesn't have the roll, right? He only has the kick right now. So that's where the problem would begin. And, well, now Tree comes down here. Has the Orb of Venom, so he just needs that one punch, and he would have been dead. But great kick right off the bat.
Very nicely done. It seems like we're having a few problems.
Lag.
Why did it take him so long to type lag?
That's how much he's lagging, dude. Wow, that's crazy. Can't even get the words
I have
out.
much. Like 5-second delay, lag. That's role playing right there.
I mean, I'm convinced. Let's see here.
When he is losing mid lane, 10-4 Monkey against a 5-0 Wind Ranger for the CS between the two of them.
I'll let you know, Gary, you don't have the worst ping out of all the casters. You're second to Mila. So,
Oh, really?
She's a bit further than you.
Russian caster, yeah.
Yeah. Observer, though, 358. My goodness. You're all the way out there, huh, bud?
In Australia or something.
I think he's at the EPOL's headquarters. KL, right?
See.
Yeah, way out there.
Down in KL, yeah.
That's a big ping.
Hey, what's Arvo's ping then? Surely that should be something similar.
Well, he's up.
He's in LA, isn't he?
Yeah, he's rocking 200 ping. I don't think he's playing any pubs right now.
And I guess Winter's not in the lobby.
No. And their IPs are. Yeah, I don't actually have
and the server address is.
Yeah.
Man, I remember when leaking that used to be such a bad thing.
I think it probably still would be. I just think people don't do it.
Probably. I remember always having to like ask Cyborg Matt, like, can you get me the watch console command so I can actually watch this game?
Please.
He's like, yeah, just don't leak it, or else someone's gonna DDoS the server.
Yeah. Good times.
The Wild West, the good old days.
I used to prepare material for casts. I would be ready with stories. Yeah, I would prepare like articles and stories and like topics of discussion because every cast was like 40 to an hour. Like every series, you were guaranteed.
I used to open up Yahoo News and go. They used to have like a weird and random section where it was like, you know, dumb news stories, like in particular. Just open that and start reading them. Basically, it was just Florida man news over and over again.
It's actually where it started, you know.
Florida man takes alligator in a meth-fueled rampage into a 7-Eleven or something. Yeah, that's definitely what we want to hear. But what's happening bottom lane? There's people being battered. Whisper and Schofield forced away as this Treant troll lane starting to get control back, and Stinger dies up top to that Skywrath mage.
And all that pressure onto K1 and Stinger seems to have worked out, though. Like, they got the lane sort of stabilized by the tower for a while to secure that kill. He does have the small camp back. The hard camp's there, too, so there is some opportunity now for Stinger to sort of balance this out. And where's our Sky going? Where are you off to there?
He's on a bit of a warding mission, yeah?
Has been killed.
He's thinking about it. Another exceptional laning stage, though, right? 21-8 Monkey, 17-7 Troll, even Legion Commander is up there. Ahead of the CK even in the last hits. APU Kings doing incredibly well, even against all these signature heroes of Beastcoast. And a bit of a go on top again. Maledict and the stuns connect on that Legion, but Valky is perfectly fine. Well, we also had a cheeky little play from Monkey King mid. He dodged out a full power shot with his Mischief. So Mini, he's outplaying Chris Luck a fair amount.
Yeah, I wish I'd been watching this lane more. I was so enamored by the side lanes with like all the action and everything, but Mini is crushing it right now. And a lot of stuff that I just wasn't really thinking about in terms of just like, you know, he's a crap ton of armor, first off. Went for an early Wraith Band there too. So he's actually doing kind of fine. He hasn't invested that much regen-wise, or at least the amount he's invested has been well worth it for how much CS he can still secure, because, you know, Chris Luck can't actually just stand there the whole time and just poke you, you know? Never hitting the power shot either.
He's what, like 400 or 500 net worth ahead. As Skywrath Mage, they're a stun. Cask is on him. Jupiter helped out with the press the attack coming out of Legion. He's even got a Fairy Fire if need be, but he will be fine. Regenning back up under that tower. Aura, well, bottom, past the rune. Whisper has a full creep wave here in the 4th lane of Dota 2. Migrating through the river. Guarded by Schofield. Awkward position, though, now. Where are they going?
The creeps are just all battling out by the tower.
Well, 1 CS missed by Troll. I think he'll only miss one, though. It's a double wave down at his tier 1 tower. And Whisper is now laning mid. Two mid laners.
This team's overpowered
Time to go back home.
Schofield's just trying to hold things in place down here for a little bit. Got some creeps helping him farm up. Gets lasted after all that. That was good. That would have been a disaster.
Very nice. Yeah, I keep looking back in this mid lane, though. Like, in my head, I thought Wind Ranger would maybe not stomp this lane, but, you know, 60-40, come out on top. Is that your feeling as well? Like, do you think lag has played a factor here, or is Mini
no, I definitely thought that. Like, I was like, okay, well, there's no way. Obviously, you can't kill the Wind Ranger. But I was definitely underestimating just like the value of melee heroes with like good armor versus in these situations, because like the last hitting's so much easier, and like Wind Ranger, I don't know, the early last hitting's pretty rough sometimes, and if you're not getting the last hits as well as doing that like guaranteed damage with the power shot, then you're not really oppressing the opponent as much as you'd like to. And Mini obviously just getting like the dodges as well as just using the Mischief dodges there too, so that's gonna make a big difference in those situations. And now again, this bottom lane, speaking of disasters, just so impressive how Benny just handled the 2v1, and then once they brought in Tree, it was easy.
Super easy. Yeah, he's having a grand old time. Obviously closing on 3,000 net worth. I think Bowie mentioned the Maelstrom build as a potential here for him. He's going to finish off Phase Boots first, then we'll see where he heads. It does feel like they'll want to get a bit more damage out with their position 1. And Battle Fury, pretty dead item.
I've seen a lot of Battle Furies. I was going to say the same thing. And I think Yawar built it the other day too.
Oh, top. They've gone on Valky, bringing in Schofield. decent amount of regen and sustain from Valky, but still going to pop to the Maledict, it looks like. Well, K1 looking to slice into this Treant. Oh, can he drag him back? The Reality Rift is there. Splinters into pieces. Well, K1 helped out by his 2 supports. Finally, get a bit of momentum going Beastcoast's way. And that's their first 2 kills of the game.
I will say I would appreciate it if he did not go Battle Fury for the record, though. I'm down for the Maelstrom build.
Yeah.
But I have seen a shocking amount of Battle Fury lately. It's been a little bit concerning. Because I also thought that item was still pretty sad.
On any particular heroes, or?
I had a lot of Troll. I think Troll and someone else just bought it too. I don't know. I already cast 2 Battle Fury games, and I think I've only cast like 5 games of DPC so far. So.
Oh no.
The numbers are already too high.
I was just thinking, we saw Anti-Mage in the previous series, and when AM isn't buying Battle Fury, that's a good indicator of the item not being good. What was he? He was Vanguard Manta style, I think. But he did have the Aghanims from Alchemist handed to him.
Oh, did he even a mag, though? I missed that one.
No, he didn't. He didn't, no.
Oh, wow.
I think that was one of the pieces missing. But yeah, he
Battle
just...
Mage, that's hype. Ooh, hype roll, though.
Old, yeah, straight onto Skywrath. Easy pickings for Chris Luck, and they've got eyes on the secondary target, Treant. That's an optimistic TP. Any stuns remaining? Damage not coming. He is good.
That was a nice read. No, I was just noticing, like, okay, yeah, I saw Shackle. They missed the roll. Okay, we're good. Quick little ulti there from Hector up top. Won't result in anything, but the Chaos Knights. If you guys haven't played Chaos Knight in a while, because I find this a lot, I'll like run into someone who decides to just like play Chaos Knight in a pub, and they haven't played him in like 3 years or something, because he's a very simple hero. Guys, you want to ult for farm now, all right? It lasts for 30 seconds. It's a 75-second cooldown level 1 now. It's just spam this thing off cooldown. Just keep throwing it out there. Keep hitting creeps, pushing lanes. It's great. 2 thumbs
Send it towards towers. Just a move. StarCraft style attack move with all your units. Oh, I do have confirmation, by the way. You were saying that Schofield should stay with this branding. Grant, the CEO of Beastcoast, has said, yep, they're both rebranding to this. Whisper, dead down bottom inside the Wukongs, but C Smile and Gojira are going to be their official names, apparently.
Oh, let's go. All right, all right, I'm into that. I'm always down for the name change.
I think it's also a subtle caster. Please use their real names. Stop calling them Chris Luck and Schofield.
Oh, well, you know, I still got to help the viewers here, Mr. Grant Zinn. I apologize. I'll give him a little bit of help still.
He's not being mean.
He's
It's
so
always nice to have
guys.
a little bit of additional information.
And he really likes shorts.
He was meant to bring me some hot sauce. He was meant to bring me some hot sauce from America to TI, but then just never came.
See, there. That's
Sad
just the
times.
beginning of his web of lies.
Now I've got to wait for next event that Beastcoast turn up to.
Well, with how they're performing here today, you might not have to wait too long. Of course, you'd have to get ready.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. K1. Hey, Tumblr's Toys. Down to the low ground. It's a 1-second stun. Doesn't feel particularly good. The damage. Oh, he can't get on top of the Treant, but he does have a very speedy Witch Doctor. Death warding into the Treant.
Where's the wave back, dude? Kill them boys. Give him the wave to your ally who missed the kill. Like, come on.
Is he just shoveling in their faces? First dual Mystic Flare combo finally getting into action as the Legion and the Skywrath stop Stinger from shoveling.
What if he'd gotten the bounty rune up there? That could have been a problem. All right, that was not worth it.
Like handing them a free bounty.
Yeah, I mean, that's just GG at that point.
That's a pretty rough one.
All right, someone come help Whisper and get a kill with this level 6, okay? Because he's about to die right now. And I can feel it, you know? Guy's going to TP down here. They're going to slow.
He's already died.
Just lurking in the well right now. He's like, yeah, bottom. Huh? Or he's just
he missed his spear. Oh, dear.
They don't even need him. That was the discussion. He's like, you guys want me bottom? He's just sitting in the bound this whole time. He's coming top for the help.
Wind Ranger. Yeah, he goes on Valky. Attempting to get a trade-off here, but the Legion Commander too strong. Raindrop, stick, press the attack, allow him to get onto Sea Smile, and Wind Ranger down to the Skywrath Mage. Happily grants them a kill just to kill the Wind Ranger off. And it looks like Mini going in on the mid lane, getting the Jingu stacks onto Witch Doctor, and another one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Jeez. Yeah, Invisible Mystic Flare strikes again as well, by the way, up there for C Smile. That's smoked on
Very
down.
nice.
Just his health was vanishing before my eyes.
Nice mustache.
Benny getting a free tier 1. Nobody
Beastcoast,
stopping him.
Following the game plan once again here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lose early, win late.
Yep.
And the Kings even stole a pretty juicy large camp stack from them. Monkey King takes it out, closes in, actually finishes his Echo Saber now. What did we see from Troll? Phase Maelstrom, very nice. So now it's just a matter of the Kings getting to BKBs, isn't it? You've got your primary items, get BKB, then win game.
It is basically just like tier 1 fights and Roche. Like if you perform well at those objectives, then you can win this game right now for the Kings. You are in the position. I would say you've hit all the big markers that you need. Second item Monkey King is probably the next big hurdle if you go for like the Deso or the Diffusal. As they're just punching away on Earth Spear, but I think Gorgiro's okay.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, he's
tower
fine
Mini's
for
not
now.
opting for that. He wants the big ticket kill. He wants to set up for this
yeah.
kill on C Smile. He's dead.
Yeah, Boundless Strike in, Mystic Flare's there.
Not that you can see it.
Jupiter, yet another kill. And they are angling towards the Earth Spirit, but he's got the speedy roll away.
Speedy enough though?
It looks like it.
Oh yeah.
He's being chased.
Wow, Mini, you've
concussive
changed.
shot. And doesn't go for it. Well, the old Mini would have chased him, huh?
The old Mini would have been under that tier 2 right now, killing him and dying for it.
CKTP's one stun.
Yep. All right, well, they have another smoke up whenever they want with the duel. Probably going to wait for the Mystic Flare to come back. They seem very... Oh, nice. Ulti under by the tier 1. Just going right on the Stinger again.
Oh. Spends his
there it
ulti,
is.
but it's a good
That's
roll
the
in.
old Mini.
CK waiting in bait for that Mini Monkey King to get to that high ground.
I missed the old Mini. Die for the position 5 kill Mini. He's back.
And spends his ultimate, right? So next team fight, no Wukongs.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But like you mentioned, there's the smoke. Legion Sky. The age-old pairing. But who do they find? Is it C Smile?
Oh, the ward's
Observer
beautiful.
ward placed. Blink
Perfect.
duels in. Damage is coming. And C Smile kicked away.
Oh!
Oh, he's been saved. Oh, the arcane bolt's coming. Is it enough damage? No, he's fine. He's going to be able to turn and fight. The power shot launched back out towards them. The Maledict is in onto the Legion Commander, who shackle shotted. And it looks like falling quickly. Overgrowth is there, though. Treant kills off the Wind Ranger.
No one expects
Nice
the
Mars
tree.
Arena from Whisper there. Takes down the Scarlet Mage, and Stinger still fighting with the Treant. You're right, no one expected the tree to come in from the right-hand side of the fight, kill the Wind Ranger off.
Oh
And that
my
all
God.
started with a dual Mystic Flare that didn't get the dual damage, didn't kill the Wind Ranger at the very start.
So who won out there? Troll? I guess just Troll and CK, because they're the ones who are just farming.
Yes. K1. He's the victor. Hand of Midas. All used up. Yeah, such scrappy fights. Like this replay, like everyone's splitting, spread right, spread left. Whisper just going on a Scareth Mage. Take what you can get. Wind Ranger trying to take the Treant. But look who's coming from the north.
Yeah.
It's an angry Monkey King and Legion Commander. Second duel victory, and Beastcoast, they were close, they were nearby, but not close enough.
Man, they're really making this Skywrath work. Jupiter, I guess just a fan of the hero, obviously, because not super common still. But they really just wait for Flare. That seems to be their game.
Oh, the spear.
Get the stun, Mini.
Mini, he's got Wukongs. He might have to use it here. Mischief to try and dodge away from Beastcoast, but he's silenced up and dragged into them now. CK there with a big old slaps. Picks up a killing spree as they get in on top of the Legion as well. Valky trapped against those soldiers of the arena. And Beastcoast bringing numbers. 4 heroes surround her. And with the chain stuns, they allow K1 to get the double kill.
Radiant's bottom tower has been denied.
Son of a what?
They finished that out, and they just, like, they all run in opposite directions. So I forget what they want to do. Like, okay, well the tower's dead, and like, okay, I'll hit this wave. And now they're all realizing like, oh, there's actually nothing down here. So now they're moving completely under vision right now too. So they will have that ulti from the Legion as well as the Mystic Flare backup if they want to sort of like chase down. I'm not sure if they're aware that Hector's still down here alone. Obviously a tough pick
They saw
HP-wise,
him.
but
Yeah, that kind of river ward saw 3 of them run through the river, and then the further right-hand ward saw the CK alone. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
2,500 HP with Halberd. I don't know if they can even kill him.
gonna take a village.
Well, they are all grouped up.
Man, this has been so chaotic. It's hard to even like examine where this game's been going right now at this pace. I feel like with the way the game stalled out, that seems good to be for Beastcoast to me. Because I feel like the more items I see on their 3 cores, the happier I am. I don't know. Wind Ranger especially is just one of these heroes where like you really need that like 4th item. I feel like before you really seem to be doing something. And Kings kind of have this pressure in my eyes of trying to secure this Roche on the earlier end.
It feels like both teams kind of desperate for BKBs as well, right? We talked about the Radiant team. Troll, Maelstrom BKB, he's ready. Monkey King's a little more delayed in his. And Dire, a similar story now, as it looks like the Wind Ranger building up a BKB, and CK, what, 1,000 gold away from finishing his. But it's the Radiant team making that first move. Tier 1 grabbed. Don't really have any vision to play into at this point, just de-warding around the Roche Pit for now, as that's probably the next objective they'd love to take. So top, push, tier 1, claim, plant yourselves in that top jungle, try take Roshan. Or skip steps 1 and 2 and go straight for 3 into the Roche Pit they head, but this means that Mini is left isolated up top. He can't get away from them. He's jingoed up. Oh, kicked away. Oh, dearie me. Earth Spirit. A bit of a blunder there. And they've got the Mystic Flare on the Wind Ranger with a duel. See smiles down. I thought that Monkey King was absolutely dead.
Yeah, he looked to be gone. What a blink save from the very beginning there from Valky. That was crazy. He actually got the distance there for that press the attack save. And they end up getting... I can't believe that worked. They essentially just baited Monkey, got a kill on the enemy mid, and got a Roche with it. That could be it. You know, that might be what they really need to get some good momentum going here is Stinger. Now that is petty. Have you ever seen anything as petty as what he just did? Look at this Witch Doctor. He just ran down here, put a sentry in this camp, and left.
No way.
Killed it and left. He's like, yeah, okay. You guys want to farm this? I don't think so. That's petty.
That is rude.
Who does that?
Incredibly rude.
Who just hides that in the trees and leaves?
I don't know, man. Stinger
I'm
next level.
stealing that. That's so tilting.
Monkey King is going to come. Dude, Monkey King is going to be like 100 gold away from BKB. He's going to come to this camp and there'll be nothing there.
That's the game.
Just watch him. He's going to clear mid. He's going to go, I don't know, push an extra wave mid. Be incredibly close to BKB and then realize he's got nowhere to go and finish it off.
And of course, your brain says, oh, they farmed here. They were here. And your wards say, wait, they weren't here. And then you think they smoked. It's mental warfare. And Benny is mental warfaring with his Aegis. And his tree's going to die.
Beastcoast. Yeah, Nuages. He does have overgrowth still. There's a Glimmer Cape, Death Ward, straight onto the Treant. It's bringing him down nice and low as the Troll Warlord moves towards that K1 CK, but the BKB's up and the Chaos Bolt lands. Skywrath Mage slapped into the ground. A nice mega kill streak for K1, and Benny has been left isolated. A 3-for-2 trade out there. I mean, it doesn't feel too bad for the Radiant killing off that Wind Ranger, but you're getting so much gold here for the CK.
Yeah. I mean, they just killed him again. Poor Mini. He just like... poor C-Smile just like can't get a game here because Mini finished him off there with the Boundless Strike. He got dueled into silenced into Boundless Strike for the finish. Really got to get to that BKB. It's a very painful situation when you get caught like this as Wind Ranger because no hero is one more item than Wind Ranger to me. Like, I mean, maybe because I've just like played the hero a lot and I really... Like, whenever I hear that emotion, it's this hero. I feel like I'm just never complete.
It reminds me of like the old Queen of Pain, or even like Viper to some extent, right? It's like win lane, lose game, because you always feel like you're an item behind. You need to be ahead of your opponents. It is testament to Beastcoast, though, fighting into the Aegis carrier. Not too afraid of Benny having several lives, just focus on everybody else instead.
Yeah, I felt like they almost kind of called out the bluff as to like how he was starting that fight too. Like, sure, they had most of their heroes there like eventually, but the initial positioning there from the Kings was not great. He's just able to sort of get a favorable start to it, especially when you're just trading. Like Stinger just like committing everything to kill the tree, forces out a bad ulti. If Nuages can actually keep that overgrowth for a longer duration, maybe try and like force some of these spells out of the CK, that'd be great. You know, like force the BKB to bad moment, or the Phantasm, something like that.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'm just thinking the previous times we've seen C-Smile play Wind Ranger in the previous series, seasons even, he very often like disassembles and reassembles his Maelstrom, if you remember. Like he would literally like constantly for like 10 minutes disassemble, reassemble, and then turn it into like BKB, MKB. But this game he just commits, I'm keeping Maelstrom, I'll buy BKB on its own. A big smoke. Oh my god. Okay, you rolled into the wrong neck of the woods there.
Smoke pops, guys. Team, duel down. Duel is
Tanked
down.
the gank.
Yeah. Life of the support player.
That means Chris Luck, very close to BKB. Still needs 100 gold, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that mid tier 2 being pressured up. 2 minutes left on the Aegis as well. Glyph clears the creep wave, but it looks like Benny wants to stick around. 12 further stacks up, so why the hell not?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But it very often feels this is where Beastcoast excel. Whisper pushing top lane, they're getting spread out across the map, and the Kings realize that they've got to move somewhere else, and that's why they overgrowth TP onto top. Whisper, oh, Benny's BKB'd for this. Not sure if it was required, but they get the dual kill off the back of it anyway.
I like that. Waiting for the duel. Oh, he got him.
Yo, the bonus kill. Stinger has his shard, so he gets into that little voodoo switcheroo. Still dead.
Ditch should we bury you, Doctor?
Yeah, oh, I like that one. In which ditch should we bury you? Monkey King. Nice little line there.
It's a fair question to ask. He's already dead, though, so I don't think he's going to answer.
He's a witch doctor. He'll answer from the grave.
Oh, true. Good point. Put like a Ouija board or something. He'll answer.
Oh, Shankle shot. 45 seconds on Aegis, and plenty of shards coming out now.
Oh, these axes, they're just flying.
Dire's middle tower has
Solar
No way
press,
to stop
press
them.
the attack.
And what is that? Satanic nearly done? Or is it Satanic act? Yeah, finished. He's got it. He's coming out on Korea. It's a pretty farmed troll.
Likewise,
CK
though.
still at
Yeah,
the top.
he basically has heart. He's like 500 gold away. That's going to be pretty quick. As
and what is it?
3 illusions run mid to farm that up.
4,000 HP CK coming your way.
Oh, here we go. Another duel.
Gojira. Another one with the Mystic Flare.
Oh, I thought he stole that with the snipe. Oh, wait, that's his ally. What am I talking about?
That's the other team.
Yeah. I just get excited going for
The
kill
power
steals
shot.
as Wind Ranger. You can tell I played too
Hell
much Wind
yeah.
Ranger. All I see is bloodthirsty kill steal. Doesn't matter if it's an ally or not.
Target acquired.
Look, listen. If one more item means one more kill, you need more gold.
That's true. Can't argue with that logic.
All right. Well, we
Beast
just
Coast,
lost
even
a
though they're a
hero,
man
so we're gonna
down.
smoke in with our heart.
Yeah, why the hell not? Oh, 2 missed spells from Whisper, but it doesn't matter. K1 cleaves the sky in twain. What, 2 armor Skywrath Mage against Reality Rift, -7. Feels pretty bad.
All right, so they just walk at this tier 2 bottom. Can the Kings do anything about it? I feel like the answer is no.
I don't know. Don't think so.
If they can, it's Wukong's. I feel like Mini is the key. You know?
Nah, they've drawn the line. They're listening, Trent.
Yeah.
They've decided.
Oh, but wait.
Don't
Just
do
wait.
anything down there.
These ghosts don't like trades.
They like fights. They want to battle. And the Kings pretty wide across that top portion of the map. 1 hero shows top. Two heroes are kind of lurking in mid lane, though. They jump with the duel onto Gojira. Stinger has the Cask and Maledict, but you've got that little BKB from the Legion commander that keeps her nice and safe. K1 running in with Whisper blinking aggressively, spearing up that Scarth Mage. And they will get the trade 1 for 1, but what can they get in addition?
Not again.
Looks like nothing at all. C-Smile's got to turn and run, rooted in Overgrowth inside the Wukongs, and that Wind Ranger shredded. While K1, he is tanky, but can he output enough damage inside the ring? Absolutely cannot. So turns tail, sprints off.
He finally gets a BKB fight. And he's forced to pop it, and then he gets rooted and dies. This is just the saddest game for Chris Smile. I feel like this is just brutal.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
He's going to rebrand again. Chris Frown.
See frown. See my frown.
Not too happy, is he? What was he? 3-7-3 on the Wind Ranger. Going Lincoln's next. Needs it against this duel, of course.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant scan bottom. They know someone's there. Whisper shows. Clears the wave. Bails away. Treant should be pretty simple kill up top, right? Death Ward Maledict, Magnetized, 2 support ultis for the Treant kill. And Roshan's spawn timer, will know, is 15 seconds. Oh man, Beastcoast, if you pop your heads in that pit, count yourself some of the luckiest players alive.
Okay, alright. So, how do you not do last game right now? APU Kings. Like, you have a really good chance. It's 28 minutes. You had a little bit of a lead. It's now, yeah, it's fallen a bit, but overall, this game's still very even. They need to, like, collect themselves mentally here. I guess it's take the fight with the Blitz Knuckles here, right? And get your neutral items. Get your next round of neutral items, and then fight them with your MKB. And this is actually a really good fight for you.
Does the Treant have his blink yet? No, 600 gold away.
Oh,
I feel like that's going to be one of the keys to unlock the fight as well, right? Treant with the blink, holding Overgrowth, like you said in the last one, just waiting for Chris Luck.
Yeah, if he could get that BKB, or both, like Hector's too, that would be so sick. Plus, like, just prepping for the Wukongs too, utilizing the Overgrowth, it'd be totally game-changing.
Oh,
they got it. Oh,
where
good
are you
press
off
the attack.
to? There's a duel straight in on him. That's a good arena as they try and spread the fight down to that bottom low ground. Valky and Gojira trading blows. The Wukong's command zones out the rest of Beast Coast. See Smile. Wind running and sprinting away allows the disengage from Whisper's Mars. And K1 immediately TP's bottom straight into the ancient camp to clear it out.
Then. I would think if they go in, they're dewarding first, not giving away anything. But they can probably go right in. Do they know? Did they see?
No. Okay, Trent. This is because of last game, right? 3-minute Roshan respawn. 3-minute Roshan respawn. Surely, guys, it can't be up. Oh no! I've started doing it. You've surely me, Trent.
It's
surely.
It's a quality meme. Oh, guys, come on. Go get your Rosh. You can do this. Get your shard.
I really think that's what's going on in their heads, like it can't be up. Monkey King finally sees it. Hello.
They also just don't have the best vision, so I don't think they were fully aware just like how far away that everything was there. Like now you don't want to do it, right? Because they could just be right on the high ground by their shrine or their outpost right now.
Yeah, like not knowing that CK had run off to the right-hand side of the map.
Oh, he blinks out. Oh, they almost got Mirages.
Very nice. Now Whisper's a little bit isolated here. Does turn back onto the troll, but the press the attacks there onto Benny. The Yules from the Earth Spirit as they duel into the Mystic Flare, throwing everything. But Valky, he dies. Now Nuage is in trouble to that Death Ward, jumping onto him, and C-Smile finally has a fight where he can stick on a target and look to shred through Benny. No troll ulti to save him, and one by one the Kings, they tumble. Scarth Mage has a silence onto Earth Spirit, but Gojira and Whisper pairing up hand in hand to bring down the position 4 of the Kings.
Oh, double
Who's
though,
left over? It's Monkey King. Oh, that's a bit cheeky. He's got himself speared up against the trees though, and K1 has arrived.
Beastcoast! They do it again. I mean, they pretty much already brought this one back, but APU Kings just missing like this tiny opportunity they had to go into Roche if they only knew just how far away Beastcoast was and how they'd given them the space for it. Now instead, the Aegis and the Shard going to be claimed here by Beastcoast. And right here, the pain of this fight is Trant ulti. It's like 5 seconds away or something right here. Could have helped protect everyone, but instead he's just like slowly dying to Witch Doctor as well and dies right before his ulti comes back.
It's like the ability for CK to kind of drag the troll around with Reality Rift as well. Like Whisper blinks in and it looks like he's the one that's in an awkward position, but he forces people to go on him, and then Beast Coast, they switch. They change their targets. They move out onto the troll, onto the Monkey King. Really just well executed as always by Beast Coast, knowing exactly what their limits are. 7k lead amassed by them.
Well, I don't think the plan's going to change very much for APU Kings, though. It's just keep trying to get
Blink
some Legion
duel.
pickoffs. I mean, he has so much damage on this Legion. Like, they die so quick if they can just grab someone for a moment.
But it's like, where are his items, right? 14,000 net worth on Mars as a position 3.
Yeah.
7.5 below the Skywrath as Valky, who has Blink Dagger and working on Eon Disc. So it's not as if this damage is translating into like a third core hero.
I think
it's
what
a
also
support.
is hurting them is the lack of the Shard and like the late blink on Noages. I feel like his farm, if it was just a little bit higher, could have done so much for them this game. Because like these Legion ganks, they've gotten harder now because the enemies are much tankier and everything. But if you have that invis factor from the Treant, like that's gonna lead to some additional kills for sure. Especially like down bottom right there, they could have got C-Smile if he had that Shard.
Yeah, just hiding and setting up. So now they've got to rely on smokes. Swing out across the map, straight into Gojira yet again. Gank equals tanked. Dead for 50 seconds.
They
But
have
we
some
know that
vision
this
here.
doesn't.
They're not gonna chase.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Beast Coast love fighting 4v5.
Yeah, true.
It's their bread and butter.
Like, they have
had vision on
Phantasm,
that.
so you know they can outnumber them. It's fine. Oh, but then there's Wukongs.
yes.
True.
It's a lot of monkeys.
Yeah, that's a lot of units.
Radiant's top tower is under
But you can definitely feel it now. APU Kings, they're all grouped up together, hide behind the troll. They don't want to spread out across the map. They want a proper 5v5 clash.
And as you just said, Hector does not. He's going in with his Aegis. He's like, I got 3 minutes. And use some of this time up.
Anybody here? Anybody home? Has his shard, so illusion comes out. It won't clear the whole creep wave, but most of it.
Vision does spot
Cloak of
them.
Flames is nice on that CK with those illusions as well.
Yeah, it's pretty cute.
Like, what is his effective HP? I guess when he has his heart in, Cloak plus Heaven's Halberd, like 6,000, 7,000. Like,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
huge.
it's mostly physical that he's probably dealing with, right? Between like the troll, the monkey. Those are the two that are mainly doing the damage to him. And he's got 53% resistance with his current armor. So then you add on the evasion too. Yeah, you're probably looking around like 8k, 8 or 9k.
And then AC coming next when the Aegis has gone. Makes it even more difficult.
That's how math works, right? That sounds about right.
Just keep... I mean, as we learned from Slacks at Midas mode, as long as you scream big numbers
Yes,
over
that's
and over
true.
again, you can't be wrong. Man, that's like one of my favorite things about Midas mode. Like Slacks worrying about how to balance the economy and shit, and then you just like, big number, just make everything bigger.
The man knows what the people want, you know? They want big number.
Do some crazy shit. High ground push in from Beast Coast. That creep wave did get killed pretty quickly, but another one's coming, and these CK illusions, just from the Chaos Bolt, are causing issues. K1 tanking through the tower hits. And seemingly unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, and C-Smile's got the Arcane Rune too, so it's just non-stop power shots right now.
Well, a quick little rift, attempted shackle shot. Not quite on the mark. But Elena Barracks nonetheless. Even
Oh,
trying
we're
to
pushing
scout
them
out
out.
the
Bring
trio.
them out.
Yeah, the little gale force gusts the wind to try and push them out as Benny is forced to BKB, and Satanic holding his battle trance as he does bash away at K1. CK will lose his first life, but it opens up. Whisper, the Mars with the arena, takes down 2 heroes in a row as Valky and Jupiter dead, while a Maledict Death Ward clears through Nuages and Beastcoast. They'll lose their CK here, and so the Wukong's command, so APU Kings can push out. Maybe chase for a little bit more. Invis Stinger, Glimmercape TPs. And in the end, they do lose a tier 3 and a ranged barracks, but a decent hold at least for the Kings.
Yeah, no buybacks, right? I don't think. So that was actually really good, I would say. You get those 2 big cores, you lose just your off lane, no buybacks, and you keep a melee racks. That's way better than I expected, considering that was a CK with Aegis and 2 humongous lives.
Yeah, that CK in a 1v1 against Troll just loses straight up. It looked like a decent Maledict Death Ward, but yeah, he's stuck inside the Wukongs.
One of the few things that he has going for himself these days. Oh, did it actually expire? I might have missed that. Or did he actually pop the Aegis? I was definitely looking at the fight. Oh, okay.
He died. He died the first time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It must have been close too. Damn. Didn't even realize. Like we're already 20 seconds out of it.
Someone needs a quick little bathroom break. Time to mentally reset. I mean, after a team fight victory, the Kings can feel a little bit better about themselves. But it's always one of those weird situations when you think about like defender's advantage. You're holding high ground, you're set up, you're waiting for your opponents to make a misstep. And moving from that to now being on the aggressive, trying to find picks of your own, thinking about next Roshan, can be a difficult little gap to bridge.
So many games end right here from this exact moment. It feels like you found something, so you leave the base, and everything changes. Yeah. And one of the big key factors of that is when you have a ward left in the base, like this right here. Thank you, Observer. That Dire Obs, it knows what they're doing right now. And so Beastcoast respawn, they kind of like piece it together, and they might just like smoke out at you or something. Very scary.
Like go hold
the base. Like you smoke out, you push out your mid wave, you smoke up, you wait till you see one of the cores TP back down to that bottom lane or something, and then you just.
I look at CK.
No cares.
K1 is like, yeah, come and defend this outpost. Come on, come on. We must hold this top part of the map.
He's going in.
Mini. Okay.
The Gale Force?
There's the Gale Force as well. Glimmer Cape onto Mini, and he can Primal Spring now. The roll will be nowhere near connecting.
I don't know if I'm impressed or terrified that he didn't just BKB there. It's like, you know, like just in case. Yeah, he's got the backup.
Very confident.
Oh, they're going to throw it on this illusion. Baiting a little
just
bit
go
there.
blink.
Yeah, he went right into the jungle next to them too. And yeah, these ones obviously much more clear up on the wave. And he sends. He basically tried to bait them with that illusion, and then ran in here into the triangle to just come far behind them.
It's a nice regroup by the Kings, getting Mini out of there in that top lane as well. But then you look at the rest of the map. Mid lane's shoved, bottom lane's coming back in towards that Radiant base, and I think round 2 of high ground push probably coming. Assault Cuirass is there for K1. He'll take the outpost. Do you want to do a sneaky move as the Kings, like smoke wraparound, or do you just want to hold high ground and try and play the fight like the last one went?
Well, I'd like to find my Legion Commander's other item. Did she drop one? No. The entire lead is just the difference between the offlaners.
That's what I've been saying, right? She's been behind the Skywrath Mage like for 25 minutes now.
That is actually crazy that it's that far back. I mean, you also have 140 damage, so you don't really care that much. It's actually totally fine, especially if they can actually like get to like the Agnons or something on the sky. But looking for something a bit more defensive first.
But it's like, what do you want to do? Because you've got this shard where you want to sit back and press the attack the monkey or the troll, but you've also got Blink Dual Mystic Flare where you want to jump in and be in the thick of the fight.
Yeah.
Trying to find the fine line between those two very disparate playstyles. It's a tricky one for Legion Commander players.
And the lead is just completely static for so long now. It's been 6K, just like chilling.
No stonks.
No stonks moving right now. Just like 3 or 4 minutes now of just like total. Everyone's farming together in blobs, so we're getting pretty much the same net worth. Hopefully these creeps don't give away the fact that there's an Earth Spirit up here. They're relentless.
I like the triple lines. 3 players on the Radiant team drew lines to go the same direction. Wrap around into the top jungle. Find somebody, anybody. They've managed to dodge all of the observers. The Earth Spirit on the high ground. Smoke hasn't popped.
With Gem and no buyback. That seems kind of crazy.
That's pretty nuts, actually. But it's Schofield. It's Gojira.
It's Gojira, guys. You know, this is what he does. Oh, he's in.
Oh, he's going to roll into them. He's going to roll into them. Hello. Welcome
nice
as the Mars Arena. That's a good press. The attack. Little BKB from Valky. But Benny has to battle Trance. He's been moved across with the Reality Rift now. And his BKB, it is wearing off. The Satanic's gone and the disarm comes. That's a great overgrowth, but it's not going to save Benny. Wukongs will arrive as Mini. He turns onto the CK, but he's so tanky on K1.
Oh, blow away.
They're struggling. They're struggling. The Gust. The Gale Force pushes the monkey back. At least they get the Witch Doctor, but losing that troll is such a bad feeling here for the Radiant, as Mini will get sliced by Sea Smile as well. Now they're on the run, nowhere to hide. The Wind Ranger, DD Rune still going. The drag back into a rampage for Sea Smile.
8, 9, and 8 with a rampage at 41 minutes. That is something I have not seen before.
Look at him spamming all the chat wheels. He's got to feel good about that.
I'm back.
Also, he was 3-9. He was 3-9-8 before that fight.
Dude,
and what was that?
That was
a
like
5k net worth swing.
I'm never gonna look at a game with Troll and CK the same again after that play. Like just the way that Reality Rift pierces spell immune. So like Troll ulties, right, trying to go for like the initial kill, and then he gets pulled off the first target with the Reality Rift, and then he just spams illusions at the Troll, and Troll's just swinging and killing illusions, and then he just gets blown back by the wind. He just couldn't find himself in that fight.
And with no monkey for 35 seconds, Beastcoast, they sense blood in the water. Tier 4 towers being chunked down. The Kings have got to do something, and they've got to do it fast.
There's 73% chance, by the way, for the Kings to win at 10 minutes.
Seriously?
Yeah. It was still 70% at 20 minutes.
Oh, the kickback and the rift in. Valky. That duel not paying off for them. Gojira is going to roll away as well. They've lost both tier 4s, but the throne still stands.
Lose lanes, win games. Beastcoast.
It's like a reverse Viper.
Yeah, it's how they operate. Oh, that Agnes, that's pretty tempting, guys. Guys, team? I want to give this up now.
Where are the Kings going?
They're looking for the kick, or the pick, rather. Well, perhaps, hopefully not a kick.
Not so early on in the season.
Getting ahead of myself here.
Jeez.
No kicks. They've actually played quite well. It's Beastcoast, guys.
They've been doing. Oh my god! But it's also a Whisper blinking away.
That was so fast. I thought I got baited by an illusion, and I was so confused. Because like he got the full turnaround too.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how he does that.
He had a ward.
That's ridiculous. And look at this. Sealuck is in. Shackle shot the Scarth Mage. Gale forced to push him back as well. They do come forward, attempting to play with that Legion Commander, but paying dearly for it. And Monkey King trapped inside a circle, which is not made up of monkey statues, but instead some wonderful Roman battalions. As Whisper make sure that Monkey and Legion dead for over a minute each. And what's buyback like for both of them? Non-existent? Non-existent.
Zip 0 zilch, I believe.
Nada. And Roshan will hand over his goodies.
Wind Ranger.
Stinger with an Agnum Scepter.
Wait, what? Did he take it? Oh. Okay, alright. Wait, what's that? Now he's giving the Glimmer Cape? Guys, figure it out.
Dude, he's trolling.
Yeah,
he's trolling.
He's
trolling.
You want my Glimmer? Is that what you wanted? Oh, you want my Glimmer Cape?
Give him 4 staff. Give him 4 staff and give him Glimmer Cape. Oh, so cheeky. Reality Rift is there.
Heck, Hector's just killing people. Guys.
Treant was there.
These guys are the greatest clowns to ever exist. They just, like, don't want to win. And then they're just like, yeah, okay, let's win.
Oh, it's hilarious, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to give some excitement to your fans. It's better than just, like, crushing every game, you know? This is hype. This is, like, old C9 style, you know? Except they usually did it in the reverse order. And very exciting to watch. They'd be winning so hard, and then they would lose. But Beastcoast, they figured it out. You should win at the end.
Whisper with a great arena again. Spear in towards Valky, who's dead for another minute. They've got Troll who bought back, and Monkey King's respawning, but Troll is dropping very quickly, and GG has already been called. A 2-0 victory for Beastcoast. Didn't look particularly easy in the early stages of the games, but victorious nonetheless, Trent.
It's you know, some people call it like hiding strats. They call it hiding wins. They just sneak it right in at the end. You know, they don't want to reveal anything. I don't know how Beastcoast are planning on playing the early game because they haven't shown it yet. They just don't play early, right? I'm only seeing half the game plan. Clearly, they're a total mystery of a team. It's genius.
I mean, how long was first game? Like 50 odd minutes. Now another 45-minute game.
Well, they only
here
played
for
about
game
10 minutes, so I don't know.
That's what I was getting at, right? We haven't seen any real game time from Beastcoast. But yeah, I mean, 2 well-deserved victories. Their mid to late game obviously still shining, as we saw from them in Season 1 and 2. They're so good at it, playing the map as the game gets drawn out. And, you know, signs of life from a team that we kind of considered, you know, tier 2 or, you know, came up from Division 2, looked decent. They've kept the majority of the same players from the previous season, just Sexy Fat for Valky and that offlane swapped out. So nice to see the ex-Binamistas sticking together and doing well against Beast Coast. But yeah 2-0 for BC. Anything?
They played really well, honestly. Like, I know we clowned on them a lot and everything because, like, the games were kind of rough and stuff. And it was, like, very impressive to see the Beast Coast comebacks. But the fact that they even found those leads versus Beast Coast is certainly a triumph. And this is, in some ways, it's rough to face, like, the best teams at the start of the season. But in other ways, if it's not a realistic team for you to maybe defeat, this is, like, actually pretty good motivation for them if they take it the right way in their mental game, right? Like, I feel like they should be able to move forward very positively from this series.
It's like Winter was saying in the panel for the previous game, that it's that experience that comes through playing these games, you know, kind of learning from bigger teams, or, you know, maybe having a captain to kind of figure out what's going wrong, because laning phase, brilliant, you know, mechanical skill, it's all there for the Kings. Just those, you know, mid-game decision makings and decisiveness maybe needs to be picked up a little bit, but we'll pass it back to the panel and see what they have to say about this series.
Thank you for the pass, Gareth, as we are back here on the panel to try to talk about the last game of this series. I mean, it was a bit clowny in usual Beastcoast fashion. That's what we expect of the team. They're having fun at the end of the day. But it was actually a pretty decent showing for Binamistas. All things considered, after the first game and everything, I actually wasn't too sad for them. Binamistas. King of Kings. Apu King of Kings. Did you see some improvement did you expect this level of Dota from them, Bowie, since you saw them the first season?
I definitely saw a lot of improvement. I think, I mean, even this time where we thought that the draft from Beastcoast was much better, we could see a lot of fights and a lot of ideas working really well. I really feel like the biggest problem with King of Kings right now is that they, you know, the way they hold triangles, the way they position themselves for the smokes, they're not as great at that than Beastcoast. And a lot of times they get punished heavily. Like, they took some fights that were just not ideal. But I mean, this is very positive. You know, when I look at how much I rated both teams, it has definitely changed after this series. And I think other teams should be very careful when they're facing King of Kings.
Yeah, I agree. I think that their main issue is how are they playing with the wards and how they're smoking, running up because everything else about the team, I feel like they're at a good level. The lane, the draft, everything is fine. The teamwork, the chemistry, is just how are they approaching the game after they get a item timing and they are using the smoke, where they are going to, how they're placing the wards and playing the fight. I feel like Beast Coast did way better than them in both of the games. You know, when it comes to a crucial team fight, how you're fighting, are you on the high ground, where are you placing your ward, where are you anticipating the next fight. I mean, it comes with practice and experience, you know. the more you play games like this, the more you improve on it.
Winter, about Beastcoast, you said in the beginning that you saw a lot of potential and then you were like actually a pretty big fan, but are you seeing like this potential come to fruition? And do you think these matches are a good measure, or do you think they're really just having fun and taking their chill pill?
It's hard to say though. I feel like they're definitely not playing at their usual level, their TI level. But at the same time, I feel like they show a lot of promise, as a team, as long as they are able to figure out the strategy properly. Because if you look at the team, they definitely have skills. They are really talented. They have a pretty good understanding of how to play the map. I think I'm most impressed of how they're allocating farm and who is taking the dead lane, who is farming on the lines, who's taking the dangerous farm, the safe farm. I think they're doing pretty good with that. It's just maybe when they are drafting certain strategies, sometimes you can't get away with those, against better teams. But when you're playing weaker teams, you can get away with it with a lesser strategy.
Well, Bowie, if there's something that people should be looking forward to for Beastcoast next series, what should they be looking on the lookout for?
I really think people should be looking a little bit at Chris Luck. Like in both series, this game, I mean, obviously he came back really hard. He got the Rampage, wow, numbers. But I feel like he was underperforming. I mean, not taking anything away from Mini, but he felt, he was 2-7 this game, and the other game he was also very far behind. So I'm not sure what's really going on, if they're really just having a lot of fun. First game of the DPC. But I think, if Beastcoast wants to maintain their results and still be considered the best SA team in the DPC and in the world, they have to, I think, iron out that mid lane, because it felt a little bit wonky. Even though they were like last picking his hero or giving him a lot of priority in the draft.
Yeah, it comes down to discipline, when you want to make it to the next level, all the small little details have to be, inch perfect.
Guys, you heard it here. There's something that Beastcoast can still improve on, but there's a lot of hope for King of Kings. So some nice words for that team as well, especially coming from Division 2, the first game against the favorites. It's a bit rough. We'll see how they improve throughout the season. And to do so, the best way is to just follow this channel, Eeples Gaming. Tomorrow, we will not be on for SA Div 1, but we will be on for Div 2. So we do recommend that you just follow this channel, and you'll see when we are online. And you get to see the new teams, much like these Binamistas, or King of Kings, as they are now called, rise and become the newer kings of SA. If you want to join us instead for Div 1, though, of course, we'll be here the day after tomorrow with 2 series at the exact same time. So we do recommend that you guys stay tuned. Again, if you follow the channel, you won't have to deal with any of these time zones, any of these issues. Just receive an email and you'll be here live on air with this same panel. So hope you enjoyed, guys. Hope you enjoyed the cast. Hope you enjoyed the panel. My name is Alva Plus. I'm here joined by Dota2, Bowie, and Winter Dota. And well, guys, we will see you the day after tomorrow. Until then, take care.